Hello, everyone, and welcome to a special edition of Above the Table. This is our D&D Halloween special. Yay!
One of us dressed up. It's been a long week for all of us, so judge not, y'all. I just happen to live here, and I had a costume already handy.
It's a onesie.
It's a onesie for a one-shot.
If I had known that it was a onesie,
it's a one-shot onesie.
Neither Dexter or
I
myself.
have one. I could have done this.
We couldn't fit into his costumes either. We tried. So it didn't work out.
It's true.
Let's go ahead and do a quick round of introductions. My name is Eric Pope. I will be the Dungeon Master tonight, and very excited to bring this spooky session to all of you.
Hello, everybody. I'm John. I will be playing someone very different from Valgan today. I'll be playing a 65-year-old rogue named Blam.
So excited.
Hello.
Very excited.
Hello, everybody. My name is Corinne, and I'll be playing the Tiefling Warlock Rochelle La Demone.
Oh, nice.
Hi, my name's Dexter. I will be playing the human artificer, Caleb DeCaneth. He's an investigator, and he's not here to play around. See, he's here to figure it out.
All right. My name is Sky. I'm going to be playing Mo Hawks, investigator extraordinaire. Also doubles as Bod on the weekends. If you're hiring, you can call me. Anyway, that's what I'm playing. Human, also.
And just to give you a visual reference, everyone shows their images. We'll see if this has got just enough light. I'm going to dip this.
It's probably
down.
going to be like completely out of focus.
Yeah.
Probably will be.
And
No worries. This is what they all look like.
Super out of focus.
Super out of focus, but you know what?
Here.
We tried.
This will be most likely
Let
seeable.
the video master show it off.
oh, it's because it's got the cutoffs. So.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
All right. But anyways, yes, so to create this spooky setting for you, we are going to be combining two of our favorite themes. We're going to be taking our love of steampunk that you've seen in Windfall, but in the realm of the world known as Eberron, during the last war, or at least I should say the last few days of the Great War, and we're also going to be combining it with Dungeons & Dragons' spooky realm known as Ravenloft. There is an actual 2 paragraphs describing Cyre 1313, the Morning Rail.
1313.
1313.
Serious.
So we begin this tale in the kingdom of Cyre. This is a place where there was industrial might at one point. This was the heart of where all the greatest artificers came together to build impressive items. Even the famous robotic race known as the Warforge found this was, if it was to have a birthplace, it would have been, within the creation forges here in Cyre. However, I did mention about a nasty little thing called war. This war has been going on for over 100 years, and even that has been going on for so long that entire generations have passed, and all they have known is this conflict between all the great kingdoms. Now, what makes this important is that Metrol is completely surrounded today. This is the capital city of this kingdom, and right now, all the players here are joining well over 100, if not more, terrified passengers as they're cramming onto a train known as the Lightning Rails. These are steampunk trains that are powered, magnetized by the element of lightning, which helps it both stay elevated above the ground and then shoot like a bullet train. Now, imagine this, if you will, this is the last train at the station. And much like what we've seen in our own images, where people from either India or other countries, where they're piling onto trains, where they're up on top of the roof, clinging onto the windows. People so desperate to get out of this capital city to try to save the lives of themselves and also their loved ones. There's one complication, though. The one complication is that they held the train. They stopped it, and all you could hear from spreading rumors, for those who are crammed deep into the middle of either the value tickets or the standard tickets, where there's so shoulder to shoulder that even other people's kids are sitting on your feet.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry. They delayed it, and again, the word passes around that there was a VIP, some sort of wealthy noble, someone, and the rumors spread, whether it's a merchant, whether it's a noble, whether it's maybe just someone of the any of the illustrious dragon-marked houses. They held up the train so they could empty one fancy first-class cabin and force all of these people off so that this small group can enter. And that delay may very well cost everyone their lives. As we begin this session, the train is rolling forward, but not cleared out of the city of Metrol when a bright flash happens near the town. Boom. Cracks form along most of the glass windows. You see also all of the carts rock really, really bad. Like you can feel all the wheels on the right-hand side just lose touch and contact of the track and then clam back down. Items, luggage that was safely stored up ahead, people that couldn't even have a seat are all floored. You're all knocked prone, so to speak, if we were to find a D&D term. The cries and the tears are everywhere. And we're going to go from the package cart upward to kind of describe what you guys are seeing right here. Starting, yes, for those in the last of the what's known as the postcard that has letters, has packages, has things of importance. Normally, this is not suitable for people to actually to even be sitting here, but for the stowaways, for the sneaky, and those who slipped on hoping not to be noticed, and there is more than just you, by the way.
I'm sure.
Are sitting on the bags of mail. Some of you, I won't say who, Gleb, has even opened up a care package, which is like, dear Alexa, good luck at Strixhaven. I hope that your quarter and classes go well. I've sent you cookies. Yes, wonderful cookies. Yes, plenty of food is to be found in here. But yes, the thing that stands out the most, though, is that with the rocking of explosion, the side doors have all slid open. And this is strange. It's a combination of mist meets with detritus, debris just sparkling in the air. Like, just imagine the worst kind of ash you have ever seen. It hasn't reached you specifically, but you could feel the heat kind of coming in, and it has multiple different colors, sparkling in different ways, but not in a happy Saturday morning cartoon sparkle. And already you can see some of the people are interested. In fact, you see Trash Can Pete is already just mere inches away from it, trying to hover his hand. And
Pete, don't touch it. You remember what happened last time you touched it.
But we're not quite at scenes just yet, as I'm just describing the initial setting for all of you. Those in the middle cart, and for looking down, that would be Dexter's character. That would be Calum. Calum, you look over and you see some of the windows cracked, but this one that's right across from you just blew out, and you could see immediately one, it looks like maybe an accountant or maybe a windmill engineer perished right away as he was completely serrated with broken glass, just piercing through both his chest and through his throat, and injured others around him as well. And the first thing, you don't even need to make a roll for this, as you are an artificer. You watched as this same colored mist and smoke seems to be weaving in. It's game mechanics terms about 5 feet into this actual train cabin, and you watch as it's touching some of the continual light lamp posts, beside each of the windows, and you watch each of them pop and something happens. You've noticed it creates more of the fog and smoke as soon as it pops, and it seems to almost feed it. Pop, pop, and something seems to also be like it's changing the color to orangish. And now I'll ask you to make an arcane check.
Okay. When the guy across from me got lacerated, did it seem to like immediately kill him? Like if I cast any healing spells?
He was definitely an oath level human, so it did more than double his hit points, yeah.
That's a nat 20.
You've only heard about this in theorem and discussion, but this is the first time you're seeing it alive. Sometimes you know that when spells are interrupted, maybe countered too well, or just chaos happens. Mostly with those quote-unquote wild mages that artificers don't really respect too much, since they're kind of like the opposite end of the college course. This is called a living spell. And you could see something, the equivalent of burning hands building up.
Burning hand.
And it actually has sentience now. So, moving on to the next cart, because again, we're just setting up the scene as well. Injuries happen here as well, but not the broken glass kind, but instead panic. You see people all rushing towards, it looks like to be the next cart up. Something near the southern door down here has spooked a few people. You hear the cries and the screams of somebody very close to you. Let's see, Rachel. And not to be confused with Rachel, I heard.
I won't get it mixed up, I promise.
Good.
But also, yes, there seems to be even more commotion happening to the cart further down the line away from you guys. It sounds like something even breaking and being destroyed. So, with that, we're going to do a slight slow unpause, but I am going to point out...
Real quick, just going to call out Amy's watching. Hello, Amy.
Hi.
We have a Savage McNavage as well.
Oh, Savage McNavage. So she
He's scrolled up a little bit, but that's what it is.
Did I see the word Alexa?
Apparently Alexa is in
Yeah,
here.
you just random name you pulled out.
Oh, we're not allowed to say it again. Sorry, guys.
Alexa, play Nickelback.
Oh, no.
Hey, that's not me.
Thank you.
Rough.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And
No, you're not.
with that, I am going to slightly unpause this, but
Oh no.
You've given us too much power. You shouldn't have.
Yeah, you don't tell me that it's working.
since this is a one-shot, I will be speaking above the table very generally because we only have a short amount of time to get through some good
100%.
content.
100%.
So I want to make sure I give each and every single one of you a chance to experience this horror, and to increment that horror, there is a time track that does exist in this game.
Oh, no.
So that is on top of the dice jail. I know we don't have a camera there, but it's a percentile that is currently on the digit 1. All right. So with that being said, mail cart. Yes, Trash Can Pete is just inches away from this smoke.
So it's Pete. You know what happened last time? Okay, you touched it, and then you smelled like shit for 3 weeks.
I didn't know that skunks came in different colors, all right? What can I say?
We'll get back over here. We'll see what it does to the animals first.
Well, that's good thinking. So he's backing away, and anyways, there's no miniature to be had there. But also you notice that because these are such big doors, the smoke is pouring in a lot faster and quicker, almost cutting you off and Trash Can Pete.
So give a quick description here. Gleb is a 65-year-old, like, rail-thin old man. He looks ragged. He smells awful. But he's been on the streets for a long time. So, Pete, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I go into the next cart.
All right, so go ahead and move your miniature. And for that, we'll go ahead and cut to the next cart, which would be Dexter. Dexter, yes. You do see something.
Don't you mean Caleb?
Sorry, yes.
Dexter does not exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dexter does not exist. It's only Caleb.
Right now, people are still in a little bit of a shock, and right now there seems to be a young mom is trying to check on him, like, I think he's dead. And people are, and then as soon as she says that, it's for those who've ever been on an airplane when there's heavy turbulence, the screaming and almost it seems to echo, seems to carry throughout, and panic is starting to build. And yeah.
So Caleb is going to sort of. He's probably going to yell out. And let me see here. Yeah, he's probably going to yell out to not. So, I'm assuming there's more people on the train than what I see right there.
Right now, within at least these two passenger seats, every square
is
full
difficult
terrain as well because there's just people there.
Okay. Caleb's gonna yell out, "Hey, don't touch the fog, see? It'll burn you. It's a living spell." And he yells that out to whoever will listen.
Sure.
And then, having got that nat 20 on that Arcana, what do I know if I touch the living spell? What will happen?
Because you rolled so well, you may be okay. Your defender, however, you're worried about any of your devices, especially anything that hasn't been hardened like a magical item, something that's a little bit more kind of like, I hate to say it, just artificer created, like something that's meant to be kind of a quality of life or just something that's accessible magical items or magical. Mm-hmm. And for those who are unaware of Eberron, this isn't so much steampunk as it is mage punk, and the technology is not the fact that everyone is a 20th level wizard. Everyone is still just your average kind of characters, but they've made magic more accessible. There are like things like elevators and refrigerators powered by common magic to make it more accessible for people. So yes, you're worried about what is the name of your steel defender?
The name of my steel defender. Oh, that's a good. I did not think of that. Name of my steel defender is
Tim?
Butch?
He'll Rex.
Yeah.
If you were to say Duke, I would.
That's actually pretty good.
His name is Rex.
Rex.
Duke would have been good.
And Rex is definitely trying to protect you. He's doing the natural thing that you've trained him to do, but you're more aware that you think bad things will happen if he directly touches it.
Yeah, if he gets dragged up. Because my thought here is, if I cast Mending on the window, will that stop the smoke from coming in? Or the fog, whatever it is.
That would help for parts of it, but the thing is, it's shattered in so many different. You'd have to actually pick up the pieces to be able to cast it, and and it's broken into so many pieces. You think you'll have a better chances using your multi-tool or something else, although to actually kind of create a barrier and kind of like blockade this window, because there's plenty of luggage everywhere.
Okay. All right, so then what I will do is, is there anybody around that's kind of not freaking out a ton?
Okay. Looking around, up and down, yes. You see two that are just looking at each other, kind of smirking to each other. They're surrounded by, it looks like, three kind of tough-looking guys, but these two people seem to be dressed in, leather armor. You could definitely see that they have got, it looks like some sort of insignia of some kind of guild, whatnot. And they're also handcuffed. And out of all the people here, they're the ones who are kind of smirking, look at each other, and just nod as soon as this starts to happen.
So Misty Dewdrop, yep, 3 weeks in a row, and we're gonna be back next week also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they're handcuffed. Definitely seem like they're kind of maybe because what I'm looking for is anybody that's keeping their cool that I could be like, you help me.
Okay, that's a good call. Let me see if there's who can help you. You didn't ask for anyone who could help you, but yes,
Right,
it makes
right.
perfect sense.
Oh, also, I was wondering, I forgot to say this. Gleb would have tried to sneak in.
Sure, go and give me a stealth check. Because I was gonna have something for you following up, but
17.
okay, something you noticed you, but that's fine. And that something is coming to you. You see, you entered right here. It's this individual is coming to you.
17 total or 17 on the dice?
17 total. I rolled a 10. Got a plus 7.
No one that could appear to help you directly with what you want. You definitely feel that the guards of the two people seem to
That
be
beats my
having
passive
their
perception.
attention. Here, I'm just going to go ahead and put people down.
Misty Dewdrop says, I'm working nights now, and I genuinely look forward to these streams. It makes... Oh, I can't see.
Makes great
Makes great work. Great. It's great. Makes for great work listening. Thank you, Misty Dewdrop, for listening.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we're just going to temporarily put these guys up here.
Okay.
And then this represents the 3 guards. But the guards seem to, the guards are big enough.
3 guards.
Big guards, definitely. But their attention is kind of not focused on other people, but more like their quarry.
So is the guy who approached me, that's one of the guys who's cool with this situation?
Yes.
Okay.
But I need to cut back to Dexter.
Yeah.
To your action, though. So what would you like to do, sir?
Right, so mostly I'm just looking around for somebody that's kind of keeping their cool in the situation, that I could be like, you, help me make a barrier for this mist, right?
Sure.
Kind of thing, like, hey, you, help me make a barrier for this mist, right? And then start using the mending cantrip, kind of trying to get less of this smoke coming in, and I'll be like, hey, Rex, stay back, right?
Sure thing.
And keeping him back, using the multi-tool to sort of start building a structure to try and keep this mist contained.
Yeah, definitely not someone who has their collective collection together. You did find an older, kind of grandpa-like figure who's just trying to help, but his hands are shaking. So, yeah. So he's able to at least hold it up, but you've got kind of a slightly slowly jittery moving target.
Okay, so I'll do that, and I'll be like, hey, man, hey, I'm gonna need you to keep it together, see? And I'll put my hand on him, cast guidance on him while I use my Tinker's tool to build this
Sure thing.
contraption.
All right.
That tries to contain the
Go and
mist.
give me a tinkering check.
All right, so that's, I'm assuming.
Does he get advantage with the guy helping him?
Because of guidance, I will allow it. Yes.
Exactly the same. I tried, brother. I tried.
No, you're good. That's a extremely solid 12.
You got,
that's still pretty good.
You got one good nail in there, and it's not so much him faltering, but the rest of the window keeps breaking around it. Every time you hit the hammer, something else breaks and falls in. It's kind of like trying to put a wooden door on a crumbling sandcastle right now. And you notice that you're looking around this. Holy shit, you're gonna need something more than luggage. You might need a table, because this whole thing is structured it's a little shattered, a little broken. And then you start to notice the metal itself, the nails, you're watching it almost insta rust in front of your eyes. Okay, moving from you and going on to, it looks like, to our next cabin. Yes. We will start with you. Again, like I said, lots of panicking, lots of terror happening around. You see one individual that's standing right next to you. This big Warforged is covered in rust, and you've noticed that he wasn't in rust earlier. He had his back up against near one of the windows, and you're watching almost within your own eyes as he's starting to rust. And he picks up what looks to be a bundled blanket. There seems to be a humanoid in it, and he's starting to march his way forward to the dining carts. He, out of all the other people, is not panicked, and he's almost it's like watching a brontosaurus trying to step around a bunch of chickadees as he's trying not to hurt any of the people that are running around flailing, doing the Muppet flail and panicking. And so he's about 10 feet away from you, and he's just slowly edging that direction. You look over. There is a female gnome in white, and immediately starts speaking to the populace and trying to get them to calm down. Reminds them that the 7 gods are vigilant, and they're going to help us through all of this. And so
Mo rolls his eyes.
But overall, like I said, the only injuries you're having here are the massive amounts of people trying to flood north to the dining cart.
I think I'm gonna follow after the Warforged and try and get their attention. Just
the camera got fucking moved.
oh no.
Rotate it.
But yeah,
quite a bit. Keep going. Right about there.
We'll
see if that fixes it.
Yeah, the one with the bag. Where are you going?
He slowly
A
spins.
little more.
And it says, I am Creek. I need to get aid for a young master noble here. And you look over and you recognize this noble. This is one of, since you said that your character was of nobility, this is the 10th in line to the Cyre throne, one of the Ilwinars. This is Skylar Ilwinar.
That's perfect. Right there.
And he definitely looks like he's lost a lot of color. This is like, and it looks just like, and he pivots to you, and his eyes widen like sauce, like you can see, even though he doesn't have pupils, you can see like he's dilating, like almost like the different colors. And he says, "You are Rachel of in the insert. I forgot your character's house name.
La de Monet.
De Monet. Perhaps you can be of assistance." And he pulls out. We have a first-class ticket, but they did not authenticate because during the haste I was not able to provide the child's noble certifications. It's birth papers.
Well, I should already have a first-class ticket. I don't know why they shoved me in here, but I will help. Not you, though. Just Skylar. And I'm gonna use...
That is acceptable. My life is forfeit. His life is all that is important.
I'm going to... Let's see. In my inventory, I think I have a healer's kit.
Checks out.
Excuse. Yes, I have one. So I'm going to.
You want to roll a medicine check?
Yep.
Go for it.
So.
Do we get a healing potion too?
Sorry.
Or it's just because you're an artificer?
Where's my checks here? Medicine.
We have
And with the kit, do I get advantage?
No.
No.
And then I got
That's a 6.
Just, just from even a 6 that this is magical in nature. You're watching as you see that yes, his color's fading very rapidly, but you could tell around the throat area itself, it's this weird kind of pinkish hue. There's definitely some other forces at work here.
Okay, so it's not physical, so I'm going to, let's see. Could I, not an Arcana check, but could I do like a history check or something to see if I know anything about a malady such as this back in,
I will say that the Arcana check would be a lower DC. History check is possible, but it's going to be a much higher DC.
Okay. Actually, I think in this instance, my best thing would to tell Skylar that he'll be okay.
Oh.
And just reassure him
Do you still accompany them to the first class door or towards that direction?
Yeah, actually.
Okay. So go ahead and move both your miniatures at least 30, like the equivalent of 6 squares forward. I know we don't have squares, but you can just guesstimate. And we also have the holy stick of ruling. And see, Dexter's already gone, so now it would now be Mo. Mo, you are up.
Oh my God. Well, this is a crazy situation. Is there anyone around me that looks somewhat, authoritative or important or anything?
I'm glad you said that. I was going to wait for the NPC round, but because you asked, go ahead and put this at the near Rachel coming out the door. The other door over there.
If you didn't know who I am, I'm also important.
Yes. Out comes forth someone wearing this pure gray outfit and a very kind of like almost like cute airline stewardess hat, but a little bit more masculine for him. And it's got a little pin that has 1313 on it as well. And this individual looks couldn't be more than like maybe 19 or 20 years old. And you can see the sweat rolling off of the forehead.
So is there smoke pouring in like right now, or do we have any kind of
smoke? As soon as you look down, you do see smoke starting to fill in the southern area, not the north. North seems, as soon as you open the door, you even hear people.
But the Warforged is still resting.
Yeah, the Warforged has an effect that seems to be rusting right before your eyes. Correct.
Even though there's no smoke in here.
Correct.
Okay.
And but yeah, he definitely seems to be coming forth, and you watch him flipping through some cue cards as he's going forth down this hallway, and he is reading right from them. Please remain within your seats. We have this under control.
This feels like the guy that ended up in command on fulfillment on the cruise ship. Stay calm. All right.
Just yelling at the top of his lungs.
I'm gonna come up to him and I'm gonna be like, this is an extraordinary situation. I know you seem a little nervous, but we gotta organize these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna need you to step up and help me out here. All right? So we need to kind of unify a little bit. Can I count on you to help the passengers kind of stay organized and stay calm?
Well, yes, and I hope that we can reach out to you and have you help us during this.
Listen,
moment.
I know you got to read that cue card, but I know what your position you're in. Listen, look at me. Do you see how old I am? Do you see how many blocks I've been around? Listen, I see the cue cards you're reading. I see the nervousness. I see the beads of sweat. Let's just do away with that. There's people panicking here. Let me help you. You need the help right now. So, can I count on you?
Yes.
Great.
And I offer you a hand and hearty handshake.
He's like, all right, it's fine. All right. And then I'm gonna like kind of stand next to him and be like, listen, everybody, you gotta stay calm, all right? There's nothing gonna happen if we're all panicking, all right? So we gotta organize. We gotta stay where we are. We gotta not panic, all right? So I kind of say that to
Go and give me a diplomacy check, or if
persuasion.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Is it persuasion? Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the things.
Yeah, persuasion.
Diplomacy is its own thing anymore.
19.
19. Yes, you were able.
Do I get advantage because he's helping me? Because I convinced him to help me.
Sure, and also go ahead and move your token a little closer.
Up here.
Yeah. Thank you.
25.
Perfect. So between you, the gnomish cleric, you have dealt with the panic, the situations in this area. You're able to
wait. 26. Sorry.
Yes, it's the same DC number. People are now able to realize that they have trampled over a grand total of 8 people. People were on the verge of suffocation death, and now they're starting to pull people up like it was a concert gone wrong. And
get up here. I see a footprint on your face, but it's fine. You still look. I mean, there's magic for it. Don't worry about it.
All right. So people are no longer trying to surge into the dining room cart, and if anything, they're helping escort the injured people that direction towards you, so that at least there may be more room to attend to their wounds.
Awesome.
Good job. All right. So. That didn't jump by 40. We'll just put this down here. It's not very stable up there. All
You
right.
can put it like right here so we can all see it pretty easily.
All right, sounds good. We'll just put it on this one because I can't even look at it from there. Okay, so still speeding things along. You could the one middle cart seems to definitely been more stabilized. This one is now going to be obscured. And if we can, we're going to focus just on this cart until things are more resolved. So, coming back to you, John, yes. You see, yes, a very young shifter is coming up to you. She has an elongated face. It seems like all of her teeth, even her front ones, are all nice, rounded, and flat. For those who do not know, shifters is a race within Eberron that has a blood affinity with some kind of animal. So there could be like those were part wolf, bear. This one seems to be something along the lines of either deer or horse. And it says, "You were in the back cart. Can you tell me if you saw a horse, perhaps one with a very black sheen? Was it in that cart?"
Did I see that? No. Everything was covered in that fog. Also, why are you talking to me?
All right, this is like, because I saw you leave from that cart, and she's starting to reach for the door like she's gonna open it, and she goes like, "My brother's in peril. I need to free him."
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's a bad idea. Bert says so too.
Bert?
And then the like horrible rat just comes out from his cloak. And he's like, "Oh, he's fine, he's fine. Just don't try to pet him. He'll try to eat your fingers. On account, I mostly feed him fingers." And then I pull like this desiccated finger out and give it to the rat. He grabs it and goes back into the cloak. And now you know where the smell's coming from.
Her eyes were already pretty big as it was, and then she's like,
On account that I feed him fingers.
On the account, I feed him mostly fingers. He does feed him probably the
It's like, but
occasional
basically, I would be like, I mean, go back there if you want, but that smoke was coming in and destroying things, and it takes each one of the cookies that he stole. It's like, I ain't gonna stop you. It's your problem.
you see that she's definitely frustrated and panicking and moving back and forth, and she's trying to look through the window, and she's looking back there, and her eyes get even bigger, and she says, "There was an owlbear there, but now it's inside out."
Yeah, see, bad idea.
Yes. So she definitely seems to like she has an honest, earnest reason to keep going down, but yeah. So she's gonna remain there, kind of panicking. Just to still
Cookie?
Was it in the bag with the fingers?
No, I just got these.
She looks at the cookie,
Solid
sniffs it, and she says, I guess. She's like, "In your travels, if you find someone who has some means of protection to get past this, I need to get to my brother. He is locked in an animal form, as a steed, as a horse." Did you?
Yeah,
Oh, is that what did it? Okay.
maybe.
Yeah. Anyways, so you part on from her. Do you continue down, or what? Or do you stay hidden down there?
I am going to hold my action for the moment.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just going to delay on you for a bit.
Yep.
Coming back to you, Dexter. Mist has poured it even further. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw as it's wrapping around, and it seems to be around your chest and now your hands.
That's a natural 19.
Okay. You definitely can feel it, kind of like if you ever like pulled out an old battery, and you could feel that slight sizzle of battery acid, and it's wherever this mist is touching your skin, and you feel uneasy about this whole thing. You can see at this one point One of the guards is going to come up, and he brings actually something definitely much larger. He ripped off the bathroom door. And of course, someone inside was screaming because they were in there. They were being not using it, but they were panicking. It was in use as he comes up with the big bathroom door.
Great. Finally, somebody with some sense. Right, if you could give that to me, I could patch this up here in just a minute.
It's gonna be good and all, but we still need to seal this thing.
Right.
And I'll use the bathroom door and the mending cantrip to try and seal the window.
Okay, I'll definitely give this one for you. So you will stop it from continuing to hit you, but it will still be seeping in, and not at the rapid rate it was, but at 5 feet every roughly 5 to 10 minutes until you get something that's airtight here.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'll hit that up, and I'll get that up there, mend that on there, and then be like, look at him and be like,
Unless we can get something a little bit more airtight, I don't think I can stop it from leaking in entirely.
You know, this is like, I don't know. He goes like, cargo's back there, and there's lots of luggage everywhere. Someone's got to have something. You know, it's like wet cloth or anything works.
True. All right, well, unless we start breaking open these suitcases, I don't think there's any resources around. We could break open these suitcases.
All right, people start shouting out, and the word gets spread out. It's like, you know, the mists are spreading in. We need something, and someone shouts out, "Is there any wax?" Or is like, you know, or someone shouts out, "Chocolate," something like that. John, and the box of cookies that you have, yes, a whole bag of extra, like, you know, it's like even in the pastry set was just an extra set of frosting as well, very thick as well, and it even seems to have caramel as well.
Poke my head up, just like eating another cookie. I got some caramel. Not really my favorite.
Yeah, I can make do with caramel. Hand it over.
All right, so I walk up and give it to him.
And so, with the caramel, I will kind of, with the tinkering tools, I'll use it as like a paste, and I'll paste it around, and then kind of turn my all-purpose multi-tool into like a brulee torch, and like.
By the way, the whole time this is happening,
Creme brulee.
Glenn is just like over you, like eating cookies, watching what you're doing, getting crumbs on you. Just.
I'm gonna fuck you.
That's a good job, Mr.
You look finger looking good.
Callum will look back and he'll be like,
Hey man, what's your deal?
I don't know, it just looks fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
and then what Callum will start to do is he will begin to start like explaining exactly what he's doing in technical detail.
So what I'm doing is I am applying this to this barrier in order to
Glad wanders up.
in order to make it airtight, right?
Straight up
Then
this goes.
I'm going to turn this multi-tool into this kind of thing, right?
Would rather talk to a 4-year-old.
Turn this into this in order to like suffuse these things.
and going into like technical detail for this thing, right? As you wander off, he's like,
Oh,
and then he keeps explaining to whoever's like nearest to him.
Okay.
And I'm assuming
Well, it could either be the corpse or the woman, but yeah.
check with the tinker's tools.
Sure. You get advantage too, which looks like you needed.
13.
It's stopping it for now, but you did, pretty much use caramel to try to stop evil mist. So,
Yeah, it makes sense. I did turn it into like hardened candy.
Yeah. For purposes of story, we are going to definitely, as most of you who seem to be able to help, or at least there seems to be more leadership in this direction, the next map is now going to open up. So let's go ahead and move at least for those who want to come to the dining carts, that's at least where some individuals are going. One thing, though, Dexter, you're definitely invited to come north as the conductor who you were talking to. You find out later is Rudolph Orion is coming down to survey the damage. And when he sees what Dexter did up there.
Can I walk with him?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I walk with him. I walk
Sure.
behind him. Oh yeah, this is fucked up. That's really broken right there. Oh my god, this is gonna. Oh man.
Is that Carmel?
So we're both over here now.
Yeah, see, that's all we had to work with in the moment. If you have wax, sealing putty, any other kind of adhesive that we could use to seal that up so that this mist keeps coming in, I could probably work a better sealant on there. But we're just trying to make this thing airtight given the circumstances.
As I get to the cart, can I investigate this gap and gain any kind of insight as far as like whether this is repairable in any sense?
And then I tell him to, I'm like,
You see what's coming in is a living spell. Looks like burning hands.
Yeah, you go and roll an investigation.
Okay. Do I get any kind of advantage?
No.
Because there's a fuck ton of people. All right. That's right. 17.
17. You were able to analyze the situation, and it's going to hold for now. It's definitely a jury rig, but you know that they're going to need something a little bit more industrial, some actual materials, and because even the bathroom door itself has basically like the doorknob key, the keyhole as well. So that is something that you can.
So I'm gonna turn to the conductor and be like, "All right, this is actually a pretty remarkable job considering the circumstances we're in. It's gonna need something a little bit more permanent, but it kind of looks like they might have saved this cart from being completely overrun, at least for now. Should probably get a few people on this to shore it up a little bit. Do you have any people, any repair people or anything like that you don't look confident?
He nods. This is like, yeah. He goes like, we have Tran men, engineers, in both, near the engine and also in the caboose, and he points that direction, and he pauses, and his finger's still pointing there, and you even partially drop a cookie, as you guys both see Trash Can Pete's, almost like he's able to walk through the door, and he made the motion to turn the doorknob, but he just simply walked right through it, and he's coming out, and he actually has his hound dog that follows him everywhere very faithfully, but the hound dog is completely blue, spectral, and you can even see the outline of its bones. And he's waving at you, and you watch as he's going through other people to get to you.
Pete, I told you not to touch it, Pete.
And
this is not good, y'all. This is very bad.
Hey, I'm no genius, but that seems real bad.
this is a really good job, by the way. It says the dead body, but it's not him. You're looking at him. He's sitting upright, but you're looking at his body. You're seeing the lacerations, and when he pivots to you, even the version of him that's sitting upright is missing part of the throat. You can see the lacerations. It's not actively bleeding, and his eyes are very sunken. There definitely seems to be a pallor blue about him. And
is anything happening to the people that Pete's walking through?
They're freaking the fuck out.
But like that's it. They're scared.
Yes.
Okay.
People are like, what's going on?
So I'm like with the conductor. I'll be like, all right. This is really fucking weird, but like, let's take it one step at a time. Like, I'm sorry that's your fucking. Looks like you're in a situation right now, but let's keep a wise eye, huh? Okay, all right.
And at this point, he's like, the conductor's trying to hurry to the other end, the door that Trash Can Pete came through, and Pete just comes up to you like, hey, I think you're definitely right. We're safer up here. He's like, there's some like a ticker taker guy, really big guy, a little handsy. What? Yeah. Well, I didn't have a ticket.
Pete?
Yeah, he threw me from the train, and then I ended up back here. I think it was the wind. Must have blew me right back in.
Yeah, we'll go with that. I'm gonna have. Why don't you just sit down right here?
Yeah. And he goes like, and as he's sitting down, he's yelling at the conductor. He says like, "You got to talk to your ticket master. He is not a very nice fella." And that's when, of course, you can see Rudolph is kind of like, you know, you see his nostrils flare a little bit. He looks at you like, "I'm supposed to be the one that takes the tickets."
Yeah, that doesn't sound good at all. There's one thing that's still bothering me. If you're the one that's supposed to take the tickets, who the fuck is in the back car? I feel like we have a problem.
I can think of
I've got that held action, right?
Oh, I mean,
I'm just gonna hide.
okay.
I don't think we're in initiative yet.
Yeah, we're not really in actions here, and I'm kind of pausing and trying to definitely help things out. So, if anything, Corinne, I feel like yes, Rachel has been on hold for the longest. So, we will definitely advance you and Clank way over here.
With this guy too, or?
Can I see that? No, that is the gnomish cleric, so we are good.
Yeah, she can stay away from me. She makes my skin crawl.
Ooh.
Say no.
Let's see. Did you? For you?
Law says all the voices tonight are on point.
Yeah.
I have to say, definitely great acting, great voices for everyone around. Please go ahead and give yourselves hero points. Yeah, if you don't already have hero points, now everyone is loaded with one. So
Inspiration, you mean?
yeah, inspiration. Sorry.
You actually have a bag of coins right there. I like. Yep, that one.
All right, going past.
Physical inspiration is so much fun.
Absolutely, I love that. Thank you for providing that.
Yep.
Jesus.
I was like, that's gonna end up in the chili.
Please no.
Okay.
Just really like it.
There is not as many packed people here. There's probably maybe like one person every 10 feet, but you are definitely alarmed as you notice that everyone in this cabin is staring in your direction, but not at you, but instead of this beautiful male who seems to have kind of like some Asian characteristics and is putting his hands and shoulders on this insectoid creature with these long pincher claws, and it has around 10 eyeballs around the crest of its head, and it is also has its claws wrapped around him, and their foreheads are near touching, and he's weeping towards it, but this thing is making some weird chittering back at him, and it's not eating him, but you think it's probably also in some weird mourning or sad state, but you don't know how to read insect. But this thing is huge. It's probably looming over like at 7 feet in height. This is, well, one of the versions of it, so you can pass that around.
Oh, okay.
And you watch as your Warforged just pivots, looks, but then just keeps walking, and goes up to random people. Are you a healer?
I'm gonna let him do his thing. In the meantime, I'm just no words, but I'm just gonna tap that guy with his insect friend on the shoulder and try and get his attention.
He looks over and you can see he's actively weeping, and he says, "Yes, I'm sorry. This is not a good moment, but what can we help you with?"
Well, first you can start off by telling me what your deal is.
So entitled and privileged.
What the actual hells is that thing?
Well, I am a monk, a missionary from Sarlona. I am a Kalashar. in order to help us with transcendence, beings known as the Quarry from the dream plane have blended with our souls, and we have been one and together for almost 12 years. And he has been my mentor, my guidance, my partner in life. And he goes like, and now Tenchi, as he points over at this insect creature, he's here. He can't be here, though.
Alright, I'm not even going to pretend I know what you
He's supposed to be in my head, and he's not in my head right now. Spiritually, that is.
I have very little experience with that, so, good luck.
It's starting to chirp back, like, very rapidly towards you. And then he looks over, and now both of them are starting to walk towards you with their hands out. And of course, insect. Yes, and he's just saying like, no, it's this is incredibly wrong right now because he can't be here. The thing is though is that they are being hunted by nightmare beasts, the Dalquari, and they will go to any lengths to hunt him down, which means that if he's here, so are them. The nightmare beings are here.
Fabulous. I'm gonna have to call my father about this when I have a moment.
Your father, is he a wizard?
Not exactly. I, however, am a warlock.
Are you a master of arcane then?
In a manner of speaking.
I love the dodgy warlock.
However,
warlock.
I have no real need to help you at this moment. You see, that royal boy over there needs medical attention.
Well,
Of the spiritual kind. So if maybe you assist them, I will lend a hand in your problem.
okay. And so now you have him and a large insectoid creature following you.
Also, you keep that thing far enough away from me. I might accidentally shoot it.
That would be terrifying and terrible of you.
I don't know
And
what to tell you.
by the time you get up to here, where he is already at, you could already hear, sorry, you cannot go forward without a first-class ticket and also direct permission from the conductor, Rudolph Orion. And he's like, but the child is sick. That is unfortunate, says the Warforged. So it looks like two Warforged having a conversation.
I'm gonna interject.
And he pulls out a cue card. It's like, the Lightning Rail House Orion expresses its sorrow and condolence. We weep with you.
It's like, enough crying. Get out of my way. And I shove, like, the Warforged that I already spoke to, like, to the side. I'm like, there with me.
And as soon as you shove him out of the way, the other Warforged, almost in sequence, pulls out its weapon. Do not act hostile. Please wait in line.
I take out my royal identification and kind of like flash it in front of them, and I'm gonna roll deception
Absolutely.
as I tell that Warforged, like, I've already got permission from the conductor. Please let us through. Okay, so I got 20 total.
Wow. You have made a most excellent case. This is like, I will, of course, grant you permission. However, as he waves over and you can see, yes, almost like it was like one of those really old kind of like 1970s pull a tab, like a pull a number thing. There's something that you need to, you definitely see that you need to put your ticket into to open the door.
Okay, I take the ticket from the Warforged, or actually, I just had the Warforged do it for me. I can't be bothered. And I instruct them to put the ticket into the thing on the wall.
And as your character, Rachel, who has definitely been able to show her lack of empathy for all these things, and you're watching this instant rusting Warforged. He then pivots as you notice that his legs can't move anymore, and he's offering out this small near-death child with the ticket in hand and says, like, protect her with your life. Oil. What do you do?
Well, fuck me sideways. I am not cut out to be a mom.
I'm not programmed for that.
Dude. I set the child down in one of the, I'm assuming, like, the booth, like,
Sure.
booths next to one of the tables in the car, and I give them one dose of the dream lily I have in my pocket.
You're gonna drug the child.
Yeah.
All right.
It supposedly
you go.
helps with pain.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of a kind of like a morphine. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to, like, tell them.
Give me a medicine to see how much dosage you give them.
Okay.
Jesus.
Well, I mean, they're all, like, individual, like, things, but
Yeah, but it's a baby.
yeah.
It's not the same. It's not the same. Humans.
You're like, what? I can easily take 2 of these. You're a tiefling. It's a hard user.
Okay, hold on. Medicine check. 18.
Okay, you do about a half a dosage that would normally you would be able to take, judging by the weight of this child. You think that this will be able to at least calm its pain. All right.
Eric's way of saying you managed not to kill it.
Yes. The baby looks like it's having a grand time.
The child successfully.
After I do so, I guess I finish my turn by putting the ticket in the
All right.
slot. And
That is certainly a pause on that.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Rolling back to the other group. We have the... Five. Move the conductor down to this door as he's still assessing the situation. He's like,
follow. That's cool.
that's fine. Dexter, you still have, it looks like, someone in Corporal talking to you, who you just watched die, and now there's 2 versions of him. The body and him. He's actually, you realize you've been talking the entire time. You now have that sort of M. Night Shyamalan Sixth Sense flashback of, like, you were talking to him the entire time and when you were going through and describing, and he was avidly listening.
Hey man, what's up?
Can I try like an investigation roll or something to figure out what's going on here?
Not an investigation roll. That would be more Arcana or religion. More religion.
Okay. We'll do. If I can, I'll do Arcana.
Okay.
If you're good with that.
You could try it.
I could try.
You can try it.
You can certainly try.
Do the dice believe in you? That's
Do the dice believe in me? Would you allow me to cast guidance on myself before I try?
Yeah, I'll let you do it again.
Okay. Well, actually, what? Yeah. Okay. In that case, I roll 2d4.
Pretty good.
Looks good.
Oh, that's a nat 20.
Oh my god, dude.
So all told, it's 31
Wow.
on a nat 20.
Now I gotta think about how to describe this.
From a level 4.
From a level 4 artificer. So 31 with a nat 20. To figure out what's going on here with an Arcana check.
Okay.
Someone's been hitting the books.
Apparently. Or this dude just had.
You were watching as a living burning hands was building up outside of you. And you know that's from chaos magic or something that from
Right.
and you're watching as this mist that's touching magic seems to be triggering and consuming, breaking, and causing things to happen. You're on a lightning rail. This whole thing is magical, and you lift up because all the curtains have been drawn, and immediately someone shouts out, "No, don't piss off the mist!" is what the crazy lady shouts. And
Shut up, see.
Piss in the mist.
I'm a professional.
it is still thick out there. Like you can't see far, but you're looking around. The speed of the train is picking up. It's only at half capacity, and you know from that amazing roll you made that ultimately, when the lightning train is in full bore speed, lightning crackles all the way around it. Magic will be everywhere, and you're looking down, and there definitely seems to be a cause and effect. But the good news is that colored mist is more on the half end of the tracks. It's lower. It's further like towards the rear of the train, whereas ahead of it is just pure gray, kind of like ash. So you're thinking that maybe something's getting triggered. Some sort of necromancy, resurrection, some kind of spell is bringing the dead back. So magic seems to be triggering off of magic, and one of your first primary concerns is when the lightning train's going full bore, something's going to happen, but you don't know what. And then you also looked up the conductor, whoever's making this thing go forward, is probably not aware that there's still people clinging to the sides and on the roofs, and you're looking up and you're seeing, kind of like from an angle, there's like you guys are panicked in here. It's much worse up there. And you're even every now and then, yeah, that was a body.
So the takeaways on that, basically what's happening right now is this is pure chaos magic, and it's whatever's happening with this mist is a living spell that's coming in here, and whatever's sparking that off is sparking into sort of this necromancy magic. What school of magic so Burning Hands is evocation, right?
Correct.
So evocation, and then it's sparking, changing, moving into necromancy. And then the lightning rail is powered by
There's an elemental engine.
yeah, there's an elemental engine in the front, and from what I know about Artifice, that's powered by like a lightning elemental. Yeah, so it's powered by a lightning elemental that's contained within that. And then with the rusting out of the like metal components, is that from the mist?
You're thinking so. And especially the colored mist as well.
Is that from the Burning Hands? Is it like burning or rusting out the like magic or the mundane metals in? You
think it's aiming specifically towards the magical enhanced? Yes, because you're looking at like the glass was not affected. That was just regular glass.
Okay, and
so there's definitely seems to be anything that was either enhanced, enchanted, seems to be affected definitely more.
Okay. I will relay that information to the conductor that,
Hey, conductor, right, there's a couple things that you should be made aware of. One, whatever's going on in this train, directly proportional to chaos magic. Things are bouncing off each other, bouncing around each other. Evocations turning into necromancy. That's what's going on with these people getting back up from dead. This mist coming in here. This mist is targeting things that are magically enchanted, right? Breaking them down into their constituent parts. Just as FYI. On top of that, as bad as it is in here, it's worse outside because people were trying to get in. You tried the best you could not to have it happen, but there's people clinging onto the outside. You got bodies flying off your train. There's bodies on top, there's bodies on the side, people clinging onto the outside of your train. Right now, you and I both know how these trains work. I'm identifying myself by practice, right? So I'm worried that there's something going on with this lightning elemental inside of your elemental engine up front. We should probably get that checked out fast as possible.
Well, the boss, he was like, the boss and the VIP said that we needed to go beyond even top speed. He's just like, we're gonna go lightning speed, which is 120% capacity, and he goes like, we're trying to outrun this. He goes like, this mist. We got to get out of this. It's hurting the train. So what do we do at this point? And again, he pulls out this stone that looks like someone screamed, like a mouth that's open. He goes like, I could talk to Engine real quickly.
Yeah, so I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm really sorry. I just have something that's bothering me. This whole mist situation, you know, obviously, like it's got its own dynamic within the train, but doesn't seem that everyone's affected the same way. Right? It's mostly the metals and things like that. Right? Did I see like humans like get affected by the mist?
Well, you watched directly this Trash Can Pete character go through the door. Like there's obviously a spectral ghost happening.
Okay.
There's 2 ghosts that you've seen, so those are clearly humans affected.
All right, so if mist gets in,
Do enchanted non-metal items seem to be broken down by it? Like if you have like a enchanted staff.
the Warforged got rusted just standing in the side of the train. So I feel like penetratively, metal is just affected, right?
Yeah, but like non-metal
Okay.
is what I'm talking about.
Doesn't appear to be affecting it so far.
Okay. Cool. Sorry.
It's also only been about 15 seconds.
Anyway, so is there anything you know about this mist that's like, can we do anything? Like there's
Where's also side
Yeah.
note, where's the cargo hold?
They point this direction, but then he also right here at the edges right here. And you also notice that there were some of these other really. You ever been on a plane? See those like skinny kind of closets where you know the staff hides their good stuff. So yes, he opens it up, and you can see on both sides there are 2 of these like almost like scuba diver suits that seem to have really heavy kind of like metal boots. And it has these weird antennas. Dexter, you don't even need to roll. You recognize that this is meant for the railmen, so they can be on top of the train when it's on full lightning mode, and they don't take, the damage.
Yeah.
And you also know it's airtight.
Yeah.
so a few of us could go back and see if there's any survivors. Is there anything we could do to bring them up to the front of the train if we find anybody, if we're in these suits?
He says, like, we know that there was a late edition. I know I can trust you because you've helped out quite a bit, but he says, like, the military, he goes, like, they brought in a whole bunch of Warforged soldiers, including a large box. It's on the rear cargo. It's going to be off limits. You're not going to be able to talk to them without this. And he hands you basically this kind of like weird, kind of like orange. It looks like a type of platinum metal, but it's orangish in color, and it has a series of dots in it. He's like, you just show it to them, and then they'll know that you're with us. But he says like. It's a strictly forbidden area, but he goes like, those are the only people that I'm aware of. I'm sure, as he's looking over at Ashcan Pete, there were many stowaways, and I have no idea for their fate. It would be, and as soon as you said this, yes, and my brother, he's there too. Please, we have to help my brother.
I'm really sorry to have to maybe say this, but it definitely seems like the back of the train has suffered more damage. I don't want to get your hopes up, but I will keep an eye out.
Nothing. As she's grabbing one of the suits.
I'm going to pull her hand away.
All right, go ahead. You don't need to roll.
And be like,
Hey, I'm really sorry. I don't mean to be a nuisance. I don't mean to be a bother, but I feel like me and this guy over here should probably don the suits to go investigate for survivors. We've had a little more experience.
No offense, but it's a mechanic and an old man. She's like, I'm at least a tracker. I have hunted out in the best of the woods. I'm probably in better shape than both of you combined.
I'm gonna cast Minor Illusion and like summon a skull in my hand that just spins. Like, I'm not just any old person. I've got some experiences that maybe you don't have. I'm a private investigator. I've dealt with some pretty tough people, and this is a situation that I promise I can handle.
She nods and she says, "Fine, I'll put my faith in you." He is right now in the form of a black horse, but he has a metal artificer's collar that's keeping him locked in that form. Just break the disc and he'll be freed.
All right, noted. If I see it, I'll smash the disc and see if I can help him. Assuming there's anyone even alive back there.
You see she's panicking even more a little bit and just trying to, like, you know, that look of like helplessness that she's just fed up.
I put on one of the suits and nod to you.
Do you also put on the suit?
There's only 2 of them.
All right. Well,
No, there's 4. There's a grand.
Oh, there's 4?
That's
Oh.
why she was trying to grab one of them.
Oh, I got you. I got you. All right. I thought she said there was 2.
No, 4.
I'm gonna go to the conductor and be like, just
I'm
continue
gonna-
to eat cookies.
I'm gonna look at you and be like, hey, you've been back there. You know this place better than anyone. I know your friend Pete didn't make it, but maybe you can.
Pete got fucked.
Maybe you can prevent other people from getting fucked, huh?
That's not really what I do.
Well, I know, but I mean, like, we need some hands that have been down there, you know.
hey,
People cut him out. I just want to fuck people.
I know, hey, I've seen your type before, right? I know what you do, and you're good at what you do, and maybe we're gonna need what you do down there. So why don't you get in one of them suits, come with us here?
You need people to get stabbed?
I mean, maybe.
All right, maybe I read you all wrong. Maybe I read you all wrong, maybe I didn't, right? Maybe you're good at stabbing people, maybe you're good at stealing
I
from
got a
people.
quick question for the conductor. How fast are we going right now?
He's like, we're only about half speed. The lightning hasn't gone around even the sides of the roof, but it will happen soon.
But like, how fast is that?
25 miles per hour.
Gleb wants to know scientifically speaking.
Scientifically speaking, Gleb, we're going about 386 Malton units.
That sounds like a lot.
When we get up to lightning speed, we're gonna go about 9,000 Malton units.
My question is, has anybody ever seen fog move that fast before? Because it's just billowing in like it's static. So it's following us.
I think we all could agree that this is supernatural.
So how are you gonna outrun it?
Right, see,
We could seal it out, though.
Gleb, this is the thing, see, right? That static is being generated by a paradox field, right? That is actually being made by the chaos generated by the fact that
Gleb
we're
starts putting on a
inside.
suit. He would rather face the mist than hear this.
I'm gonna put my hand on Caleb and be like, I think you did the job there. You
Now, conductor,
Made him feel enough like an idiot that he just is gonna go along with this.
this is the issue, conductor, right? The faster we get going, the more chaos is going to be introduced into this equation here, right? So,
Yeah,
right,
it's your responsibility to come with us.
we got
Me?
Yeah, you.
We got
You know the train, and he knows the route, and then he's gonna be helpful because he looks
Getting the
beefy,
last
and then
crumbs out of the bag.
You saw that almost conductor was almost happy to hand it to the female shifter. He's like, okay, and he's pulling it back now and is kind of putting it on. You can see he's starting to shake a little bit.
Do I know
just
which-
for my own edification, perception-wise,
Sure.
does the shifter look capable?
Yes. However, he's
More capable than the conductor.
Yes. However, the conductor is definitely the most authority person that you've found recently. You have seen other workers here, but this is the guy at the highest ranked station. So if you come into a situation where that's important, he'll definitely be the trump, whereas she is definitely more capable if there is, say, for example, combat or any significant skill check.
Okay.
I asked that ghost to what his name was.
Yeah. Oh, the one up there? The one
ghost.
who's actually still following you.
Yeah, what his name
Trevor.
was. Say it again.
My name is Trevor.
Trevor. What did
Law
he?
says those are measurements of time, that she said.
That's how fast trains go, right? And when they reach lightning speed, they start traveling
It's like
in
when Han
time.
Solo said that there's 12 parsecs.
Yeah, they start traveling in time units.
The other way around.
and I ask him what he does.
What do you do, Trevor? What did you do? What do you do?
He's just like, well, out near the fields we have skyscrapers. No, skyscrapers. Windmills. About windmills the size of skyscrapers. They spin. They power shafts that go down deep into the ground for mining, whatnot. I'm a windmill engineer.
Great. You're a winner.
I don't get it.
Windfall.
That's great. I like it. All right. Well, that could be useful. Okay. Well, Trevor, you're with me. You stay with me, all right?
Okay, but I'm not wearing one of the suits.
That's okay. You're extremely special. You've been down there in them windmills, right? You've been...
Well, I think if he's not wearing one of the suits, he's probably going to perish is the issue.
I think he's probably going to be okay.
You both are looking at him. He's missing part of his throat.
Okay. Never mind.
He's been down in one of those windmills, right? He's built up an immunity to the issues on one of these trains. He's worked with these people before.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Right. So I think
I didn't notice the. Yeah, you're gonna be fine.
Right. So I think
I'm gonna whistle back.
And we're gonna have you. We're gonna have your back, all right? I'm gonna go up to the lady. What was her name?
The lady's name is Alina Longstride.
All right, I'm gonna go up to Alina and be like, "Hey, listen, you seem capable. I didn't mean to flaunt my little special powers or whatever. I'm not trying to say you couldn't be useful down there. I just we have a limited number of suits and we have a certain amount of people we can bring, and the conductor he's part of the official. Even between you and me, he's kind of not useful at all.
As a shifter, I'm used to prejudice. It is quite all.
It's not about that. Promise, it's
keep
not
in
about
mind that you shut down the experienced tracker top shifter and put a 65-year-old disgusting man in one of the suits.
Hey, you know what? You saw it from the first hand. That makes sense. That makes sense. We got a first count person. We got someone who's really good at repairs. I can investigate, and then we've got an actual authority figure. That seems to be the right team in this instance. I just want no hot feelings. You know what I'm saying? Pete doesn't make any. He doesn't need a suit. That's what I'm saying. The 4 suits go to these people.
Pete right now is strumming away in his banjo. I think I'm good here. I already saw they already got my ticket. I don't want to go face that guy again.
Yeah, but Pete, you already got fucked. You can't get fucked again.
You and I both know there could be double fuckings based on our poverty.
No, but you already touched it. You already smell bad. You can't smell bad. You can't smell double bad.
All right, go and give me a persuasion check.
God, if Valken dies, please be glad.
You can't smell double bad.
Hey, I've worked a lot of cases. I've worked a lot of cases here, Gleb.
Yeah, it's a 6.
You can definitely smell double bad.
He's like, fuck no. All right, so the party's going to continue, but we're going to pause and switch back and now I also need to do something else.
I have one more question for the engineer.
Sure.
And it was for him to message up to the engine.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That was the last thing.
Just and if you could, before we head down there, if you could just message the engine, see what's going on up there, just to make sure that everything is.
I'll do that as we're walking in.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Wait, isn't that the shifter with the staff?
Yeah, that one's safe back.
Sorry about that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
How does Rex seem to be doing in all this noise?
Rex really wants to be near you to protect you, but also at the same time is following your last command.
Yeah. How does he seem to be doing? Is he corroding?
He's not corroding.
No?
No.
He seems to be doing all right.
But do me a favor, flip that other train.
This one?
Players are no longer in that.
Yeah.
And now, you're in now. Entering the elite dining cart.
Ooh, somebody's elite. Ooh, somebody's very fancy. I think it's you.
Yeah, he's gone now. And now we're going to have at least a new bodyguard here. And we're pivoting others.
If you want me to just flip these for you, just let me know.
go ahead and start spreading out these minis. This person will be back here.
So then, does the cleric stay behind in that car?
That is the known cleric, and that never came forward. Correct.
Okay.
Corinne, you have left from from the near poverty value tickets where people are shoulder to shoulder. You have left an area where the stench of bodies too close together, the heat alone, was uncomfortable. Your hair was even starting to frizzle a little bit. Someone even brought in, of course, their pets. Someone even brought in at least 2 chickens. One person even had a miniaturized giant space hamster, and so yes, nice. It was quite packed in there. And now you hear the gentle playing of harp music coming from Angela Goldleaf. You see various people of importance. A halfling wearing beautiful kind of tribal clothing with beads and necklaces, and clearly has also a necklace indicating diplomat. You see a very mysterious blonde elfish-like woman who's conducting what looks like tarot card readings in one corner. A servant who has a kind of a glow, a magical glow about him, and doesn't quite touch the floor, but doesn't look ghostful as well. You see also, amongst the tribal people, there is an individual who has very dark skin, wearing almost the equivalent of our, from India, their wealthy silks. He has multiple nose piercings leading to chains dangling to other earlobes. The amount of gold bling that this Sumar individual has is outrageous. The elf also seems to have a bit of tribal, but more like arid tribal look, with very loose-fitting clothes, and you could tell even with his bare chest is exposed. This person is quite strong, fit, so to speak. A very happy and extravagant halfling is passing out booze, and Jennifer Conley is in the same conductor outfit, who is now at this point picking up the speaker token and talking back to it and saying, "Rudolph, hell no, we are going to keep this speed at this pace." So pass it.
Conley?
Yes, Jennifer Conley.
Okay.
Played by Jennifer Conley, I should say.
Man, we have a guest star?
And and you could clearly tell, the president's suite are these wealthy individuals. You can see someone in very silken kind of clothing, a little bit of a business outfit, gray hair. You may have to make, I'm trying to think of what would be the lore check, the history for just knowing people in nobility. That would be history, but yeah, give me a history check.
Okay.
Sitting with them is clearly someone in a House Cannith lab coat, but that looks low.
Yeah.
Would it be
an
with
8.
advantage because she's nobility?
This would not be of Cyre nobility.
Yeah.
And you, what did you get?
8 total.
Yeah. You only recognize at least the logos and the symbols. He clearly has House Orion symbols, which is the unicorn. He has House Cannith, which is the bull, but it's usually small logos here and there. And then someone you were not expecting, one of the enemies, someone of House Cannith wearing a military dress, and even though sitting at one of the nicer tables, clearly has both foot and hand manacles. And when his eyes look at you, you feel some you haven't felt that kind of conversation, that kind of dark glance since you had a quick chat with Dad. And then standing over the entire wealthy tables, whatnot, is a big warforged with all the great. He's the only person you've seen in this entire row of cabins that has weapons and definitely heavy armor. that is permanently installed into him. So there is another sheet for you.
Also, I will say, House Cainith's symbol is the Gorgon, not a bull.
Okay, thank you.
It's a Gorgon. Big difference. Just a bull has a CR rating of
our
1/4.
our camera got all
Gorgon.
skewed again.
Gorgon has a rating of
things are in.
yeah, maybe
more than
tighten
that.
the thing
More
on
than
it.
Yeah. Here. Well, I can't get over there.
A little more. A little more.
All right.
We also lowered it. I just noticed.
Yep. John, quit messing things up.
Excuse me.
I think I was
John.
changing things, and so was me going across. So
I blame.
you see that at least the
Blame Gleb, he's used to
the
it.
conductor is going up to the individual dressed in the with the unicorn logo of House Orion, and she looks at him with every other statement, and he just gives her a very kind of subtle nod with every statement she gives. But apparently, someone who also works for this train is shouting back, "We have to slow down," and and you can hear that blurting back and saying, "The magic, chaos," and something about people are on the roof. And then she just says back very calmly, "Do the people on the roof have a ticket?" I thought so. This conversation is over. We need to increase the speed to get ahead of this mist and keep our paying customers safe. And she clicks off.
So callous.
Okay,
So where do you, and when you walk in, yes, heads pivot and swivel towards your direction, and you definitely have caught the eye and the attention of Jennifer Conley.
Oh, just straight up, that's her name.
It's just Jennifer Connelly.
I kind of beckon over to Bartholomew,
Very hot there.
the butler, and ask if he could. Will you please tend to my ward here?
Oh, you brought the boy.
What else am I gonna do?
I thought you ditched him on sleep. Okay, yeah, that's
No.
good.
So yeah, I'm assuming that Skylar's kind of passed out.
He's
resting.
definitely and he was comatose before. Now he's even deeper into a coma since you gave him some dream ability.
Okay. So yeah, I asked and beckon Bartholomew over. Just, will you please come help me with this child? He's in dire need and very heavy, and I kind of am buckling underneath the weight of the kid because I'm trying to hold him.
He looks down and says, "Very well," as he weaves his hand and he looks over again to the gentleman who has the unicorn symbol, and you can see him tapping his finger and emotions for you and also for this butler to come over. And yes, you can definitely tell because you have a little bit of arcane in you as well. This butler was able to conjure Tensor's floating disc and is able to guide the child that direction. Do you follow?
Can I roll insight real
Please.
quick? On
all
the
12 of your
female,
NPCs you have?
or not, she's not an elf, never mind, he's the elf. I'm going to roll insight on Aslan Nighthawk real quick.
All right.
Okay, that's a 3.
Yeah, but
Does he at least look approachable? Does he look pleasant? I know he's strong, but
He's got this sort of based on when he sees you as well, he's been kind of darting some of these eyes towards people that were at his table. It seems to be a little bit kind of a kind of softer eyes, more relaxed approach towards the wealthy table, and definitely towards you as you're speaking to these people. He is the opposite of approachable. He has sort of these kind of dagger eyes towards you. But then again, you also don't feel like you got a good judge because looking at him, because he's so swole, he's completely he looks like
buff man.
He looks like he's got some kind of military in him. Maybe this is just his thing,
Okay. And he's the only elf in the compartment, correct?
The one playing the harp is also an
yeah.
elf.
Okay.
And she is very diligent playing this instrument. Here we go. This is the elf lady.
Where do you want her?
Somewhere in the middle, so everyone could hear her.
Okay. I'm going to, in Elvish, since I speak Elvish, address both of the elves in the cart and ask them if I keep the child with the butler, is he safe?
Your boy Skylar says, very cool, guys.
You're cool.
Oh yeah, Skylar.
Welcome.
Skylar is actually here.
Has arrived.
We do actually have a Skylar character in here, just so you know. It's a comatose little noble boy, so I hope you're happy.
Just like you.
In Elvish, I ask.
Hey, we're trying to
you
keep
say
it
that.
okay.
Our noble tiefling drugged the baby, by the way.
Yes,
Very true,
Okay.
very true.
And basically, Mr. Nighthawk, he looks over at you and he just says, very shortly and briefly, I would not trust these people in broad light, and if I saw their hands exposed. And the harpist is playing the music, and she says, he'll be safe with us.
Okay. So yeah, I'm bringing the kid with me,
All right.
floating by, and instead of walking over to Lord Wilford directly, even though he was the one who summoned me, I ignore his ass completely.
Okay.
I do not give a goddamn right now. I walk up to Laurelyn instead, and I ask her what the deal is. What is the
What are you
state of
doing here?
affairs? What am I doing here?
Yes, you are not on the list.
Well, I should be. I mean, I can see you all are diplomats and people of high station, but as am I.
What's your name?
Would you like to know? No, I'm kidding. No.
That seems like a good way to get
Law, it's canon that you are cool. Just
That's
it's established. You are cool.
So I kind of get like real huffy, and I'm like, I'm Rochelle La Demone. I'm prime daughter of Mephistopheles.
And that takes away some of the air from the room. And in fact, you even like, I'm trying to think of who would probably say that. The small halfling leans over towards the elf and says, like, is that why everything is cursed around here? We have one of the Dark Lord's daughters. And he goes, and he just kind of looks at her real briefly, trying to assess the situation himself. And yes, you can see the conductor. She nods and she says, like, understand that we're under a very challenging situation, and not all first-class tickets are being honored at this point. And we have had to clear out the first-class carts for specific reasons. And that's when you could see Lord Wilfred speaks up at this point. And he says, I know that we could definitely make exceptions, as we are going to need more clearly skilled people for this exact scenario, this situation that we have happening on my train. And that is right, my train. I own this one. However, she is already in our good graces, as yes, this is a young noble. He is in, this is Skylar Ilwinir. He's like, this is 10th in line of the crown, and I know that our dear beloved queen did not leave the capital. We need to keep the bloodline strong. We don't know who survived.
Yeah, well, I think a thank you is in order, considering none of you bothered to check on him. Personally, I found him half dead, and I tried my best to stabilize him, and why none of you are bothering to come to his aid right this very moment is baffling to me.
And yeah, he chuckles a little bit as he sips a little bit more on his wine, and he gives the conductor the nod. She's like, "We'll see to the boy at this point." And it's just like, "We will need to try to find a doctor, as we don't clearly have one right now."
Well, if you knew everyone who was on this infernal train, you would know there are clerics on board. Granted, I would never speak to them personally, but yeah, I would start there. In the meantime, I kind of like scoot like a chair, like if there is an empty chair, over next to Angela, and I just very politely sit down and wait to order a drink.
All right, that works. The butler is taking the boy into a further restricted area towards the sleeping car areas, which is further north, and yeah. So
Yeah,
he's
like
heading
I'm
up.
making it very known that I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to make a nuisance of myself.
Going to make a noise.
All right. For our intrepid party down here in their suits.
All right, my understanding is not as
The sound
comfortable
from
as-
outside is roaring, and even as you open up the doors to step in between, now everything else has been sealed up to this point. Every cart had like at least some sort of protective connector between each of the carts, kind of like you would with a modern subway, like some kind of like flexible like leather contraption that has kind of like a rigid rib cage made of iron and whatnot. This area does not. As soon as you open this door, the wind, even some of the smoke, kind of starts to come in, and you guys have to quickly hurry into the middle area to close the door to stop things from going into that last cart you were in.
All right, so after we shuffle in there, I'm just gonna look at everybody and, I mean, I'm assuming I can talk to everybody that's near me.
If you guys talk very loudly...
All right, so I'm sorry to have to like bring you all into this situation, but I feel like our priorities are rescue anyone that needs rescuing, get any weaponry that we can in case we get attacked, and find out what the fuck is going on in the back of the train. Anyone have anything to add to that?
Perception checks.
I have 2 questions of order real fast.
Okay.
One,
Natural 20.
this is Eberron. I believe that there are guns.
Correct.
Do I have a revolver?
You would have muskets, not something that would like rotate like a revolver.
So like a musket,
Flintlock, musket,
flintlock, or a
blunderbuss.
pistol. Okay.
Also, Gleb is just straight for the luggage, and I rolled a 7.
So, you're not paying attention for that. What did you get, Dexter, for your perception check?
My perception. 13? No. Yeah.
You notice, Dexter, someone
I got
that
23, by the way.
that is near the bottom and trying to almost like carry on from like the chains that they carry in between is 100% spectral. You're looking through their stomach, their rib cage, and the person's still just kind of going across. But you do not feel any any malice from this person.
No malintent or anything?
No malintent, just simply traveling along. You look through that and beyond, there's no track. There's no ground. Every now and then the mist will kind of part a little bit and it goes through for about 5 to maybe 8 feet before you see even more mist and you see like a crackle of orange go below. There's no ground. There's no fucking ground.
All right, I don't want anyone to panic. I'm sorry to have to say this. I'm sorry. I have no fucking idea where we're going, but it's definitely not where we were headed.
You guys were heading from Metrol to Rote in the Kingdom of Breland.
All right. We're not on the ground anymore, so let's not. And I turn to the conductor. I'm like, don't panic. I see the sweat inside your suit. It's almost like misting up your fucking.
He actually is right now because he was doing what you guys asked, which was to talk to.
Right.
So he's completely. There's what? I didn't hear that last part.
You know what? Never mind.
let's just move forward. Let's see if we can collect whoever we need to.
I have bad news though. Apparently, the conductor, Lurlin Duorian, goes like, my cousin. He goes like, sorry, it's a cat. And that's one thing you definitely know is that there's a hell of a lot of nepotism within the Dragonmark houses, especially. So yeah, no doubt how this guy got the job. He was like, she said that the people on the roof and the sides didn't pay for tickets, so they're not the priority. And increasing the speed of the train so that we could race away from the mist and Metro is the priority.
Yeah, that seems the MO of House Orion. But either way, if we're not on the ground, it's a bigger problem.
Does the light?
He's gonna block.
All right. I need you to calm down. We don't know what the situation is.
As he goes to scream into the thing that there's no ground, can I like snatch the sending stone out of his hand?
Yeah.
Right? Snatch the sending stone out of his hand.
Hey, right now's no time to panic. All right, here, see? I've been in worse scrapes before, and we're gonna figure this out, right? But we gotta keep calm, right? Ain't nothing happen if you lose your brains, all right? So you need to keep it calm. You need to keep calm right now.
Game over, man. Game
There's
over.
a chance they already know, but if they don't know, right now is not the time to tell them. We got to find out more information first.
Okay. He nods.
All right.
He's practicing his breathing techniques.
Adorable.
The lightning around the train, I know, is usually supposed to be blue.
Correct. Right now it's only near the bottom because they haven't gone to full speed for it to crackle around.
So the lightning at the base is it's only at the base, and I believe I heard you say that it's orange.
No, there was just an orange color from like just a magic effect.
Okay.
Yeah.
So right now it's still blue.
Correct.
Right, and then there's like a couple of times when it like crackles orange.
Yep.
Right.
Well, not the orange is not from the lightning. It's just from other things.
Right. I'm assuming that's the burning hands and stuff like that.
Could be that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Caleb's going to assume that it's from the burning
Sure.
hands. Okay. All right. Do I have any idea how a lightning train could continue to operate while not being on a lightning rail?
That is impossible. It needs, because it's using magnetism to push away from each of the different pylons that are made of metal so that it can stay hovered in the ground. This would come crashing, if this was up in the air, it'd come crashing down.
Okay, is there a way for me to get a closer look at what's going on underneath the train?
Yes, there is. You could do an athletics check and climb down and be in the underbelly.
Could I, like, do that?
See what you're let me help you out there with this.
Okay. So what I think I would like to do is I'd like to climb back down the ladder where there's that spot in between the trains. Right, and then do like the thing where I like lean underneath, but like I've got like a hold of it or whatever, right? And I'm gonna have this guy help me because this guy seems shady as hell.
Hold on.
No offense.
Clearly, we gotta expect what's going on under here.
Right, so
Glenn knows what he's about.
So we're gonna do that. All right. And what kind of check is that?
Athletics.
With advantage.
Athletics with advantage. It seems real bad.
I have 0.
No, you want to? Oh, okay.
Can we do acrobatics? No, athletics?
Before you climb down there, I mean, this guy looks pretty wiry. Maybe we send him down there and.
If nothing else, I'm not.
He's pretty spidery. I mean, he's got like his ribs exposed and his fucking rat is creepy as hell.
It's like in the suit right now with me.
All right. I like that. It's probably their idea. Yeah.
Maybe you give him some guidance on how to like climb a little bit underneath the train specifically, and then I'll help him out, like kind of get under there.
So my question was, can I use acrobatics for this? Because I'm gonna be like climbing.
What?
No. It's a straight athletics check. But I am going to like explain to you like what
Wrong person.
I'm going to explain to you what I'm looking for.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be like,
All right, so this is what I'm looking for, and this is what I want you to see, right? You're gonna go under here. This is how this train's built. These are the things that you want to grab. These are the things that you not want to grab. And I'm gonna cast guidance.
Mine's a +0.
Mine's a -1.
All right.
Okay, well, there we go.
-0 too. So you're still.
And I'm gonna.
I have a rope though. Tie it around me.
And I'm gonna explain. I'm gonna explain what I want you to, like, the places to grab, and I'm gonna cast guidance on you.
But yeah, I was gonna say, like, honestly, like, action economy wise, him guidance, me helping, still makes it better. So.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. But yeah, I do have a rope. Tie it around me. I'm
Yep.
gonna climb down there.
So guidance with advantage.
All right.
All right, cool.
Roll away.
That's a 2.
Not looking good.
That's a 7.
With guidance.
And add the D4.
And D4.
Yeah.
Still not good.
So that's 9.
Plus, oh Jesus Christ.
So you start to go underneath.
We tried.
And he's
I'm
making.
holding on to the thing with him.
And he's made some great progress. He's gone underneath, and you're looking at this. There's certainly no ground. Like you've even kind of just, breathed a few times, dipped your hand down. No, there's no ground. Like you just pull up, nothing. And it is a bit terrifying. You're looking underneath. Yes, there are a lot of other specters, ghosts hanging out there. And then here's someone to the left of you, and it says, "Hey, Gleb, pass it on." Yeah, someone's smoking a big stogie, and he's passing around. These guys, and you realize they don't realize they're dead, and
they're underneath the train.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or like, because there's like someone would even like just like with the crisscrossing chains, they treat it like a hammock, and they were he's just sitting there, leaning back and forth, no hands not even touching it, just kind of like treating it like a hammock, and puffing away, and that moment of just like in your face as the spectral hand is going through your little like protector visor, and you see the spectral hand bringing this stogie, you slip, and you find yourself out and underneath from the actual smoke itself, and you're dangling there by 10 feet. You guys all watch him drop, but then you holding onto the rope stopped him from plummeting.
Okay.
And
Bring me up! Gleb does the fucking! I don't get fucking! Gleb does the fucking!
I'll roll it.
Right.
the whole area is
Yeah.
pure, like orange and arid kind of desert with a hint of red everywhere. You see entire flows of small kind of critter-like creatures moving on all 8 limbs, covering over the surface of whatever area you're at. The landscape itself, the cliffs and whatnot, are all at very harsh, almost just chaotic angles. You've been to a lot of places in Corvair, on the continent of the world known as Eberron. You have never seen anything like this on this continent.
Got it.
And yeah, this is quite terrifying as you see something that has 4 different wings on different parts of its body is starting to flap towards you. It doesn't seem to have like even talons or legs. It just has wings, and it's flapping towards you. It has this long kind of pterodactyl beak, and it's kind of coughing, and you look at its skin is like stretched black and kind of like leathery as well. And then you start, as you're shouting, pull me up, pull me up.
How far away does it seem to be?
It's about 60 feet away.
Got it!
We start pulling him up. After he yells, "Pull me up, pull me up!" We start pulling him up.
So I first thing
We've got company. It's big and it's ugly. And, bye!
I just go hide underneath some luggage.
So you could, and it's very easy for you to get into, and so now,
Before that happens, before the rope, he's still tied to the rope, and I pull the rope back. I'm like, hey, listen, I know you've had your scrapes with the law and stuff like that, but this is a serious situation, and I'm pretty good at reading people. I can tell that you've got something about you. You've got a purpose in life, more than maybe you know.
Je ne sais quoi.
This is your time to shine, my friend. There's going to be a situation that comes up very soon, and it's going to be dependent on you, and I see it. Don't cower away from it like you've done your entire life, I can tell.
But I stab things so much better from the shaft.
You're gonna get a chance to stab something, I'm sure. But just don't go hiding and running and like, let's stick together, all right? You got one of those suits. We need to make sure we all stick together. This is gonna be a crazy situation. We gotta mind our P's and Q's.
It's like grabbing a piece of luggage and holding it in front of him, just like.
And by the way, when you guys were doing all this scene, you were in between the two carts. So he's now in the cargo place. Reeling from this as well.
Yeah, I figure.
Do you guys leave in between the two trains to go into the first car?
Yeah, I figure as we pull him back up, we do that like scene in the movies where we pull him back up, and as we pull him back up, we all fall into the cargo cart as we pull him back in. Kind of thing.
You could definitely see that.
Thank you for the compliments on my voice.
I'm
going for Columbo. I'm falling a little short, but
I think it's great.
yeah, all right. Yeah.
I'm going for like a PI.
The conductor Rudolph, you can see, is pacing a little bit, and
New York Columbo's hard.
and he's looking at you guys that all just fell in, and he goes like, "They put us on mute."
Oh, I thought I took it.
Oh, yeah, you probably.
Oh, I probably gave it back.
Yeah. They're not. Yeah, we're muted. And
That's fucking rude.
Yeah, you can see Trevor, the windmill engineer / ghost, is at this point seeing you coming in, is like, I think we could fix the situation in this area if we just close the side doors. They apparently were never locked. As you look in, this whole room is coated and covered with this stuff. It's everywhere. And he goes like, and I think that we could perhaps, using a little bit of a vacuum and whatnot, we could just open up then the back door and we can make this place safe.
Well, let's do that then. I started like.
Well, I started to go forward, but then he points up towards the ceiling. Some of the creatures that were here have broken loose. The owlbear is quite kaput dead. However, the velociraptor, and yes, there is a freaking velociraptor, it's up in the rafters, kind of click, 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 doing the Jurassic Park with its claws. And it's looking down above. And
Okay, whoa. Clever girl. I see you up there. It's fine. But maybe, come back down here. Just like, and I try to like calm the velociraptor into some sort of, because it had to be here with like a bunch of other creatures.
Yep,
right?
yep.
You can't be like completely crazy.
Here, I love the movie quotes. There's another inspiration point.
Oh yeah.
Are we out? I think we're out of coins.
Oh, that's fine. Just give me a crystal.
All right, you get a crystal now. All right, keep it coming. All right, so
can I roll animal handling
yes, you can,
to like calm the velociraptor? Let us close the fucking doors.
and you also have advantage.
All right. That's good because that's a 3. That's an 11. 13 total.
You've worked with some other kind of animals before. This one is not just so much domesticated as it's well trained. And so it seems to understand what you're even seeing.
That's right. Just come on down. Come on down.
And you can watch it just very quickly with its long talon points at the mist because it's not rising to the ceiling.
Ooh.
So it's staying above it.
Fascinating. I think we're good. Just close the doors. Just do it calmly. Gleb, you get that door. Conductor, get that door over there.
God damn it, making me do shit.
You're in a suit. You're fine.
What I'm going to ask for you guys is a collective skills challenge. So all you guys need is just 2 successes. Athletics clearly could also help close this thing, but I'm allowing anything from engineering using pulleys, to the tinkering, or your skill, anything that you could do to try to help.
Can I use persuasion?
Yes, you could actually persuade and
I'm gonna try to like help coordinate.
I'm definitely using my tinker skills.
Yep, and
Toxic.
As far as things that would be applied, can I use my investigation to find like the best way for this thing to roll?
yeah, I'll definitely allow that.
Okay.
Like you guys, it would roll a lot better with this oil can.
Yeah, exactly.
21.
20.
23.
Okay, you guys rock that scene.
Well, I screwed the pooch on the window seat, so
I fell off the train.
So you guys.
I fell off the train.
So I'm going to say, and I don't know if you guys have been hearing this as well, this cart is now secure. There are some that you guys have secured by doing some of these challenges. So this is now a safe place to be at. But we're going to pause on this one, and we're going to come back to the nobles as
Can I interject something really quick?
Sure.
It is 9 o'clock. Can we take a quick break before we start the next scene?
Sure.
Sure, let's do that.
All right, sorry. I have to use the bathroom real bad.
It happens. Also,
Thank you, everyone. We're taking a slight pause.
break.
Take a 5-minute piss break. Refresh your beverages.
P-Quest.
Yep.
P-Quest.
Side quest.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, you're back. Yeah.
We're back.
Remember, that's on a delay.
Yeah,
That is on a delay.
A major delay.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are about just a shy midpoint for Cyre 1313, or as they might say, 1313, which is an unlucky number. The players have discovered that their lightning train that has been wrapped by this chaotic mist that seems to be damaging the train or the people that it comes into contact, it's not on the ground. It's in midair, and up until recently, they don't even think they're in Eberron anymore. But that really hasn't been fully kind of dove in.
Had that chance, yeah.
Yeah, so only one of them knows that. But
I just warned them about the thing coming.
yeah, absolutely. But the party is split. We have 3 of our members are in kind of lightning biohazard suits so that they may be able to go forth and try to investigate the rear of the train that has seen the most damage, assess what's happened. And meanwhile, our next party member, who we're now going to, the camera of this story is now zooming to, Rochelle, is sitting in the VIP area with the rest of the people of importance, the merchants, the nobles, and all kinds of other people that hate each other.
That hate each other.
That hate each other.
Hey, it's honest. It's honest. What?
It's fine. I hate all of them anyway.
The camera definitely zooms down the red carpet lane with many different people trying to sound important, carrying on conversations, trying to one-up the next person to either their left, right, or even across the aisle to you know, with their how important they are. And it comes up to a floating butler who is bringing by a crimson Long Island iced tea to our Rochelle exactly to the point in which she ordered it, with only 4 ice cubes and with a umbrella, but not one of the tacky ones from Kobara, but it has to be one of the ones from Sharn.
I mean, yeah.
And she is sitting there also with the occasional conversation between her and Angela, the very beautiful elven harpist who, and by the
Jennifer
way...
Aniston.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Okay.
As you have been having a...
Oh, yeah, Jennifer, sorry.
Jennifer.
18.
Okay. From just some of the conversations you've had with her, as she's still also focusing on the harp, you're able to get a sense that she is very much acting, that this is not her default personality, that she is definitely trying to exude sort of the angelic, blonde, bimbo, elven woman. And she very much is sort of kind of gathering in the room and listening to other conversations. But ultimately, she is still incredibly pleasant to at least be around, and but you know, she is kind of curious if there's anything you want to share about what happened in the lesser carts.
First of all, I would probably want to, like, ask her, so why exactly did you, of all people, think that this situation we're in is okay? I mean, where do you fall amongst all of the rich and famous here?
She was like, I am but the entertainment that they hired to play, to soothe them while they eat and drink.
Leave you there, but only to there. That's not who you actually are. And I'm okay with that, as long as it doesn't affect me. So...
You're good in my book. as she continues to play the harp, and she leans over and she says, everything has been changed, everything has been altered. Most of the people that are supposed to be in here are not here. Everyone, she points, who even has access to the sleeper car, the VIPs, and she points at the table with Wilfred and, you know, the other scientist, that one, basically the whole piece of paper over there on the far left. They are the ones who halted everything, that delayed everything, that put us in this trouble, this jam. So no one's very pleased with that table, but they seem to hold all of the authority, and our conductor is, well, wait, he's like, she is one of their puppets, yes. They seem to have some definitely strong sway over her.
Could tell. Well, thanks for all the dirty details. So, in exchange, because I like trading secrets, I'll tell you a little dirt about what's going on backstage, let's say. And I want you to put a little earworm in a few of these individuals' ears about the situation. So, from what I gathered, the very back of the train is fucked. Like, people are dying. You could even hear their screams, which is really hard to ignore when you're trying to have a nap. But I wouldn't know anything about that if I was in the sleeper section actually napping. Anyway.
Jesus.
Anyway, so...
Really hard to ignore the screams of the dying while I'm trying to get some beauty sleep.
Yeah.
The daughter of Mephistopheles, people.
Oh my god.
And on top of that,
Good gravy.
train is falling apart. I mean, unless some of the big wigs over there, who are probably the cause of this whole entire problem, unless they get off their asses and do something, it's just gonna eat away at everything until we all die. And I'm not a fan of that. Pretty sure my dad's not a fan of that, considering apparently I have a higher purpose, but that's another story for another time.
There's been kind of a silent, not so silent vote that's happening about with everyone here in the carts. You'll probably eventually have someone try to pull you to their side on this. They're talking about releasing everything from past the second diner cart, releasing all the damaged carts. You see, he's like, clearly everyone over on that table is all for surviving, keeping themselves safe, except for that scientist, Kenneth. He seems to be really obsessed about the military vessel, and he's okay with it if we have a means of transporting his precious soldiers in some kind of forge, he said. There's something very powerful there. One of a kind. So they're right now trying to have a discussion over there on how to bring his pretties up here. Then they could release all the other carts that are slowing us down.
Jesus.
She was like,
am I not surprised?
now the other camp, the diplomats over there, they are each from some of the surrounding kingdoms. She points at the halflings, like, she goes like, can you read me that? It's a Mercy is from the Talinta Plains. She speaks for nearly 40 different tribes. She right now, of course, is really upset. Apparently she brought a dinosaur on the train. Who lets a fucking dinosaur on here? I mean, la 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 la, she's singing away at her harp.
Clever girl.
and you know, but no, they're all for at least trying to keep as many people alive. They're fine with discarding the broken carts, but move everyone up here. Get a little more cozy, as you say. Spare as many lives. But she was like, and that would be, and she points out, you know, the tribals as well. The elf Arrowhawk seems to be at least just more in favor of the people versus the possessions, and I believe, sorry, you have my notes right. Sumar, interesting fellow from a place called Kubari. It's anyways, good deal of wealth, but also they're the old school loyalists, like before all this war shit happened. Anyways, they seem to have land and lots of it, and they're trying to guide us to go there to give many of these people a second chance. He's also for the people, I guess. But right now, everyone else that I haven't mentioned, they're independent, they're hired help like me, so we don't get a vote. I really hope that sick boy that you brought in, Skylar, if he wakes up, I bet he could even...
Your boy.
Yeah, our boy Skylar can outvote even Wilfred over there, Lord Wilfred. But I don't know. I haven't seen a cleric for some time.
The baby's so drugged up, she's gonna be like,
I decree it, milkshake. Who gave this baby a drugs?
Well, what to do? Why is this my mom? I was supposed to go on vacation. Okay.
To that pits of hell.
Well,
above table. You should try to vouch for everyone behind you. Specifically, because there's all the other wealth and shit that they have. It's in the cart. That's your leverage. It's my only above table.
That's fine. Right now, you can see that the woman that is very pale elven skinish, but not elf. There's something off about her. You can't quite put your finger on it, but she seems to always have mist carrying around her. Yes, Esmeralda is going from table to table, and people are starting to move chairs into the center of the room in a circle. You hold your breath, thinking like, are they going to vote now? And one of the bigger guys, the one from Kabari, Sumar, pulls up a chair near you, and he kind of gives a slight nod as you see that they're just trying to form a circle, and he leans in and says like, not to speak a little too street or whatnot to nobility such as yourself, but what you said to Wilfred over there was rather baller. I mean, you let him know that you don't tremble in front of some hoity-toity boss man, and respect. That is all.
Rather baller.
That's street, I'm from the streets of Sean, yo.
I'm immediately adopting that phrase.
Rather baller.
Hey man, you're rather baller.
Hey, he's got balls. He's baller.
Do you see anything in response as he doesn't pursue, but he's trying to give you some respect on that, whether you take that as respect or not.
I do take that as respect. In fact, you know what, Seymour? I like you. And because you complimented me so well, I would say I am one of the strongest of my father's children, and thanks for noticing. But I am going to need some help from a big, strong man like you. And I want you to put your influence, money, whatever, where your mouth is, and I want you to convince one of the opposition to even temporarily, even on a truce, side with the people, because there's a lot going on in the other cars that most of you higher-ups don't really know about. And also, I could probably get Skylar to vote with you if you give me enough time.
And some drugs.
So you know what's going on then. All right, well, I understand that, and well, thank you for saying I'm big and strong, but, I usually like to try to let someone else do the big and strong thing. I'll be honest about that.
However your big and strong is.
You just singing a tune to me. He goes like, I'll tell you this, though, as well, is that there are a few on the fence, and there's also some that we have ammo for. And I hope you, just in case you need to do some light reading, this is some ammo.
Oh shit.
Notice hopefully I had the head article. Yeah. Yeah. That's our boy Wilfred. That's a few years old, but I made a few duplicates in case he sees that and tries to tear it up.
See, the Sean Inquisitive, I'm very familiar with that paper. Maybe publish a few things in it here and there in the obituary section.
Anyways. No, hang on. That's yours.
Okay, cool.
Bitch.
I made copies just in case. But anyways, he says like,
How crazy I chose Charm.
oh no, that's awesome. Yeah. Winky dink. Anyways, and he looks, so it's just like, if you have any pull with dear old dad, we might need his help. But he says like, that's ammo we got over Wilfred, and he goes like, and we could try to delay our good scientists here a little bit longer. He goes like, if we have a way to communicate with your friends back there, or at least if you know any people back there.
There seem to be some capable individuals back there. I mean, probably not as capable as the rest of us.
Meanwhile, we're like pulling
Yeah.
Gleb up. Like, hey, pull, man, pull.
But
Hey, man, you think I'm not pulling? I'm pulling, all right?
I'm gonna need
We're the most capable individuals on this train.
pull a fast one
That's terrifying!
on Laurelyn and get her speaking stone so I could possibly try and contact the conductor that I passed on my way here.
Now that's something I am good at. And he goes like, I think she's taking a little shine to me, so I'll take care of that. So you could be able to communicate with your people, or at least with the capable ones. And then that's when he's like, oh shit, this better not be the vote. As you're watching Wilfred take to the center, raise his glass and says, we have gathered the best here. We have gathered the cream of the crop that always rises to the top. And what we should do at a time like this is have a seance as he weaves forward, and yes, the young girl with the pale skin and the mist going around brings the focus to a crystal ball. And he goes like, yeah, he's like, as everyone else is looking over towards each other, seance. And yes, that is something that the wealthy
Seance.
do.
You don't say. Bonds.
And anyways,
I'm going
I'll
to
single
cast
ladies.
Vicious
single ladies.
Mockery on Esmeralda. Basically, I'm just gonna be like, this bitch is a hack. I don't know why she's here.
okay, that will probably cause damage to her, so that could be seen as a little bit of, confrontational. It's not like,
It's only psychic damage.
but your call.
What did you say, Jules?
1d4
She wants to do the cantrip
cast
Vicious Mockery
Vicious
to.
Mockery on her.
That's pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
It would be considered a little. I'm just letting you know that
Oh,
I don't want to say it's combat rounds, but it's certainly going to stop things. So
Okay.
I just want you to be aware that
Okay.
it's
It's too disruptive.
yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's because it's doing actual damage, like her.
It's gonna punch her in her brain.
However, what I would allow you to do is you could describe the skill and give her disadvantage as you're kind of throwing her off the game.
I imagine she would probably also use charisma as her spellcasting
Sure.
stat or even performance. So yeah, we'll choose charisma and I'll give her disadvantage because I'm going to kind of stall for time
Sure.
and make her fumble her words and take too long to seance and impress
Sounds perfect.
everyone.
What would you want to do? Either it's persuasion, deception, intimidate. All these things count.
I would probably intimidate her. Just to be like, you're a hack. These people are far more important than you ever could be. I don't understand why you're here.
Oh shit. Karen that shit.
Yeah.
In fact, go ahead and name another
Can I
more
see your
important
goddamn manager?
medium, whether it's like like Madame Zelda or what is the one from all the commercials, Queen Cleo, or no, it's Cleo.
Cleo.
Yeah, you're like you're no Cleo.
You're no
Is it straight Cleo?
Yeah. And so you can see that she just smiles and says like. And she does stutter quite a bit.
Whatever
and then
happened to Cleo?
She just tries to rise above it, and she's getting everyone to at least try to hold hands and try to concentrate to see if they could connect with the royal family, any of the ancestors who are watching. And at that point, as they're all linking hands and doing the spooky stuff, come back to you guys over here, and it's like, well. As though if things couldn't get any worse. It's a good thing that no one's doing any occult rituals or anything.
Law says Cleo was ridiculed into retirement.
She was.
Sounds accurate.
You guys were successful with your skills challenge. You sweep this whole area.
Ooh, yeah. All right, it's looking a lot more clear in here. That's it.
This area is loaded with packages. You do not see any of the
I mean,
weapons.
I got one package I guarantee is loaded.
You can see a very startled, broken deer that is in a cage over here. The raptor, of course, lands down, but the deer is not. It looks like scared of the raptor, but it looks like something else.
Is the deer like okay? Like, does it look alive, or is
it's
it
alive? And that's what's kind of throwing you off. You're looking around. There's certainly the remains of the owlbear. It did not survive. Go ahead and give me either a lower DC of a knowledge medicine or slightly higher DC of arcane.
Can I do investigation at all?
Yeah.
Can I walk over there and just kind of like, yeah. Whoop,
You said investigation or arcane?
Well, preferably medicine is going to be the best DC option for you, and then arcane and investigation will have a slightly higher DC.
Well, I got 20 for arcane. Medicine isn't going to work.
24 for investigation.
Or I got 18 for medicine.
Okay.
My arcane is 14.
Okay.
14 arcana.
Yeah, you're able to definitely tell, and what was yours again? Yours was
24.
I got 20.
For investigation.
You know, you were able to spot this out. Owlbears are not a natural creature. They were created by magic. And you were able to also point out it was also a magical experiment, and that basically forced almost like crossbreeding by wizards from the Arcane Congress. So this is, not something that is even like looked highly upon as well. Like this is like was even considered slightly scandalous about these owlbears. And you're looking at this one. This has got the house. I'm probably mispronouncing it. Valanier.
So the owlbear. There's a dead owlbear in front.
Dead owlbear. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's got the house.
The house that does animal handling.
House of handling.
They were further crossbreeding this one because you're looking at it. It seems to have a thicker hide, and it looks like it's completely white. Like there's something even more about this, like something recent as well. Like
the dollars.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this before. Dead owlbear. Here's the thing about the owlbears. Maybe you don't know. They're magical beings. And there's just one thing. I'm sorry. There's one thing that's bothering me. How is this deer over here in this cage? And, no offense to the deer, but, I'm bothered by it. How... And I walk up to the deer. I don't have animal handling, or speak with animals, but I do have producer animal handling. Can I, look at the deer and be like, I can't talk to you directly, but what happened from your point of view? Can you, give me some winks and shit?
Charades.
I'll let you roll that as I describe his medicine next.
Animal handling?
Sure. All right. You're looking at this. The explosion, the death, is not so much of an explosion as a separation and a tear, but violently. The owl parts, the feathers, all that, are being separated from the bear.
So it's being defused.
And it looks like everything that fused it together caused something, like some that
By an owl and a bear. An owl bear, an owl and a bear.
So we're doing this investigation thing.
We're fighting owls.
Couple of things that Gleb is going to do. One, Gleb is going to relay what he saw about like the fucked up landscape below us that isn't Eberron.
I bet he relays it in the stinkiest way possible.
How does Gleb?
So I was under there, and you guys were gonna pull me up, and appreciate that, by the way. Glad.
Well, we
glad
were gonna let you
remembers.
like fucking die down there.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that'd be
That's
real
I
nice.
spent so much time convincing you.
that's not. We're not in Eberron anymore.
I pull out like a notebook and I go,
Can you ascribe in exacting details exactly what you saw?
I pull out a much dirtier notebook, like,
Yeah.
Hellscape?
oh shit.
All desert and cliffs and angles and giant dripping leathery monsters?
Approximately how many leathery monsters?
Well, the one that was flying towards us a couple seconds ago, and I'm not sure where it went, but it's things on the ground, far away, real high up.
I want to make a history check, and I want us both to make history checks. We're both making making notes. Yeah. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right.
And then you just start see fucking Gleb twitches like,
No, Bart, no fingers right now. Stop it.
14.
9.
Okay.
And I show you my notes, like, yeah, this is what I got from what he said.
You flip it quick enough, it looks like an airplane crashing. No. Okay, so yeah, 9. You've never heard of anything like this with a lightning train, but it definitely sounds like you have heard of other people just wandering in the wrong place at the wrong time and appearing somewhere else. But that has more arcane stuff than history. But you know for a fact, because you're from Sharn, there's some places in Eberron that is that the plains, like if there's like the plane of air, for example. Starts with an S, like Cyre something or other.
Yeah, yeah.
It's closer to Sharn, which allows it to have the towers up higher and has a lot more of air magic's more accessible. But now those are like fixed sites and locations. There have been known where sometimes random portals can appear just because of the alignment of the moons, the stars, everything else. Because the thing about all that weird, hocus pocus, arcane, planes is that that they're not static. They move like planets almost in a solar system.
Yeah, they have celestial orbits.
Correct.
I don't know if you know this about planes, but they don't stay in the same place all the time.
Yeah, I did. Would you like to,
I didn't mean to insult you.
No, you're good. Would you like to understand, and have me tell you the calculations on their celestial orbits?
I mean that sounds way more than I need to know about. But like,
I mean, perhaps it has relevance.
here's the thing, Glib. You describe the thing.
Perhaps their orbits are relevant currently at the moment. Perhaps there's some kind
That
of
sounds-
alignment or injunction that's happening
sounds
currently.
very
that's
relevant.
Having to cause an internal
just-
paradox right now that.
Oh my God.
gonna grab
Could
you
be.
and walk towards the front.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I don't mean to like be insulting or anything. And I'm sorry to like take up so much of your time. All I'm saying is there
Feels
seems
like I got a lot of it now, considering that
we're in these suits right now still, and we're communicating through like tubes that expel our voices. But
If you're connected to me, it is awful.
no.
You guys hear a subtle crash happening at the door that's further south. Looks like the conductor was trying to at least open the door, and you can see all of these boxes pouring out. And he goes like, "Our entrance is blocked, by the way, to the next cart. I just thought I'd let you guys know."
Well, I mean, I think we can probably just like this car's pretty empty. We can just move a bunch of boxes. Yeah.
That doesn't seem like a big deal, but who's to say there's deer in the way? So, well, by the way, were you able to properly seduce the deer?
Did I glean anything from the deer?
The deer
with a
is
9.
not able to communicate with you. It is actually, you could sense, I forgot what's the name of a baby deer. It's like a doe? Or
fawn.
Fawn. Yeah, it is definitely a fawn. And you're wondering, out of all the things, like it had a magically enhanced owlbear, someone's well-trained velociraptor, and a deer, or like a little fawn. So it's
just sitting there like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we press on and try to gain access to the next cart. Yeah.
So yeah, moving boxes definitely helps.
Can I do an investigate check to see if there's anything useful in these boxes?
And also give me a perception check too.
Okay. Perception is.
I'm going to keep an eye out for you to help you.
All right. He's helping me with my perception. Which is a dirty 20 on perception.
I got an 18.
For which one? Perception?
Perception.
And are you helping me with my investigation too?
I think I'll only help you with one, so I'll just help you with perception.
And my investigation, so dirty 20 on perception and 16 on investigation.
This is a lot of the rapidly thrown personal luggage and significant boxes, whereas the previous area was like postage. Like this was originally going to be part of the standard run. This is the hastily, let's throw this in here real quickly stuff, and you're seeing a lot of wealth here. There is vases, there's art pieces, there is church non-magical relics. I gotta be careful when I say relic. But yes, things that they didn't want to be destroyed in Metro, and you're watching even some of these boxes just fall right out, just because it's really pressed in there. The perception, however,
That's amazing that this whole this door wasn't even locked or anything. Gleb, you were like in this cot next to it. Like you could have just like stolen all this shit. You'd have been like fucking wealthy as fuck.
So is it falling out like the side?
Oh wait.
door or the front?
Hold. I've been waiting with this to play it all
But thank you
along.
for saying that.
I see what's going on.
Every now and then, you guys are definitely seeing, you can hear the sound of fluttering happening more onto the left-hand side, and you can just, even with your perception, see things are still actively falling out on this side. And that didn't happen with the other cart.
So this door
Let me just go ahead
or
and look.
this door?
It would be
It's over
this
here.
right
Over
there.
there. Yeah, it's
So
this
go
one,
and flip
yeah.
that one.
Oh, we're over here now.
Yeah, because we're going this way.
Correct.
Got it.
So go ahead and put yourselves. We'll put yourself in between.
We'll be up here.
Yeah, probably better to.
Well, you guys haven't gained an entrance yet because it's.
Oh, okay.
So the door right here is open, and there's boxes right
just
here,
piled in.
and they're like falling out this
and go
way.
and put that big fog thing onto the side, the side closer to the sky. But you're watching it at the direction it's falling out is not to the side and at an angle. It's straight down.
So there's boxes falling out this way.
Correct. Going straight down.
And it's going.
So they're not being affected by momentum. How dare you?
Momentum's affecting everything, but the angle is more like it's falling and like rolling off the side. This is just going straight down, like there's a hole in the train.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
They're falling out the bottom. Got it.
Okay. And their boxes are in the way, right here, blocking our entrance.
Correct.
Okay. So can we open the door, start moving the boxes?
Yes. That's one thing you guys were starting to shuttle to do.
Okay. So we start doing that.
Okay. And just to give you guys a heads up, we have 10 minutes until we're wrapping, so we're gonna leave it at a certain point.
Okay.
So I'm gonna zip because we only have 10 minutes left in game. And also, audience back at home, those who are watching, it is clear this one shot is now going to be a two shot.
At some point, yes.
We were an hour late on this, and some great things happened. I'm very happy with how this session is unfolding, but instead of just trying to snap fingers and rush it, we're going to definitely pace ourselves a little bit more.
For those that follow the Windfall campaign, there's a lot of stuff going on in mine and Kaylee's life that is going to be difficult to make next week a Windfall campaign. So it's actually kind of a perfect timing to continue and finish this campaign, this little mini two-shot thing. So yes.
All right.
But the Windfall campaign will come back.
And we're excited for that too. So here, what I'm going to do is the scene is going to go back and forth almost. And by the way, I forgot to advance this because hauling boxes takes a significant amount of time, and you've had a lot of chatting. Plus, I want you to read that article if you had a chance to read that article. It's good stuff.
Had Chase read that article. Gosh.
Yeah, it's important.
Let me
stuff.
at least buy y'all donuts at least once or something, Misty Dewdrop.
We need to get a donation link.
Sky, I need a donation link. You know, I know. Should do that.
PayPal thing. It's not
Eventually.
hard.
So,
Yeah, I'll do that before the next game.
what happens is that we go back to the seance group, and if someone can form a large circle with these miniatures, please, that would be awesome. As mist is pouring out of a bottle right below Esmeralda, as she is still
very
speaking and
seancey.
talking and weaving this this crystal ball. Go ahead and either do a sense motive or perception, whichever you'd like to do. Oh, are you not in the circle?
I mean, like, I can see and hear everything that's going on. I just am not participating.
Okay, you'll be at a disadvantage for these checks then, just so you know, because you're not actively up there. Just in case.
Okay. What did you ask me?
Either a perception or a perception check, or I need you to roll
Insight.
Thank you. Since you're not
You're not like up there and snubbing.
yes.
Misty
Snubbing
Dewdrop
them.
says, you all deserve it. You all do so great at storytelling, and that's what I really appreciate about you. Thank you, Misty
thank you,
Dewdrop.
Misty.
Thank you. Thank you for being here so often.
That's a
For real.
Oh, you have to roll twice because it was a disadvantage. So that would be the.
6.
You know something weird was happening around that bottle, but you just couldn't get a good angle at it because all of a sudden it looks like the butler was in between your view, passing around drinks. And things are certainly getting very intense, and you know that she just casted a spell, but you weren't able to see exactly what it was.
Oh no.
Okay.
What would be your action or thing you'd like to do?
Vicious mark.
The shutters are closing.
Fisher's Buckery yourself.
So stupid.
Let's see. The quickest thing I could possibly do
Just go stand behind her.
is,
Just jump.
while everyone's not really paying attention to me, I'm going to walk around to wherever Laurelin is, and I don't care how forceful I have to be, but with one hand I'm yanking that like talking stone away from her, and with the other I'm eldritch blasting that bottle. And then I'm gonna run out that door.
Okay, first off, you go to attempt to grab the stone, and it's not there. In fact, you could see Sumar is giving you a wink and kind of does a sexy blow and kiss because he has it, and he's trying to put it behind his back so you could get it.
Okay, so all right, then I grab that from him.
It's in his butt crack.
Hope not. Anyway, I kind of like,
I wish it was.
take it out of his hand and kind of back at him, and
He
then
leans back as though he's faking a kiss, but then he just says, "Something's definitely not right here, but it's not her." He's like, "I smell weapon oil."
it's probably the damn Warhorse right there.
And now that you're up close, go ahead and give me 2 different perception checks.
I smell weapon oil.
I don't know how to describe that. Like it was like.
No, that's great.
No, it was great. It was great. I loved it. Could also be code. Who knows what this guy means? I don't know this guy.
I don't know this guy from Adam.
Okay, so
It
13
could be a Jasper.
and 13.
Okay. When he handed you the stone, you pause a little bit. His hand is inversed. It kind of like freaked you out a little bit. Like you've seen like people are contortion, but like it's
so
backwards.
He's got like an artificial limb or something.
Could be.
Most likely.
But yeah, it's or. You're not there, and I know what you're gonna say.
Wait. No.
So hold on, but
He's
there's
got a hidden weapon.
as she's as the seance, Esmeralda is going through this. The bottle is just you could tell is just a deception. That is just a small magical item that's just doing the ever-flowing mist.
Okay.
The crystal is being held up by Mage Hand. You're able to see she's a con artist, and you immediately, as she's focusing on something, you watch as part of her body starts to shift a little bit, and you notice that her ears are no longer pointed, but then as soon as you look around again, they're pointed again. You don't think she's an elf.
Okay.
So I'm going to pause on that mystery there for you, because you already did your action. You've got the stone, and you could you can send out a message. You could do other things, but just think about what you're going to do next. You guys, you've cleared an opening through, and you're able to see further into this very large room, and you see bodies. You see a bunch of dead bodies. This is a scene straight out of Hellraiser. You see all these pulleys, these chains at different angles have skewered through, are doing the flesh pulling off the back. People look like that went through agonizing pain and they're dead. And along the ground is them again. In ghost form, or you're at least assuming so. They look like how they died, and they're sitting around there as a bunch of traveling hobos and whatnot, all in a banjo circuit, and you can name 6 of these guys. They did not make it. And you could see the sliding door is beginning to start to open, and you see a large figure coming in, and in this deep, heavy voice, you can hear, "Tickets, please."
And that's coming from this side?
Correct. And you guys are now...
And we're here?
And you're here. Everything is going to be difficult terrain, and you're able to look around, by the way, where... you'd have to expand the cotton just a little bit more halfway into the room. That's not so much mist, but everything from there up to sky, the floor is missing. It's just, boxes are still slowly falling in, and you can see... there is a large crate, not crate, but weapon rack. Just rows and rows of weapons, and they're one by one starting to fall in.
This is the dead guy, right? Trevor.
Do we see our weapons?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
And you're looking around. There are several ways you can get to them. You could crawl up to the rafter area where that velociraptor used, so you guys could get above. And it's easier, and it's still, sorry guys, I know you love acrobatics is to walk across the beam, athletics is to climb up there, but it'll be a DC 5 because there's so many chains everywhere. You just have to go through the experience of moving that.
DC 5 for athletics?
A DC 5 for athletics, because it'll be relatively easy for you to get up there, and then it'll be an acrobatics check to go across.
Okay.
Or, did I miss something?
You said there was a couple ways to get...
Oh, yeah. And then also, you could scurry along the edges of the train if you so desire. You don't want to go through all the...
Will you still get your weapons if you go along the weapon wall side?
You would have to open up the side door, which it would be right there if you were to go along because, do you see that's a sliding door right there?
Yeah.
That door's closed. However, if you open it, you would be right there at the weapons. But it would be kind of obvious because the door opens up, wind, sound...
I'll go up.
Well, all right. This is a dangerous situation, I see all of our weapons. It seems that I'm guessing that
No, I've got mine. I'm a stowaway.
All right.
Nobody took my weapon.
All right, fair. So I'm like, you've already got your weapon, and I look at you. I'm like, is your arms up in this joint up here?
How much does my pistol weigh?
Whatever a flintlock pistol weighs, I'm not aware. But the thing is, though, is that as it's not like resting easily. Like they're gonna have things like either a mesh locker door, or they're just gonna have things to prevent it from falling out. Whether it's just a single like wire that's just trying to hold them into place.
So I couldn't like mage hand it over to me.
You would have to be able to like. I'm trying to think about how to describe it. It's almost like a peace bonding. They're just trying to make sure the weapons don't fall out. So something's like even just a little twine is tying it into place.
Okay. So no mage handing?
No mage handing, correct. So, again, yeah, you guys could climb up to the
Is
top.
your pistol
gonna
more
go
than
up.
10 pounds though?
No, my mage hand pistol's 3 pounds, but I can only mage hand up to 5 pounds. And so if it's like secured to the wall, I couldn't like break it off the wall.
I can get up there. Because I don't.
I mean, I don't want you to. I mean, we've already put you in risk a few times, but
It's the.
it seems imperative that we arm ourselves properly. And the only opportunity we have to arm ourselves properly is literally
I
hanging
can
in
go
the
up there
balance.
and get you some pokey pokes, or I can stay down here with that motherfucker. And I don't want to do that, so I'm going up there.
All right. That's fair. That's fair.
Where is the ticket master, by the way?
He's on the opposite end, and he's just all
over
you can
here?
see is the shadow of his body. You haven't seen him yet. He's just
Okay, so our weapons are like
Has he seen us?
here-ish? They're in the middle?
It's on the side closer to
This here?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to climb up. Bonus action stuff
All right, go for it.
I'm gonna like give you a leg up and be like,
for that.
hey, just let him.
So I got a 10 on the first roll for the athletics.
Sounds good.
So I'm up. I'll do my. Sorry, I'm gonna do my stealth. So that is a 20 for stealth.
Sure.
And then what do you want? Acrobatics.
Acrobatics to go across, and then for both of you guys, because you have heavy cover, like it's really high up to like near chest level.
Do you have advantage on it because of our helping?
I had advantage on the athletics part.
What'd you get for acrobatics?
I got an 8.
All right, sir. We'll get to that in a second.
Do you not guide?
I could guidance him, but I have to touch him.
He has to touch him.
Well, you could have done it beforehand. That's why I was like.
but it would have been let's. So you guys, I'm going to give you 2 advantage on your stealth checks because you're so far away, and you've got the mist in the area.
I'm gonna give myself guidance for my stealth check.
You didn't give him but guidance, so you might as well just take it.
Every bit helps, and I roll mine straight because I have disadvantage. So that's an 18.
18, and what was your stealth?
12.
Okay.
No. Natural 12. Sorry, plus 17. Sorry, it was 17.
All right. Here's what happens next between both rooms, and this is all happening at the same time. You probably would have been spotted with your failed acrobatics, your slip. You're now dangling on one of the chains, but you're able to still
Wait,
use
you
them as-
don't hang like that.
and almost like a spider that tugs at one of the spider webs, something larger seems to know that something is disrupting its web of chains. But all this happens at the same time because darkness spells cast in the noble area. Do you have Devil Sight?
Devil sight?
It's a
Like a
warlock.
true sight?
No,
It's the one that
Eldritch
it
ability.
lets you
okay.
lets you look through magical
I see,
darkness.
yeah.
Nope.
You hear all kinds of strange sounds. You hear the sheathing of a weapon. You hear screams. People are moving left and right. You feel at one point Samar is definitely like trying to, semi-protect you, but also just keep you and others around him safe. You can feel his huge arms around, and it still creeps you out that his hands are backwards. Huge. You guys, have you seen Silent Hill recently? When the walls begin to shred away, and all of a sudden, everywhere you look, there is no more mist. You are now seeing basically completely corroded metal everywhere. What was once a solid metal wall is now rickety. Like you feel like you're in a post-apocalypse kind of like world where it's just decayed holes through it, and there's some areas that just have stretched flesh for walls as well. Something is horribly wrong here as you're watching everything swap away. The ghosts are still here, but they're more freshly killed, and they seem to be more in anguish. Now those dead bodies that were hanging there are all completely ragging and just moving in pain and tear, and the ticket master comes forth.
Tickets, please.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
And we then cut this scene with that right there, and with the lights coming back on, and Wilfred is dead.
Cool.
Someone has cut his head off.
Awesome.
We will continue this next
My
time.
God.
Shame it wasn't me.
Well done.
Amazing.
Yes.
But did we get our weapons?
Yeah, yes, you get your weapons.
Yeah!
I'm just like tossing them down to you.
I'm gonna fuck you. I'm gonna fuck you. I'm gonna fuck you. Oh man, amazing. Do you want to close this out, Eric?
Absolutely. Everyone, please come and join us next week. Hopefully for an hour earlier, starting at 6 p.m.
I'm sorry, I was late.
No, it's all right.
it was a lot of prep for doing a one shot right in the middle of everything, so it's all good.
But yes,
That's really
please join us next week as we will continue this one shot as a two shot, and we will find out what is this ticket master who is covered in chains, who killed Wilford, and how are the players going to get out of this, because this train is not in their home plane.
The morning train.
Yes, and then 2 weeks from today, we'll continue the Windfall campaign. So if you're following that, you have that to look forward to. Thank you guys for joining us, and thank you for sticking around. And yeah, we'll see you next time. Bye. Bye.
You can have a +10, but if you roll 3.
We live.
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. We're experiencing a few technical difficulties.
Just a little tiny bit.
Yes, that's right. We had to, like all living creatures, they get to talk to plants to make it feel happy. We all had to sit around and talk to the router, say nice things to it for a bit.
Sky whispered sweet nothings.
Absolutely.
Over and over and over again.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Pope. I am the Dungeon Master for just tonight, wrapping up a one-shot as a two-shot now for a Halloween special, which is known as Cyre 1313, The Morning Rail.
Kind of works out because it kind of bookended with Halloween.
Absolutely. That absolutely is correct. So for those who didn't get enough out of Halloween yesterday, it now carries over to November 1st. Yes. So I've introduced myself. I'll now pass it on to the John on my left.
Hi, I'm John. Today I am playing Gleb. He is a 65-year-old gangly vagrant. He's filthy, and he gonna fuck you.
Thanks for that. Hi, everybody. My name is Corinne, and today I'm playing Rochelle, the Tiefling Warlock.
Hi, my name is Dexter, and today I'm playing
Caleb Caneth, the artifice detective investigator for House Caneth.
Hello, I'm Sky. I'm gonna be playing a bard
named Mohawks. Very just got a lot of questions for you. I'm sorry to bother you about it, but yeah.
Excellent. Just as a real quick recap.
Be as long as you want.
Oh, no worries. I'll be quick because I want to see what you guys do, is what I wanted to say. Is that this is a haunted train that has, as a steampunk train that has left the city of Metrol and the kingdom of Cyre in the world of Eberron during a very intense point in this book's history. For those who know the Eberron world, this is the time the players are playing through that the atomic bomb or the magical bomb was launched throughout the kingdom, and the players are going through that experience right now. their train is constantly trying to outrun the debris, the smoke, the mist, the ash that came from this bomb. And they have soon discovered they're no longer in Eberron. They're no longer in the Kingdom of Cyre. They don't even know where they're at. Their train seems to be even flying in the air and going through different planes of existence. And they are trying to keep this thing together. Some of the players, you know, as a DM, we love it when the group splits, went to the first class to make sure that a young prince that was discovered is able to get the help he needs. And yes, Rochelle, played by Corinne, witnessed the first class wealthy elite decide to pass their boredom with a seance, and now a VIP member, the Lord Wilfred, the owner of this train, was found without his head. He got chopped off when the lights went out and it went dark. So we have a murder mystery in first class. And that back near the caboose, or at least in the cargo area, our other players decided that they wanted to see the damages that happened to the train, since the further you go back, the more windows are hurt, doors blown off, and also that's where their weapons are at. So during their travels back, they have found clues, evidence that this mist does a lot of terrible things. It seems to create living spells, like they watched an actual spell, like the burning hands, animate and try to come after them. They watched as this mist touched a warforged, a creature made of metal, instantly start to rust. And terrible things seem to happen around this mist that is around the train. And now they find themselves in one of the back cargo areas that's missing an entire floor. Terrifying Hellraiser chains are crisscrossing, ziggy-zagged all over this area with impaled bodies. And just as the rogue, Gleb, was descending down to try to retrieve weapons, the back door opens and this monstrosity, this demon-esque character covered in chains, very spooky as well, seems to come in and says, "Tickets, please." This seems to be the character that they have heard before in the past, the ticket master, the one that is trying to make sure everyone has a ticket to be on this train. And we do know, out of all the PCs, only one of them is missing a ticket. Yes, the stowaway Gleb, who is now dangling from chains above the weapons. And this is where we're going to cut back. And in the past, I have gone from left to right, but now I'm going to start from right to left. Building your scene further. For Mo, who is in the back, as a reminder, you guys are in the cargo area. The largest boxes are here, including some of the things that the patrons, the passengers of the train could not take with them to their seats. So you see boxes labeled, you know, harp or piano. You see other valuables as well, including other weapons that other people checked in. But back with you as well to remind you, the two NPCs who have seemed to follow you along. You have, let's see if I can find him. Yes, Rudolph Deal Ryan, a very young 19-year-old train conductor. He, due to nepotism, he seemed to get this job and had the cushy, what he thought was going to be a cushy job, but now, being the conductor for the rear half of the train for basically the value ticket passengers and standard fare, he is now having to try to go through and establish, you know, what is the health of this train. And now he is way out of his league and hiding behind Mo. We also have ghost. We have a very young, or I would say youngish, but you know, we have a windmill technician who was killed in the prime of his life, and now he is a specter who is trying to help out Dexter's character, Callum. But yeah, he kind of lost part of his throat during an explosion, but now he's got
spectral throat.
Spectral throat. So you have Vincent with you.
Yeah.
So now
He's a Vincent Bull.
We start with you. You guys do have cover from boxes in the back. And the ticket master does not seem to have noticed you. You may have made your dexterity or your stealth checks, or it just simply is not focused on you right now. But it continues.
So is Gleb like up? Did you climb or anything?
So I climbed to get up, and I didn't do well on my stealth check, but I did stay up there. I'm trying to remember, last time, was I actively throwing weapons down to people yet?
Yeah, if I remember last time, I thought we ended the session with Gleb having tossed us our weapons.
Yeah.
I believe, but I don't 100% remember. I'm very tired. So
I remember, yes, you three are armed.
All right, that's fair.
okay.
So yeah, I was just up there, and
You're just in a very difficult situation
Right,
because
yeah.
noise has been made. This thing definitely seems to be pivoting in your direction. But as a reminder, there are dead bodies everywhere. This place is littered with them.
That's right, and it's because from what I remember you saying is that Gleb is, because this is Gleb, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is Gleb, and you're kind of dangling. Moving any direction here is difficult terrain because of the dead bodies.
And not so much the dead bodies, but the floor is also very broken and shattered. And so the reason why there was also the added acrobatics check if you wanted to navigate across was to make sure that you stay on the solid beams and that your feet or your body doesn't fall through the floor.
Got it. Okay. And then we got this guy. And so far right now he has not noticed us.
Correct, but he has heard a sound in a certain direction, and he's asking for tickets.
I'm gonna step up a little bit, and I'm gonna be like, you're here for the tickets. Totally valid. And I'm gonna kind of like pinch a little piece of fleece in my hand and just kind of waving my hands, kind of talking to him. I'm gonna cast minor illusion. I'm gonna have like a body just like pop up, just like over here-ish.
Sounds good, all right.
And just be like, kind of go like this, like, oh my God, what is that over there? And then hopefully distracting him, and I'm gonna be like,
give me a deception check.
all right. 24.
Ooh, that's pretty good. So he's now looking over towards
Do I
this
get
body
advantage
as
with
well.
the minor illusion?
What's that?
Do I get advantage with the minor illusion?
No, it's fine. But no, it is
Just put that there for later.
It is indeed really good. But now that you're no longer so much in the shadows when you come forth, you get a better look at this thing. And sure enough, this is what it looks like. But a beefier version of it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Okay.
It's got some beef on him.
I hope you didn't look at his challenge rating, but yeah. But yes, the one thing that also stands out, this is one thing I'll give you advantage on, just because you put yourself forward. Go ahead and give me a perception or investigation roll as you're looking at this individual.
My worst ones. I'll do investigation. Cocked.
Oh,
good thing I had advantage, because that would have been real bad. 16.
16. The pants that he's wearing are the same color and the same almost textile texture as what the conductor is wearing.
Checks out.
And he has the same badge that you've seen the conductor pull out to hit with certain doors that has security clearances. But this makes you feel uncomfortable because it is this badge. It is part of his nipple piercing, it looks like. And it's just dangling there. And like he still has a little zip cord too and everything. And you could definitely tell that...
What was our conductor's name?
That would be Rudolph Dio-Ryan.
Okay. Well, as you can see, we're with Rudolph here. I'm glad
don't pull me in this.
I'm just put my arm around him and be like, Rudolph here is quite an employee. I mean, I don't know if you've given him a raise. I don't know if they've got raises or whatever. One thing that's bothering me, though, that we've heard some noises back here, and Rudolph here has been real helpful in like escorting us around the train and keeping us safe. Some tickets may have gotten a little bit loose, but I have mine right here, and I pull my ticket out.
Okay.
And I hand it to him.
Now,
Well, actually, I can't get over there yet, huh?
remind me,
Well,
did
I
you
hold it up. I'm like, I've got my ticket right here.
I know that we had lightning suits out. Did anyone change into those?
I think we both.
Yeah, all
did.
four
All
of
four
us
of us did.
changed into him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so and then all of a sudden you think about it and you look at it, you guys look like you actually work for the train with these suits on as well.
Yeah, we're surveying the damage. Rudolph here has been kind enough to show us around, so we can conduct our repairs.
There has been much damage, and I am bringing forth and summoning the railmen to repair. And as he's weaving his hands like this, it's still not quite its turn, but I know that Dexter's going to squirm because he's the only one that's seen these miniatures before.
No.
These things, these monstrosities, begun to step out from around him. And in addition to some of their wicked-looking claws or these mutilated arms coming out of these weird kind of flesh constructions is the best way to describe it, as they're a mixture of both metal meets flesh. You can pass them around too. I just wanted to, but they're behind him as well. They wouldn't be forward, but they're dragging things with them. And as soon as you could see, it's some of his chains that have already been expended, but they're hauling what looks like to be fleshy remains and bodies of previous passengers that did not have a ticket.
Yuck.
And then it seems to be looking towards Rudolph's direction. And Rudolph, all he could do at this point, because he's frozen in fear, is just shake his head up and down. And yes.
Yeah, see, Rudolph here, he knows knows what we gotta do here. I see that there's some people that didn't have tickets. Took care of them, did you? Good on you.
And then all the eyes are again on between you to Rudolph, him to Rudolph, and then Rudolph just all he could do out of this terror is pull out another one of the cue cards. And so it's like, yes, passengers that have failed to provide proper credentials or tickets will be asked very politely as he's looking at the bodies being dragged across to leave or be temporarily put in brig. And then we'll cut to Dexter. Dexter, it is it is your action, your part of the scene. It seems that definitely Mo has done a fantastic job of distracting, as now you're watching these things.
Did Gleb get a chance to
Yeah, we're moving our way across.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Can I sort of... So while he's doing that, while he's keeping him distracted, I'll move over to where Gleb is.
Sure.
And kind of take... Because I'm assuming...
Well, I'm hanging. That area there is open air.
This area here?
Yeah.
I thought this area was open air.
That what happened is a big hole in the center.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so where you're at, it still has a little bit of a floor, but it's like basically 3 feet. This is going to be, because you're walking, would be an acrobatics check to make sure that you're walking on the beams and not on any of the fragile wood.
I thought it was just difficult terrain, but it's acrobatics check.
It would be, but the thing I was allowing you to do is, if you want to go along the ceiling with the beams or the side wall, and do hand over hand with some of the metal strike, is that you could use athletics at that point. But that's still, it still seems very challenging. If you want to go at difficult terrain speed and have a lower DC, all of these suits, of course, are not only have magnetic feet with their big boots, but they also, wow, how awesome, zip line little things that you could clip onto to make sure that in case you fall, you don't fall to the next realm.
Yeah, I will do that. 100%.
Earlier.
Next question for you, though. Are you doing this openly, or are you trying to...
I'm trying to use the distraction that he has provided to help Gleb get back up into the ceiling and basically provide him the help action, kind of sneakily.
Sounds good.
So, and then can I give myself guidance while I do this?
I'm just trying to think. It wouldn't be, because I was going to say, since these are infernal creatures, hopefully it's not a divine guidance. And they're like, what? No,
it's not.
Yeah,
it's
I know. I had to think about that. Okay, yes, I will allow it.
Okay.
An us without a cleric.
Right.
It's a clerical area.
All right, so that's a 9.
All right.
Acrobatics.
So, I was going to save this for after your turn, but I think I will now interrupt with a layer action.
Oh shit!
But I am just trying to provide Gleb the help action.
This thing can animate chains, and up to 4 chains can now act independently, and almost serves as strikes. And as a reaction, you watch. Some of the chains are snaking out, and as you are also beginning to fall, and you're going right in between one of the pits, you're like even like looking at your boots, hoping that it could clip onto the small metal beam, and it's just something's just not working right away. And you're holding your breath, and then you see going across your belly and occasionally ripping your suit, but not intentionally. But it's kind of like someone with really big claws trying to save somebody. Yes, from the side of this creature, shooting right across the hole, and it just hits you right at the belly, and you don't fall all the way through. And then you look down, you see these chains. Every 6 inches has a nasty, wicked barb through it. Okay. And it has punctured bits and pieces of your suit, but not enough to compromise it.
Okay.
And all you can see is that even though his attention's still on you, it has this, like, just his little red demon eyes, just one of them just kind of looks over towards you. Right. John, there's 4 of these chains. Mm-hmm. One of them went for Dexter. The other chain is darting your direction, and it's almost like a very creepy, instead of it darting across, it seems to be almost like a snake working its way, going up the other chain, and it comes very close to you, and you watch as this hook hits the body right in front of you. Give me, I was gonna say you could give me either a performance or deception to try to throw it off as it's looming around. You're gonna try to deceive a chain.
Is it performance or deception?
Whichever you want to do, because you basically you're
bad.
Because you're trying to convince it you're a dead body.
Yeah, no, there's.
Can you just sneak away?
Above table,
Yeah.
throw it
I mean, you're saying we can't chain our 2 like skills together?
Hey!
Oh.
Chain reaction.
Stealth, but okay.
Man, if I gave out inspiration for bad dad jokes, I would give that one's good. I like that.
So I'm just gonna give you this here. You can
All right, that sounds good.
Let's try that.
Okay, so that's 16.
That's better. That's better.
16.
Okay.
Got a -1.
You do your best impersonation of a dead body as this chain is looping around, and yes, it sinks its hook further into the body that's next to you, and you watch it tugging away, and it drops in front of one of these creatures. And with the commotion and shaking of the chain with this happening, that gives you advantage to your stealth to get out of here when it will be coming up next.
So is the artificer? Are you stuck? Or
No,
is he caught?
he's caught above the hole, and so he is not plunged through.
Well, I used the thing to clip
Absolutely.
in so that I didn't fall all the way.
Correct.
But I have not had to use that feature of our armor.
Got it. So, well then.
So I hopped a little bit ahead of you, but let me get. Actually, I'll finish this scene and then I'll hop to Corinne.
Okay.
The one last. I guess I'll save the one more thing for after your turn. So that was just reactions, and now it's going to be your turn. He is safe. I'm just saying that it's just a very, very tense moment right now.
So Gleb.
It's very tense safety.
Gleb is gonna get back up to the top beams.
Okay.
So he's basically gonna see all that go down and like, you ain't gonna fuck me. And
20.
all right, so that's a nat 20 for my stealth.
Okay. You've done so well. Do you want? I will allow you. I will allow you to either get back to the entrance or to get behind all these creatures unnoticed. Your decision. Do you want to advance?
Because I have a problem here. Like,
Advance.
there's a tactical part of me that's on like big steps. Then there's the part of me that's like, Gleb's a coward. So, but also getting into the next room might be a good way to get away while they're all distracted. So yeah, gonna get behind them.
All right. Go ahead and move his token over there. Thank you.
There's like a little elevated thing I could use.
Perfect.
All right, we will end with you there. You have gone completely unnoticed, but now
Amazing.
you're also stuck in a little bit of horror as you're watching what these things are doing to the body that was just retrieved and the other flesh bits they brought. These abominations, go ahead and move. The chain person, just have him stop because he's too big. He doesn't want to break the floor. But all the abominations, wrap them around the cloud and have the cloud disintegrate a little bit or pull back as they are using, as like almost like a very crude butcher meets a construction worker. They are using this with scraps of metal, broken detritus, to patch the floor together.
Okay.
So the flesh itself almost seems to serve as glue. Individual bones are almost like nails.
I'm gonna whisper over to, I already forgot his name.
Rudolph.
You should check if these guys got tickets.
He looks over, so it's like, I don't even know if they work for us. As you're watching, the blood and
Just go with me on this. Just say tickets, please. Just act official. Act official.
He starts to slowly move forward, and there's a strange Congo line of other people behind, including the windmill engineer who doesn't know what's going on anymore. As he just goes up and just says, tickets, please, to the first abomination that just cracks one of its heads up. And you look as this skull that has both tendons and flesh only, no actual eyeballs in the socket. It just looks up, and almost like you can see the viscera is the name I'm looking for. Where it's just, you don't know what organ that is, but it just looks like an a conglomeration of it. And from that, you can see a very crude ticket come out, and it looks like a low-ranking employee's badge. And you can see what looks like but then you get a little more scared. There's more than one employee badge in here, as you can see. There's more than one head as well.
Can I do something squirrely?
Well, it's your character.
Can I use minor illusion to make the ticket seem like it's not valid?
The only challenge is that
make it just look blank. It doesn't have to say anything.
These are the tickets. What they have is more like badges.
Yeah, right, but can I make it look like it's not a valid badge?
Sure, you could change the race on one of them, it's it's a gnome instead.
Okay, so holds it out. I'm like,
That doesn't look. There's something wrong with this. And I say to the ticket master, I'm like, this guy doesn't have a proof badge. Clearly, Rudolph. Yeah, I mean, you notice, right? Like,
I'm pitching fleece and like waving my hands, doing the somatic components. There's no verbal components to minor illusion, by the way. It's all hidden within that, if I can.
I'll bring it up to HR. And he says, she's in the next cart. John.
Yeah.
Go and put her in the next cart, as she's now looking through the window.
Which, is she right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
You gonna flip that over?
Sure. Let me take a look.
I mean, I'm sorry to keep bringing it up. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a bother, but there's something's bothering me. It's like you got these tickets and you're supposed to have them, and it's super important. And the rules are really clear, right, Rudolph? Right, Rudolph? Like, yeah, you're either supposed to be politely escorted off the train or put in the brig. And I just
John, to go with your natural 20 as she comes moving in. I will allow you to do your classic Assassin's Creed ninja thing with legs and arms spread across the top of the roof, and then as she is going out underneath, you could slip into this. For the rest of you, this next cart is nothing like what you've seen before. This is series of Warforge. Only 5 of them seem active. The others have their arms and legs folded up like they were the droids from Star Wars Episode 1, just lined up along the ceiling, or not ceiling, but the both sets of walls hooked against the wall, like just waiting to be deployed. You can see also, in fact, actually, because of where you're at, Dexter, you see an actual creation forge in the back.
All the way in the back?
All the way in the back. And some other devices, boxes.
So, I have a question. These activated Warforge.
Yes.
Is there anything particular about them? Are they responding to these fiends at all?
They're all in military dress, or at least even though some of them have armor, they seem to at least have signia. They seem to have weapons, and they do not seem to be at all offended or reacting to these people. In fact, if anything, they just act like they're slightly annoyed.
Do they do the? Could I roll a perception check to see if the Warforged bear the insignia of House Caneth?
No, they bear the insignia of the Kingdom series, so it looks like they were made by Caneth but then sold, yeah.
All right.
So your decision if you want to maintain or if you want to push your luck, but the thing is, once you get in there, it's going to be a whole different scenario. That natural 20 stealth is going to stop at some point.
Yeah.
I'm trying to create some chaos with these guys.
Oh, you've done fantastic. Yeah, for at least. Yeah.
So I can see all the way back. I see the Creation Forge in this back train here. Is it
This one right here.
active or anything like that?
It is. It mostly just has chains and straps stopping it from rocking over. You could definitely tell it's sort of. Imagine it being a VIP object, whereas she got to see the VIP person. This is one of the most important objects, and it's out of game that she knows that the only reason why these back carts weren't just released was because of what's in this cart or this box.
All right, so I'm gonna keep progressing, and I assume the last thing I can do is get above it.
What we could do is we could just end your scene inside of this area, but you'll have to make a new stealth check, an athletics check to scale this room or do something in here, because right now, so it's up to you.
And then this chick you said was coming over here?
Yes.
Okay.
She does not seem to, she still looks somewhat infernal, but she bears mostly
human traits.
But yes, wild with outfit and flames abound her. She seems to also just have this slight harlequin or jester kind of look to her.
I'm going to hold.
That's fair.
Actually, well, I need the stick of distance.
It's up on the ledge.
The stick of destiny.
Since I'm right next to Mo, since Callum's right next to Mo, he's gonna kind of lean over and real quiet be like,
Hey, we're dealing with Creation Forge back there. You get me back there, I could probably do something with that.
All right. I'm working on it. I'm working an angle here. See if I can lower the threat possibilities.
Absolutely, just throw it
I'm
out.
sure if it's gonna work or not, but
Just throw it out.
And your character's exposed. No.
Okay, so here's the thing. Those creatures came out of him, basically. He summoned them.
No,
They're former employees because they pulled out a badge.
Yeah. But he was responsible, is my feeling.
They were
Somehow.
outside of the cart and they were moving in. Yes, but they seem to definitely be a part of this hierarchy.
I think I've just solved this problem. I'm gonna Misty Step in front of the ticket master.
All right.
Hold out my rod of my immovable rod and activate it in front of him while we're going who knows how many hundreds of miles an hour.
All right. We'll need to end on that.
So that's a big no.
Yeah, because you're also going to destroy everything too if you think about the physics of it. But then again,
I mean, it's gonna.
because it's going to go through everyone in theory, and then also go through the Creation Forge and shattered it.
Well, how tall is the Creation Forge?
It's huge.
Oh, it's massive. I thought it was like a chest.
No,
no, the
something.
Creation Forge so in canon, if you don't know, Creation Forges are the things that make Warforged.
Got it.
right? So they're the things that House Caneth uses to actually make the Warforged, and they're like not legally allowed in Eberron anymore.
It's also
so they're enormous.
Think of it, yeah, it's enormous, like bigger than like the old school computers, and it has to be able to physically have like the humanoid body there.
Okay.
Yeah. So but the thing is, we have to then also think about like, what are the physics of an immovable rod?
So I want to play devil's advocate on this one because I thought about this also.
Yeah.
My DM brain went to planets rotate and the movable rod doesn't start immediately flying off at 17,000 miles an hour when you activate it. It doesn't. I wouldn't interpret it to be like that level of squirrely if I was ruling on it. That's just my opinion.
And I'm just gonna say it's not gonna be favorable for what you want to do, but I allow
I
it.
was hoping to kill 2 demons, but
I would also,
again,
dude. I thought of that same thing.
But now that I know more about the Creation Forge, that would change what the decision is.
Do you still want a Misty Step, or do you want to?
No, I'm staying where I'm at.
I will also say this, right? From what I understand about the immovable rod, it has a strength 30 DC check to move it, and it can only hold 3,000 pounds.
8,000.
Or 8,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Sorry, in my head I thought 6. But
So it's not entirely immovable.
So it's not entirely immovable, right? So once it got to like 8,000, right, which conceivably it would do on a train going a billion miles an hour, right?
That was my thought, because it's a room full of Warforged, so I figure by the time it gets to the Creation Forge, we've hit maximum.
Right. So I'm just saying there is some squirreliness to be had, but I would also probably rule in that like it is maintaining probably equalized velocity.
Yeah, well, you could. I mean, if you want to get really lore with it, it could be like whatever velocity the person that pushes it is going, it matches that, so it stays relative to the person that pushes it. That's how I would rule it. Because I mean, like,
I love it. I love the conversation about it. Now we're getting into the physics.
Now we're getting into the physics of.
Regardless, I don't want to destroy offhand the creation.
Too much physics in my fantasy. Can we?
So,
well, see, I know exactly, 100%.
In that case, my action would be to get to the creation.
Sure, we're gonna. But yeah, your action's already been used.
Tasty
We need to go around full circle, and I now owe a scene to Corinne with Rochelle, who has just seen the lights get turned back on. The darkness is now gone.
That's not when the lights go on.
And a lord is missing his head. People are already getting very suspicious. Your homegirl Angela is shooting dagger eyes at the other male elf, Aslan Nighthawk, and all you heard during the darkness at one point from her was, "How dare you!" Several of the people have even shifted around. No, like people were scared. You heard a scream. You heard some thuds. But still, the miniatures are exactly where they lie, including one of them who's on the ground now. And the other thing, just to remind you, your ally, Sumar, who is the noblish man who looked like he was from India, his inverted hand handed you the speaking stone, which puts you in contact with that group.
Yes. Remember that from last time. So, before I suppose I get into the meat and potatoes, I didn't see who precisely made moves on the Lord because everything cut out black.
Correct.
What else did I hear other than her speaking to a random someone?
Yeah, how dare you? You did hear in amidst the darkness, you did hear the halfling bartender known as Ben-Heel, the other, aka Benny, kind of gave an oof kind of sound, like at least it's just like, hey, it seemed like there was kind of definitely a loud ugh sound coming from his area, and that would be probably as much as you could, because you weren't in the circle, you chose to be outside.
Yeah.
So you could not. I know. I felt that I actually prepared for what you could hear on your left and right, but you are no longer. You did not want to be part of the circle.
I mean, they are still relatively close to me, so like if I, maybe not soft sounds, but like obvious sounds like heavy footsteps.
Sure,
and stuff.
I can allow that. Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, Who moved from their original position?
Everyone has had some slight shifting, but the one that seems to have moved the most. Actually, go ahead and give me a. I'm trying to think. Would it be a perception? Would also be memory, or I'm trying to think of like what would be like a memory recall. So, no, not history. I would say
Intelligence check.
Intelligence or wisdom would probably be it. What would you use for the memory game? I think it would be intelligence.
Okay,
History is still applicable.
Raw
Or investigation.
intelligence.
Okay.
Investigation is an intelligence check.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
Ooh, that's good.
Either blind intelligence or do an investigation check if you have the proficiency.
Okay, well, I don't for investigation, but I do have the for history, so
Oh no.
that won't work. I'll just go with straight intelligence, I guess.
Go for
It's
it.
the same. No, I know nothing.
You failed that flash game when it appeared online.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now you can see that people are already reacting a little bit. The Lorelaine D'Orion, aka Jennifer Conley, the train conductor, is trying her best to maintain order, but already you could see. People are accusing others right away. Joseph Buchanan, who seemed to be the right hand and ally and overall scientist for connected with Wilfred, already pointed directly across the room at Sumar and Mercy, saying like the negotiations were going poor. You always had it out for Wilfred,
Okay.
You did not like the Lord. You have the most to gain and profit from this, you outsiders. And then of course, the prisoner just keeps every now and then saying, "I'm manacled. I'm in chains."
Yeah.
You would have heard it. And
Yeah.
so everyone's either trying to accuse or defend. But yes, you do see quite a bit of chaos. But the one thing that also frightens you probably a little bit is that the good doctor, Joseph Gannett, who after with his accusations, is more focused, like he's actually picking up the head and he's pulling out a suitcase. So actions are happening, people are doing things, and you get a little buzz through the speaker thing like, "Hey boss, Laurelyn, the Ticketmaster's really fucked up. He's got chains everywhere and they're putting dead bodies on the floor. They're using dead bodies."
Okay. One catastrophe at a time. Can I roll?
That was a good message.
Can
Ralph.
I
Good job.
roll?
Good job.
Can I roll to intimidate the entire car?
Absolutely.
See, good call.
Let's see. Or
But-
rather, can I persuade the entire car of something?
That could happen. The one thing is, though, that I will allow you to hear as all this chaos is happening, but I want you to still roll. You can hear Laurelyn shouting out very quickly to one of the other rail workers, to the Warforged in the back, the bodyguard. It's like, find out if we have a detective, an investigator, or anyone from the House of, I think it's from Medini, the House of Detection. So you even hear, that call for an investigator happening through the little buzz box. Anyways, I want you to still make your roll.
Okay, so as I see everyone kind of pointing fingers and getting really aggressive or defensive with each other over the whodunit, I'm going to just kind of step forward a little bit towards everyone, and in a very direct manner, I kind of plant both my feet, square up my shoulders. If y'all don't shut up, I will call my dad. I swear to the unholy gods. Shut up. Right now.
Isn't her dad an unholy god? Shut up, shut up.
Okay, so it's 18.
Wow. Was that either intimidate or persuade? Which one did you want?
That was persuade.
That was persuade. Okay.
Yeah, my intimidation is a lot meaner.
All right. people do respect the fact that there should be a little bit of order. You then calling out saying like I'm going to get my dad, kind of put put a few people like Sumar immediately, of course, stopped talking when you said that, but then others are like they don't know your story, are like they're just sort of like Dad. So if anything, you kind of create silence from a little bit of confusion and also a little bit from fear.
I'm fine with this.
But Laurelyn looks over towards you. She's like, clearly, you and Bunker were the furthest away, so we know if at least that will give you innocence right there. I'm at least trying to summon a proper investigator, a detective, because we need to find out who murdered and what are you doing to his head.
Oh yeah, Doctor, drop that shit on the floor right now.
And he goes like, I only have precious seconds and I will not waste any bits. And you see him stab an artificer-like device at the base of the spine of the severed head. And when he does that, almost like an animatronic robot, eyelids are fluctuating and the lips are beginning to like move and the face seems to be going through abject horror. Looks like it's going through some past memories, or at least just the instant it died.
So I'm gonna need to roll to see if I know what the F is going on.
That would be an arcane check.
Yeah. Let's see if I roll any better for this.
DC will be a little higher because he's an artificer. It's a shame
13?
13. Well, you do know that artificers could duplicate a lot of spells that wizards, clerics, and others can have. This could be a really fucked up speak with the dead or something along those lines. But yeah, it's starting. Okay. So yeah, so you the only thing that you probably would protest is that this is also messing up the crime scene.
Yeah, I would definitely argue with the doc and sort of like, again, using the persuasion, like, is everyone with me that he shouldn't be doing that? Like, that's just not a thing. We need to respect our dead.
Your dead is none of your concern. You see, you do not know that we have the means of resurrecting our very good Wilford, or at least sustaining his life force. We have the means in the caboose, the rear of this train, to graft him a metal body. He is too important to die right here by some assassin. Supposing
that's true, I'm gonna have you table that for a minute. And I'm going to...
Alright, I will slow down now that I've sustained him. As you watch it, he seems okay with that, but he's, and you're watching this thing is starting to calibrate as he puts the head next to on the bar next to a bunch of drinks, and it looks like a really nice appetizer. And as the eyes are kind of going through a boot sequence.
Okay.
Calibrating.
Look at this. Okay, so I'm going to choose to charm person the doctor.
Okie dokie. I want you to be aware that unless you have means to make your spell appear subtle, people will know that you're doing magic because it has somatic and verbal components. Mm-hmm. So, even if people are not fellow wizards, they'll be like, see, she's clearly doing something. So I just need to let you know that.
The only person who I think... Well, actually, no, I'm not going to hide it from anyone except the doctor, if I can. And I'm also going to see if I can have Angela help me do this.
Okay.
I think she might have, some bardic powers that could, give me an advantage here. Or at least distract him, so if she plays an instrument loud enough, it'll obscure what I'm saying.
Interesting. Let me think about this. Okay, your action is to cast Charm Person, and you try to nudge Angela to create a distraction, but I'm going to roll a whole bunch of dice to see if you got the attention of the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only person who I don't want to see this is the doctor, obviously.
Yes. Okay, Yeah, right away, as you're starting to do this, Angela is not near her heart, but she just looks over and just tries to soothe people down with a song. But Esmeralda, even Aslan, others can see that you're weaving a spell, and they don't say anything, but they're watching you.
Okay, can I roll?
And now well, at this point, this is now the saving throw of the doctor.
That's a 9.
That is a 9. What is your DC?
Wisdom saving throw 15.
15. Okay. Dexter, you're an artificer as well. What are your strong and weak saves for as far as like what's proficient? And was it a charisma save or is it a
Wisdom save?
Wisdom save. I have a +2 to my wisdom saving
so
throw.
you're saying are you proficient in wisdom?
I'm not.
Okay. You believe it went off.
Okay. Because I'm casting it at a higher level, I can target an additional creature. So if anyone else looks at me suspiciously, I want them to be my friend too.
Okay. Let me take a look around the room who would be suspiciously looking at you because of your actions.
So I guess what
the
I'm
doctor
trying to
for
do-
sure. Not to target elves, or at least just they're resilient to it. Esmeralda is the other person you're not a fan of, and that's the soothsayer, mainly because you know she's not an elf.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get her.
You think that you've befriended both of them with your beguileness, but even though there has been a little bit of chaos, you do know that some people have noticed you weaving your fingers and maybe blowing an arcane kiss.
Yeah.
All right. Is there a question or something you want to ask? Did you do it? You're my friend. Tell me.
So as this is happening and the head's sort of like grossly almost reanimating or being like maintained so that there's no like degradation of the brain or whatnot, I'm going to first like ask the doctor to fork it over. Just give me that.
Oh, of course. This is a very fascinating thing. This is one of my own inventions. It's probably, I think, why also...
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it.
Well, you see, I actually have the paper for it as well.
Somewhere in the other part of the train, Gleb is hoping to walk away.
Oh, I'm getting
I was introduced to Wilfred by my own patriarch, Starin D. Kenneth. He runs my house. Oh, yes, the top brass of the Kenneth house. And I came by high recommendations to him, and when I showed them that we could try to mirror what we know about the Warforged, and also the knowledge, and he points over to the Kenneth forces from Mr. Alexander El Drago, who was just so more than delightful to teach us some of his necromantic arts to save his own skin. And he's looking over like, why are you spilling everything? But yes, come take a look. This is very fascinating. And he starts kind of over-talking how this device is working. And he says like, for you see, the flesh is weak, and too many of the soldiers just keep dying. And this way, we could keep our war going for much longer.
So I'm picking up the whole, like, we're gonna make brain in a jar warriors.
Yes.
And it was the enemy leader that taught them all of this information.
And almost as though he is trying to, sell you a timeshare. He even pulls out paperwork for you, like, and if you want, you could go ahead and sign up. So in the chance that you pass, that I could take your brain and we could put it into a machine and you will live forever. I think this will learn favors with her father. Yeah.
Careful about elbows, chicks on the table.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if I can entertain the deal right now, and I don't think I would look good just floating in any jar. I would definitely want it to be cut crystal.
Because you were rude to Esmeralda earlier, Esmeralda cuts in. Well, if you are your father, if you are your father's daughter, and you most likely have a pact with him, I'm pretty sure you don't want to die, because once he has your soul, you're in hell prison.
Well, I'm pretty sure I didn't ask you to talk to me. So wait your turn.
Didn't you friends her?
Oh, that's right. I apologize. He goes like, I'm sorry.
I could still be bitchy to my friends, okay?
We're friends.
I was more for her than for you.
We're frenemies.
Yeah, girl, don't start. Anyway, so now that like the doc has spilled the beans a little bit, I'm going to ask him if anyone he knows in the train car meant to kill off the Lord so you could get his head to do this with.
He says like, that is a very interesting scenario. I think this is like, but this has not been premeditated, at least not with my part. This is simply, he's like, until he could speak, because you're watching him still calibrate and moving his lips, but he's like, he was very terrified of dying. You'll see, yes, we had this in place long before he knew that he had made many, many enemies, not just by everyone in table 3 over there, hello you, as he waves over at the more tribal leaders, but he goes like, but also with his war crime, and...
I read about that.
I know, yes, he's made lots of enemies, and including the 80 people that we had to kick off the cart so that we could be on here. I heard that some of them at least were able to join the other passengers or just hopped onto the roof. And yes, you guys remember that there is a time track happening, and eventually lightning will go around the roof at this point.
Yeah, I'm not gonna think about that right now. It's too unsettling, and so is this head. My God.
Oh, he goes like, he just turns the head a little bit.
Thank you. Also, I know that, or actually, does my character know that charm spells don't work on Warforged?
It does. Elves have resistancy of, like, so there's some creatures that are resistant to it.
Okay.
You know that it won't work on undead though.
Okay.
Always mindless undead of a certain type, yeah.
In that case, even though I know that Unker is not one of the people I've charmed, I'm going to inquire with them next, and ask them, why did you do such a bad job? I mean, the guy is an animated head. Like, what kind of hunk of junk are you? Who built you?
You are correct. I have failed in my task, and I am sure that when the lords of House Cannith, or perhaps even that of Orion, do discuss this amongst themselves, I will probably be reassigned to the Arctic North and Wastes, or they will decommission me, and my parts will be redistributed to the next Warforged.
Well, instead of that, how about I make a deal with you right now? I won't decommission you if you tell me who you think in this room could have gotten away with making that move in the dark, other than you.
I see. Well, first off, your attempt to at least strike a bargain with me will not matter. I do not think you have authority within these houses, but it's still in my best interest to make sure. I still do not know who your father is. You have made mention of this a few times, but I did not hear or collect that information. But continuing on to the point that you are making here, since I was outside of the sphere of darkness as well, and the person within this group that would perhaps be able to see and penetrate into magical darkness would have to be that of magical nature, or someone who also made a pact. He goes like, it would obviously deem as you being part tiefling are the ones who are able to create darkness. It is part of your race from my profile, and also from what I've heard also that you have some sort of pacts. It is known within a few circles within the warlocks that they could see peer through darkness. So aside from you being the most obvious choice, I would then perhaps look towards our young Esmeralda, as she was the one conducting the seance.
Girl, did you do it? You could tell me.
And she's like, "Oh, you're trying to turn it on me, but we're friends now." And she's like, she goes like, "No, I didn't do it for sure." She shakes her head and says like, he is right about the pact, but mine's with the Djinn, but I do use darkness as part of the act because, well, let's be honest. Most of the people in this room have dark vision, so how can I make them scared if they always see through, like the candles get snuffed out? So,
yeah.
So it's part of the show.
Well, even if you didn't do it specifically, like you didn't do the choppy part, who do you think could have?
Well, she's looking at the cut's really clean, so no one hacked. So it had to be someone who's really strong and had to be someone with a sharp instrument. So either she points at the doctor with like a surgeon, or someone who's she tries to flex, but you can see her little skinny genie arms are really weak. And with that, I'm going to pause away and move over to the other group while you collaborate and think about that. But you could definitely sense that there's already other people talking, and there's whisperings, and there's a few glances on you as you do hear like, yeah, she cast Charm Person. All right. So then now we will then flip around and go back to this cart. The lights are starting to flicker again.
I don't mean to keep bothering you about it, but this person clearly doesn't have a ticket, and you're the ticket master. Like, do your job. Do I have to make Rudolph do it for you? I mean, come on, show him, show him how it's done, huh?
Sure. We will cut back to that scene like that. When the lights are flickering, if you guys remember, the scene changed right before we wrapped up, and the walls were kind of see-through. Everything looked like it was decayed, and like it was like 200 years later in the future. Mm-hmm. It's flickering back, and this Ticketmaster just looks like a really big human whenever it flickers back to this time. But the scene keeps coming back to him looking like this into the future. But you can definitely tell that from the workers to him, they are line workers. They are employees of this train. But as though like there's something wrong. There's something very deeply, darkly wrong. So yes, you continue on with that, and then all of a sudden, when the lights flicker back, he is still big and covered in chains, and looks over and says like, and he looks over towards the female that's rolling in and says like, they've clearly failing in their duties of keeping their dress code and keeping their uniforms sanctioned and having identifications at all time. He says like, our inspector here, as he looks over, your name is?
I do. I'm Mo. Mo Hawks. Nice to meet you. We're from further up on the train.
She's rolling right up to me. She's like, now, I know them. I haven't met you, Mo. I don't know. Did you hop on the last station?
Oh, yeah. That's where we got on. Really recent. Rudolph here has been showing us around, surveying the damage, and we're helping out, working on the train and stuff.
She was like, She just smiles, and when she smiles, you can see that she's got cuts from both of her lips up to her ears as well. So when she smiles, you can see all the rows of teeth, and she's like, "We'll just make sure that our employees have proper identifications at all time. I know these two; they're good workers. They just." Clearly embarrassing us on the inspection day. She looks over, internal affairs.
Well, it's sort of out of my hands. It's one of those upper Wilford's. He's very particular about these things, and I'm sure you understand. And yeah. So anyway, it's an unfortunate task that has to happen, but I'm sure you guys can carry it out without any interference.
Well, since you're with inspection,
while he's got a thing, while he's doing that, yeah. I've got a thing I would like to be doing.
Sure. What would you be doing
while he's doing that? I'm going to be going through my thing, and I'm going to. Get some materials and be taking out some things and quickly constructing something that is about ID cards sized objects, and I'm going to be using magical tinkering to create a static visual effect on 2 of these ID card sized things that show Inspector on 2 of these cards for myself and Mo. For both of these identifications.
I know that the wind-up toys
objects.
and the noisemakers and the distractions, you can do that in an action, but is this from that part of the Artificer class?
Yeah, it says static, as part of magical tinkering, you can imbue a tiny non-magical object with a magical property of your choice, and one of them is a static visual effect, including up to 25 words of text.
Sure. What I will allow, either one of you could give me either a sleight of hand performance check, whichever one would fit better with your character. I'm trying to think of like how you get that to his hand and have it be part of this conversation.
I figure, because I'm standing like right next to him.
Yeah.
I figure like when I will have like been doing this, and then like as she like asks, because I figured that's what was coming.
Yeah, it was.
Which is why I was like, before you ask for it, I want to say that I was doing this.
Hand this to Dexter because that is very genius.
As she's saying that. And she's like, identification.
I'm gonna give a big speech about like,
well, everybody's got to have their ID cards at the ready. You know the thing about ID cards and stuff like that. I'm sure you've got yours on you, right? Oh yeah, that's what they look like.
And you get a little scared because it's in the hell realm, and when she pulls it out with the cord, you can see in between the chains. There's like people's teeth. You can see the molars and the are going through the chains as well.
Right. So as she says
and
that,
because she's also a girly girl, they always have like little charms at the end. Those are some terrifying looking charms. Looks like someone's ears dangling here, like other bits and pieces.
Then as she says like the need for identification, Callum will step up and be like,
yes, I've always got my identification, and as you can see, everything's in order here.
And as I step up to do that, I'll have my other hand behind my back as if I'm like, presenting very formally or whatever, and I will have the other one with his name and identification behind my
sleight
back.
of hand to grab it,
and I'll give you advantage because he's doing so awesome with this.
Right.
Good thing. 20.
Perfect.
Right. So.
So I believe everything's in order. See.
Well, naturally, I mean, we've got our ID cards, obviously,
Yeah.
And I put it behind me.
And then, it looks perfect as she's looking at this, and she's like, we at House Orion are very honored to be having this surprise inspection, and I would love to at least Rudolph continue his rounds, and I'd love to show you how this engine really runs. There's some modifications we had to do to make sure after the calamity that things are working proper. And she goes like, we've had to use alternative fuel, as she's looking over past you guys and towards your windmill engineer who's still floating over there. She's like, we've had to make some necessary arrangements.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. I'm sorry to keep bringing it up, but it's still bothering me. We have this useless employee. He doesn't even have his proper identification. I mean, do you even know who that is at this point? I mean, it could be anybody, right? Like, shouldn't we do what needs to be done here? I mean...
I have a question. Are they just amalgamated into the ground?
They're mobile. Like, they are like constructs. Like, think of like they're really gross homunculi that are basically the flesh and bones of employees that passed or died or at some point, and they just basically mesh them together and let them go.
Yeah, they're combined like flesh and like homunculi combined together into nasty grossness. But you said that they were like fixing the floor.
And they are, and it's yes, correct.
So did they like use their own bodies and became
They're
one
using
with the
floor?
floor?
Bodies of passengers who didn't have tickets, people that.
Okay, so they have fixed the floor with organic body parts.
Correct.
Nasty.
Yeah. This is the Halloween game.
Yeah. No. No, you're good.
So above table, I'm trying to convince the Ticketmaster to kick them off the train. That's what I'm going for.
Okay.
That's why I'm like really
Sure.
like being like, I'm sorry to keep bringing it up, but
Sure, why
that
not-
was the whole point of the minor illusion.
I can see what's going on here, and I can see that definitely you brought it up a few times. Go ahead and give me a either persuade or deception, whichever you'd like to do.
Advantage?
No, I don't think so at this point.
23.
23. So, at this point, the Ticketmaster is kind of hearing all this happening, and he keeps looking at her like she's some kind of voice for all of this. And she just looks at you and says, like, we are in, like as I mentioned, a bit of a calamity as that happens with some of our bylaws within House Orion. You of course know this. You're with the house. You're with the department that wrote those bylaws.
Oh well, yes, naturally, of course.
So we're not in a situation where we can, of course, fire them on the spot and remove them as we're stuck. So I will defer to you on how we reprimand them. She's like. She pulls out a whip that's spiked, and then she also says, like, should I remove a limb? Should I take it from their flesh? What would you like, sir?
I put a hand on Mo's shoulder, right, sensing that he is the more empathic of the two of us, and Callum will be like,
I believe 3 lashings is sufficient for each of them at this moment.
Well, you know, the book says it's
I
supposed
squeeze
to be.
him.
We know what the book says.
I'm using your accent.
The book says something else. But given the circumstances in this calamity, see, 3 is sufficient.
3 lashes.
And you watch as the big Ticketmaster pulls out his big, meaty hands, reaches down for the creature, and instead he pulls out just a piece of wood with leather wrapped around it, and he puts it into between the teeth of one of the creatures. Like, this will hurt. And then she comes up to you and says, like, since you are one of the ranking employees and you are part of affairs, do you want to do the honors?
Oh well, thank you. Yeah, of course.
Pause.
This is when we find
What are
out.
the stats of the whip?
You can just roll to strike 3 times.
Any additions to it?
Whatever you
Dexterity.
Yes.
Plus 6 would be my weapon.
Sure.
So 18 on the first
Sure.
one. Natural 1 on the second one. That's cocked. 16 on the third one.
Being that your character is probably pretty empathetic and you're probably more of a good alignment of whatnot, this is still very tough to stomach through because these are fleshy, viscous creatures, and so it's creating quite the bloody mess.
Maybe this is when we find out that Mo is a bit of a masochist. Who knows, right?
You watch as the Ticketmaster is
Do what you gotta do
unmoving,
to survive.
is unmoving throughout all of this. And yes, Vicky, as you find out, she seems to be definitely enjoying all of this with a little laughter, a little like kind of like almost a little clap in between whips. All right, so they seem to be more fixated on fixing this. You guys have your leave if you want to move out of this room or if you want to continue to stay here.
I definitely want to make beeline towards that creation forge if I'm able
I've
to
already
do
been
so.
moving that direction, taking advantage of all the distraction going on.
What was when she pulled out her identification? What was this chick's name?
This is Vicky, and it is Orion, or the Orion. And you're looking at it, it's a very old thing, and you can see that she just looks like before this change, before 200 years has passed by, or whatever this train has done to people, she just looked like a very bored, kind of like goth girl, low ranking here on the train. It looks like basically assistant manager of of maintenance was her title. And you could have sworn if the picture moved that she would just basically be chewing gum and like blowing a bubble because
Bubbles.
Yeah, but yeah, she has that kind of like heavy mascara, bored look in her eyes.
Okay.
But anyways, she will escort and walk with you guys until you're out of this cart. You guys can consider this one solved, because at least it's been patched up.
Quote unquote solved.
All right, yeah, Rudolph here is going to show us the rest of the train. Let's go, Rudolph. Let's finish our inspection.
Above table, real quick. Wouldn't they just move on to the next?
They came from there, and now they're going this direction.
Right, so they would catch up with all of the actual people.
Yes. And that's probably what's going to make this even worse.
These guys are going this way?
Yes.
So as we kind of watch that, I turn to Callum and I'm like,
I feel like we got to do something about this. I don't feel too right about just letting them wander up there with all the goodies.
I don't disagree, but see, the thing is, two of us, well, I guess three of us, depending on where, well, four of us, depending on where Gleb went, maybe not super effective against, well, I don't know what those are, but maybe those Warforged back there can do something.
So I have a question for you.
Okay.
That's a solid idea.
Security.
See, now we're using our noggin.
I'm House Dorian.
What?
I've got a. I'm Mark of Dorian.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Just the fucking scummiest house to riot. Just completely abdicated. Just like, y'all seem like a bunch of jerks. I'm leaving. I'm gonna go live the hobo life for 30 years.
Actually, that is a thing, because a person could be favorite of the house and be working for it, or they could basically be riding its coattails and taking advantage of their house. So that makes perfect sense, to be honest. And he could be using his status
That's how
as
I got on the train.
And yeah.
That's so hilarious. He's just, no, I'm just a hobo. I've just been a hobo for 40 years. How do you think I've lived so long?
Oh, no, I think it's brilliant and it works. But the device is House Cannith, and it's also the thing that you know, being of your house, is that even though you guys are the train conductors, the person who actually controls this needs to be either a certain level or seniority, because your magical tattoo will grow as you go up in level or experience or just significance.
Right.
So being at level 4, you're still somewhere between the minor and medium version control. You'd have to be considerable more power just to take control of this train, and also for that forge you would have to be considerable level of either artificer or the bloodline. So you will not be able to operate this thing, so you can't just immediately hop into a robot body and start kicking butt.
Well, it wasn't really the hope.
Sorry, I keep kicking it.
But I mostly interested in getting past it and into that final train car.
You do know that I am of House Cannith, though.
Yes. Yeah,
Right, you've
that's
seen
why
the
I'm not
crest.
Worried about it.
Yeah.
All right. One thing at a time. I talk to Rudolph. I'm like, give me that stone of yours. Just hand it over.
He hands it over.
Hello, up front there. This is Inspector Mo.
You're starting to hear, after you've talked to your people, and all of a sudden now your stone is talking to you. What do you say?
I pick up the stone. I'm like, I hear you, Mo.
We got
The nicest you've ever been.
we got a bit of
I don't know who this is.
we got a bit of a situation. It's pretty dire. I'm sorry to have to tell you this. I'm sorry to bother you about it, but there's some chainy sort of demony types. Maybe a little bit of viscera, skull, eating, chopping, gutting types heading away.
He's not lying, see?
Yeah. If you have any, fighting inclined people to maybe head towards the back, maybe we can corner these guys, because I don't think they're gonna be nice to the living people up there.
Yeah, see?
Well, this sounds like it's a floral lip problem. So I toss the stone to her and I said, make do, but none of you leave this room unless I say so.
It's like the awful. Sounds like somebody's gonna go kill
This
somebody.
is Laurelyn D. O'Ryan. I heard very briefly, you said your name was, you had Inspector?
Inspector Mo. Yeah, Inspector Mo. Anyone that's capable of fighting, who can fight in a fight, should head to the back of the train so we can get on both sides of this problem that we're about to have. It's going to be very serious. A lot of people are going to die, but maybe if we can mount some kind of something, we might have a chance. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, I could send security, but you said Cheney, demon, viscera. Is this?
It's like a demon with chains coming out of it, and they're gonna rip people apart limb from limb. It's real bad.
Oh, don't forget the fire demon.
Oh, there's fire demon
don't forget the fire
too,
demon.
and then there's also like skeletal demons. It's a lot of demons.
Yeah, the flesh demon. They're also like making more flesh demons out of the people that they killed.
If this was any other day on this train, I would send security to round you up because this sounds insane, but I would believe.
Oh, absolutely. I feel crazy even saying it. I just whipped a guy.
Don't say that, Pa.
She was like,
I mean, he deserved it, I'm guessing. It looked like he did.
assuming that you're a licensed inspector, we would also need your services up here. She was like, the owner of the train has been murdered, and we need a proper detective. She was like, I'm sorry, you have a lot of attitude, but I don't think you're licensed. And she looks at us like,
License you. Why don't you?
okay, I don't know who your dad is, but I'm not scared of him. Okay, so
Mephistopheles Laurelin
Let me-
for
can I see
the
that for a second?
second time.
Hello, this is Calum DeCaneth of House Caneth. Right, I'm a licensed detective for the house and could offer my services for a small fee.
she was like, okay, we have money in the petty cash, but we also have members of your house that are potentially in trouble as well. So I think that there's going to be, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. It sounds like you have demons. We've got a murder up here.
Yeah, absolutely. That sounds like a very beneficial opportunity. I am also currently looking at a creation forge. I'm assuming that has something to do with my people.
You can see there's a long pause and a sigh. It's like, yes, I'm aware that there's a creation forge, military soldiers. She was like, I am only giving them room and board. The person who could operate them is right next to me. He, however, can't come back at the moment as he is one of the murder suspects.
Well, is he able to possibly give commands to said Warforged through this particular device so that they could, hop to and we could pincer trap these flesh golems?
I'm sure something could be arranged.
Superior. Back to Mo.
All right, so who do you have up there that can fight?
She was like,
Who do you have up there that can fight in a fight? That might be a fight that happens.
we have security in each carts, probably amassing in numbers of 10.
Above table, I'm trying to reunite the party.
Yeah, no, I am too. So I'm going to tell Laurelin to fork the stone back over, and I'm going to encourage her to send the following people to help them: Bartholomew, Sumar, Aslan, and Benny, to go help with the demon problem.
Are you coming too?
No. No, I have reason.
All right.
Though. I have reason.
Effort.
No, it's sort of a trade, because then, we could get Calum to come to the cart, and you guys can, take your time, possibly helping the other people in the other cars not die.
Well, I don't know, but if there's a combat, I figured you'd want to be a part of it.
Oh, there's gonna be a combat.
But you're not going to be a part of it. You could come help.
I'm gonna be a combat there.
She's gonna start randomly accusing people and killing them. You know how it goes.
I tried.
Bless.
It's gonna be
No worries.
Very boring for you.
All right. Either way, we do. I'm trying to. Okay, so yeah, ultimately they're gonna start sending people that way, and they say we'll try to figure something out. But he's like. But she also says, if you're sending these people out that you said, some of these are also the accused, do you want to send away the murderer or potential murderer?
I mean, if we could get these Warforged, that might be even better. Right? Is there
If we can do all of it, it's kind of...
is there an access code that, who is it that's up there? Can I talk to him?
Yes, you could talk to him.
Superior.
And she hands it. This is Dr. Joseph D. Kenneth. Who am I speaking with?
Joseph, this is Caleb to Kenneth. Good to meet you.
Yes, it is very good to hear from other family, and very strange, trying times. Do not be alarmed, but yes, the owner of the train, Lord Wilfrid, is passed. I will probably need services and systems back there where you're near with the, he goes like, with the Creation Forge.
Yeah, indeed. I could offer those services. What is it that you might need done?
He was like, keep everyone at least occupied. I tell them that to release me as well. They are keeping me here in the VIP cart.
Well, right now there's a bunch of demons that are heading your way.
Oh, that's not good.
No. So, this is my thought. Is there a command code that you could possibly give me to release some of the Warforged that we might deal with that problem, and then we could sort out whatever's going on there, because demons are probably the most immediate threat.
Oh, I would definitely agree. So, why don't you take these stone and just wander to the Warforged, and I'll talk to them. There's no code. That would compromise my soldiers if I could just simply press buttons on them. What are you thinking?
I just thought that there might be like a, I don't know.
Password.
Right. Or some kind of designation.
The password is Stinky Boots.
He was like, well, for direct control, that's why I have my rod.
Kinky.
So I walk into the.
Special attachment.
We walk in. I mean, I think we're already kind of there.
Yeah.
So I walk back in there, and
All
I'm
right.
like, and I walk to the Warforged, and they're the Syrian ones, or
Sure, let's go ahead and move this scene. I feel like we've been going back and forth quite a bit.
Sure.
I feel like we put John on pause for a little bit long, but let's go
yeah,
ahead.
John.
So,
How
John,
dare you, yes.
Athletics and stealth check. If you wanted to travel up above, try to go unnoticed.
Blue is athletics, purple is stealth. Alright,
Ooh.
well, athletics bad, 17 for stealth.
Is this like most fumbly sneaky guy? He's just the entire time. He's just like.
Here's the thing, here's my problem. I keep being told to do athletics for balancing on beams.
Well, you have to still climb up there, though. The climbing is always athletics.
See, I was already up there, though.
Yeah, acrobatics.
But you had to get down, because you went from one cart to the next. You had to go down and move across. Because it's not one continuous thing.
Got it.
All right. So, but what was your total athletics? Was it still a 3?
It's a 3, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say the DC was 5 just to climb a ladder.
Can't do acrobatics. I mean, that's kind of the rogue thing.
So, anyways, you're in a little bit of a situation. You're able to at least stealth along, but you're not able to get to the vantage point that you wanted. So, you go
halfway up the ladder.
Yeah. So,
I'm old, it's fine.
He's just hiding behind like various Warforged.
doing the shadows, or gets into a cardboard box and gets up and then goes back down. But no, you're able to make some progress, but ultimately, what is your objective other than to get to the forge?
No, I was trying to get past Forge. I want to see what's in the last train.
Sounds good. You go ahead and put yourself there.
Okay.
And go ahead and remove the height thing, though.
Can I flip this?
Go and flip it. You see a mixture of people here, mostly some other rail workers, some of them that do look like the viscera things, but they're dormant. The one thing that probably startles you the most is that you recognize 2 other vagrants that you've traveled with before, and they have this. It's basically a face hugger, and it's hugging their face.
So each of them has one.
Correct. They seem to be, at least the other ones seem to be inert. There's some very startled and spooked looking, looks like a twin man and woman that seem to have darker skin, almost like Indian-like jewelry, and they're working very quickly, trying to as they're watching this happening, and they're doing something. It looks like to this center kind of like trapped, or there's this door that could open up to go down there, and they're very quickly trying to fiddle with this, but at the same time they're trying to be quiet to not draw the attention of these other things. And then they both pivot. Actually, you made your stealth check, right?
Yes.
So they don't seem to notice you, but they're constantly they're being quiet.
Yeah.
And you could definitely tell one of them has a thieves toolkit out.
So, where do I put this? I'm just gonna stick my head back out and look at Mo and just mouth, "It's fucked."
Yeah, that checks out.
And they're trying to leave. They don't want to get face hugged.
Can I wander back there with you?
Well, you have to go through the Warforged folks.
Oh.
I was able to make it past because I.
Well, I thought we were already kind of hanging out with the Warforged because he was walking up to one of them.
Well, we were ending that because you guys had a huge scene where you were walkie-talkie talking, and
Yeah.
I'm just trying to be fair and give everyone.
Sure.
Are there any of those facehugger things not currently in act?
They're all active. The two facehuggers are in act. The other things that are Viscera things just seem to be in some sort of stasis.
So I'm stealth. Nothing in there notices me. And
Steal all their stuff.
working on it.
I could sneak over there.
I have something.
Can I sneak over there?
I want to give John a little bit more of a scene, and then we'll cut back.
I just don't want him to be by himself as all.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't want to do anything. I just want to be there.
No, I thought I was. Never mind. I thought I forgot that I took antitoxin instead of a vial of acid, so there's not much I can do right now.
You could have pickpocketed me earlier, and I have 3 vials of acid.
Actually, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go over to the people who are trying to break out.
Sure.
And be like, "You're fucking it up," and I'm just gonna do it right.
This box just comes over.
There is, as soon as you get closer to it, it's very obvious that it's not so much locks, but they're kind of large hex wrench things in there, and they don't have the proper wrench. You need a specialized tool to loosen these 4 bolts, and they're trying to mimic that to open.
I have a full thieves toolkit.
Yeah. So you start working on one, and they're a little bit alarmed, and she was like, "Who are you?" says the girl. And the other one's like, "It doesn't matter who he is. He's trying to get us out of here. You shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. Stop fucking it up."
The guy you need is the guy with
you notice that one of the inert ones shifts a little bit, but then doesn't get up.
Yeah, okay, so...
She goes she whispers very quietly, "This situation is very fucked, and we're trying to get unfucked and get the fuck out of here.
Listen, if I have to tell you to shut the fuck up one more time, I'm gonna stab you.
Don't stab my sister, I'll stab you." So go and give me a disable device check.
That's not a thing in this. It would be
It's a dexterity check with proficiency bonus.
Thank you, sorry, yeah.
So, that would just be my full sleight of hand check?
It would be the equivalent of it.
It'd be basically the same thing, but yeah, dex with proficiency is what it's supposed to do.
So that is 19.
19. Okay. You're able to remove that nut. So there's only one left. And you don't, since there's no verbal component of these actions, and that I'm just trying to keep track of actions versus conversations. This is going to probably wrap up to the next scene unless you're fine with it. I just want to make sure and respect
No,
your time.
I don't want talking to happen. I want stealth to happen.
And you got it.
Can I sneak over onto that side?
What I wanted to at least, because now it's going to be rotation to the next scene, I wanted to leave you guys with this. The flickering of lights go through another cycle, and it gets back to, for you guys, in this timeline, so to speak, you look over and you see that viscera creature that was inert. This is where this is like the employee lounge slash bunks. That's just a regular line worker who just rotates because you guys made a little bit of sound, and he's taking a nap to sleep. You do see the two people that you know that had those face huggers on them. They just simply have simple shackles and are looking rather annoyed. It looks like they just got caught, and they're just now sitting here waiting. And everything doesn't have that kind of like decay that you saw earlier. It's now looks like you're like just right, like you were when you boarded this train.
Can I do a perception or an arcana or something
Sure.
to determine whether or not what we're seeing is an illusion or reality when we're in it?
Absolutely.
Which do you want? You want perception or arcana?
This would be more arcana because perception, yeah, it's not, it is for sure not an illusion.
17.
17. You have heard of things that talk about other planes and people going between planes. You've heard this whole crap called multiverse, but you think that that theater group was loony and they just couldn't stick to a plot. So yeah.
Okay, so we're flickering between planes. Got it. Okay. Hellscape it is.
All right.
Good, yeah.
You're good. And then for you guys, yeah, you're able to move to the next cart, but you look back very briefly during the flickering of lights. It's just a big dude, this chain guy, and it's just the employees. And you're looking at the viscera things. It's people just patching this hole in the floor.
And they like kind of stay that way.
And yeah, now that the lights are done flickering.
Have your guy talk to these Warforged?
And you can now talk to these Warforged, correct?
Okay.
Hey, Mo.
Yeah.
Scale of 1 to 10. How messed up would it be if we, while they're, not all scary, I went in there and, say, took care of them.
Are they not scary right now?
No. They look like regular House of Ryan employees.
Did you just pull a Duke?
Yeah, I did. Roll a wisdom save on myself.
I mean, feels a little, I don't know. I mean, do you think that's the right choice? Does it seem like a... I mean, if that's what they are, if they're murderous, chain beasts, and they're gonna fuck us up.
Is your shirt still ripped?
Is my
From the
shirt still
chains?
ripped?
Yes.
I mean, your shirt's still fucked up.
You guys can go ahead and give me a knowledge arcana check if you want.
They definitely exist as those fucked up beings. We're not seeing things. If anything, we might be just seeing things when it's all nicety nice.
I'm gonna give myself, cast guidance on myself for that arcana check. Jesus.
You have 2 tokens you're setting on, I think.
That is true.
It's a natural
Good
one.
call. It's a natural one. Much better.
Gotta use them.
Oh, this is gonna be stupid. It's 25.
25, yes. This is definitely, you guys, at least from what he told you when he dropped below the cloud, saying we're not anywhere in, Ebron described some of the things you saw. It seems like the planes are bleeding through. Something is happening here involving other realms. And so this seems to sort of also check out for that. And you did see the walls change. You saw everything went decayed. So that, yes, these are regular House Orion employees, but depending on where this train is going, this situation could get worse or could get maybe weirder.
So, above table, does that mean that they are normal when they're normal, or is they still the fucking demon people?
They're normal now.
They're normal when they're normal, but they're bad when they're bad.
But
So what do you think?
I rolled a nat 20.
you did.
I rolled a 7 on my wisdom check, so he's just like giving up.
I think what it is we're, it's half dozen one, 6 of the other. So I think we make our bed.
Let me give you one more fact. You have experience from looking at the windmill employee is that, and what they said earlier, because it seemed like things like they were, like what she said, we're in a catastrophe, and you could tell that time passed when it flickered, like it's been hundreds of years, and these people are still stuck on this train, is that no matter what, the ghosts cannot ascend to where they're meant to go. People are stuck on this train, for better or for worse, for good or evil, chaos or law. They can't leave this train.
Question. She said that they were using an alternative fuel source.
Correct.
Are they using souls to fuel the train?
Because it's also on the ticket.
Yeah. Okay.
And it seems like there's a lot of souls on here too, and they've been collecting.
Regardless of their humanity, it doesn't appear to be good people.
So this is a difference of like, it's, hate to make that comparison, but it's like if you could go back 100, 200 years, would you kill an evil dictator? Would you try to, what would you do in that situation?
Yeah, Callum's a very logical guy. I think he would. Yeah, as horrific as it is, Callum's like,
As awful as it is, man, I think it's what's got to be done, Mo.
If you say so, and I cast Shatter.
All right.
On her and him, primarily. But I think it's 10 feet, so we could probably get like 3 of them.
when he does that, I draw my pistol and I aim for her head.
Roll damage. And you can roll, shoot, and strike as well, and do damage.
Just above table. Surprise, motherfucker.
10.
Do I roll with
3.
advantage? Or...
Yep, you guys have surprise.
That's a 19 to hit.
Now the question is, did you guys go back into the room to do this, or did you stay in the golem or the warforged room?
I think so.
All right.
Yeah, I stayed in because it's 60 feet range. So
yeah. So I think probably we came back in and we're like, you know.
So what was your roll to hit?
19.
You hit. What would be the damage?
Oh, that's gross. 11.
Okay. All the regular workers are immediately dropped. The big guy and her are severely wounded. You're able to finish one of them off completely right now, and it looks like you're aiming for the girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's down. So now it's just the ticket master who is now severely wounded, coughing up blood from both the shatter and everything else happening to him. And he looks like he's going to try to dive for cover. We don't need to get into combat rounds because you are very much, you know, in control. You guys are higher level. You're in control of this. So if you guys just want to, you can. I'll just give you the coup de grace kill. He of course is shouting, and he's trying to like pull her, and he's like, "Why are you doing this? Is this over the tickets?"
Sorry, I'm sorry to bother you.
There's something that's bothering me about this.
It's really bothering me that that you're stuck on this train and then you turn into a soul-hungry demon. So I'm sorry we have to dispose of you.
Callum is like,
There's no other way, see?
and he's got it's one of my infusions, but I put repeating shot on the pistol, so it reloads auto reloads. Usually has the loading property. So it reloads the pistol, and I take another shot at him.
Yeah,
right?
it's not. There's no need for initiatives. The one thing that is happening is that you can hear a lot of commotion coming from the Warforged area as they're now reacting to murder, and they are. It looks like closing doors, and you can see them even like putting locks on. Little flash, like even one of the Warforged, who just seems to be his role, like maybe he's even a bard, has a spinning red light as they're now on alert.
I think I finally figured out what's going on too.
As they like rush over or whatever, like go to start like locking things up, I like turn around and I'm like,
Hey, it's official House Decaneth business, right? Taking care of things, right, on order from Joseph Decaneth.
or whatever the guy's name was.
Yeah, you got it, Dr. Joseph.
Joseph DeCaneth, right, from the doctor. We were just taking care of some things, making sure that things were safe, right? There's a lot of craziness going on right now, so we were just making sure things were safe here, see? Right?
They don't seem to be giving you too much attention, and just to let you know. They're definitely kind of like in fortify mode, and some of them have at least weapons drawn towards your direction. Like, so, like, what does it say? Like, they're not actively, like, you know, with the door, like, they're keeping the door down.
Right.
They're locking shields.
Right.
Starting to activate Warforge along the walls.
Right. I holster my gun, and I'm like,
just so you know, right, I'll get the doctor on the comms here, see, right? So we got nothing to worry about, right? Hey, this is Callum DeCaneth here on the comms, right? We need doctor on the comms here, stat.
All right.
I think he was the last one holding it.
Yeah. Do you still let him hold on to it? It's your call. It's your stone.
Gives me the head.
He goes like, and at this point, yeah, he's like, this is the doctor, yes.
All right, we got the Warforged here. I believe we've taken care of a bit of the problem. We just need the stand-down order from the Warforged, as they didn't necessarily like when we took care of some of the bigger bads that were going on down here.
Do you hold it up to the window?
Yep.
He was like, Dr. Joseph Canneth, this is Spear 05. We have just witnessed an individual who claims to be the member of House Canneth and an inspector murder some members of House Orion, the ticket master, Vicky, and some of the other subordinate employees. They're dead.
Since we're friends, I tell him that that's fine.
This is expected. There are traitors amongst our midst. Understand that our beloved Lord Wilfred Orion is also dead. He has been murdered. He goes like, and you can see that there's like the Warforged are looking at each other. It's just like, and he says like, understand that we are going to request higher security clearance. We would want your presence here and not just your verbal okay. This is very unusual to see this massacre happen here. And he goes kind of quiet. And he's just like, they're requesting for me to go to Dab Caboose. Do I have your leave? And he's looking at not just you, but everyone else.
do I know Joseph DeCaneth? Have I met him as like a member of House DeCaneth?
And yeah, because it's like he's a prominent member, but he isn't like one of the speakers. He's like one of the more like, established, artificers. Actually, you are an artificer of Canada. Yeah, you have heard of him, but you also know that he was specialized in Warforged and also the necrotic arts.
We know Shatter as a save spell. It was just narratively glossed over.
Yeah.
I didn't roll attacks, I just rolled damage.
So,
do you want me to roll for it? And I'm maybe
no, I don't. You don't need to roll for it. You're aware of him, but you haven't had much interaction with him.
So then I will. I'll get on the comms.
As a member of House DeCaneth, I can vouch for his credentials and the validity of the things that he says. He's a man of science, and the chances that he would outright murder a person are very slim.
He can go along with Bunker and Aslan to accompany him and keep him safe.
Sounds good. All right, do you guys allow time to pass for...
Yeah.
So what I'm going to say is, because time is important,
Yes.
and you guys do realize there's a sequence of the flickering lights. You were at the half hour when shit went crazy.
Yep.
Oh,
And
shit. Okay.
after an hour of me casting Charm Person, it wears off.
Yeah, but it's only going to take them about 5 minutes with these guys to clear through.
So with time passing, do we get that door open?
Oh, without a doubt. And at this point, are you still being quiet, even though it's not crazy Silent Hill spooky?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. I'm always going to be sneaky.
All right. So,
Gleb is like, Gleb's always gonna fuck you.
Gleb is always in the fucking position. Like,
so
if things aren't spooky, I'm also gonna call for Rex. So Rex will join us in
Rex
the back
can join.
cabin.
That's more than fine. And things have been established. There's no, and that's the one thing you guys have done successful is that there's no creeping in and mist and cloud, and that's one of the biggest fears that people had is seeing what it could do. So good on you guys for that. One thing that because there's been a lot of chaos happening here. As soon as they're gone, it takes them about 30-40 seconds. You realize the head is gone.
But I'm holding it.
Oh, I thought it was put down next to the.
No, I gave.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
I
Okay, that's
gave
fine.
the doc the. Yeah. So
It's still-
That would be kind of funny if it was just like,
No, that's fine. That's fair.
Look over there.
But just because we've cut you out of several scenes, right now there is something in Elven going back and forth between the two elves. And do you speak Elven?
Yeah.
He's directly saying, "I know exactly who you are, you traitor." He's saying this to the bard, Angela.
Wait, who's saying that?
Oh no, you're right. You sent Aslan out. I apologize.
Actually, let's move their videos because I'm gonna get.
Yeah, I got confused too. Lots of things moving.
Aslan?
No, I think that's Alexander.
Who's that?
So you're looking for.
Yeah, we'll just yeah. Either way, after a few minutes, only let's see, a big warforged and a scrawny-looking scientist show up.
yeah. And that's it?
No elf.
No elf.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And my dog.
So Aslan's loose.
Aslan's loose. Correct.
I think that's it.
Don't worry about it. But yeah, we'll keep track. Yes, Aslan is MIA right now.
Okay. But we
And-
don't know because we don't know who she sent.
Correct.
All right.
And anyways, he comes up and says like, he's looking down at the dead rail workers.
Oh, while we were waiting for them, I figured what we would do is we would, if there's still a hole in the middle of the...
It was being worked on, but it wasn't finished. But yeah.
Right. I figured we would... toss them in the hole.
Oh, you're
I
gonna
mean,
do
I know it's a required thing that we might need to cover this up, but I just don't feel that good about it.
I figured we would like...
It doesn't really make my soul like sing or anything. But I mean, if you think that this is a good idea, I mean, I don't know. It's just,
Disposing of the bodies.
I mean, I figured that's what we would do. I don't know. Like, well, no, I don't... No, I'd probably keep him. Because I figured the doctor would want to look at him. Because I know he's into that weird kind of stuff, right?
It's up to you guys. I'll let you decide. You have exactly 5 minutes for them to come down here.
Yeah, I'll hang on to him to let the doctor inspect the bodies.
so what happened was,
Would either the doctor or Bunker notice Aslan not being with them at any point?
I don't think we know why the elf is not with them, but I think
No, I'm just saying, would either of them know?
I don't think we know why they wouldn't know why he's there. Maybe they killed him. Maybe he ran away. Maybe we're about to find out when he starts talking to us.
I was gonna wait for it. So the doctor sees you. He says like, "Hello, you are the Calum de Kenneth. I recognize at least the dress, of course."
Yeah, hello. I'm Calum DeCaneth. I'm
Yes, Calum.
with Loss Prevention and Acquisitions.
And I produce my paperwork.
He sees. So you watch both of them flip their badges at the same time, just to can with each other. And he was like,
just engaging in kind of thing.
Yeah, we're kind of thing at each other. You know, just official business.
Yeah, just to kind of verify credentials. Just because we can. That was a good one.
That was a real good one. If I were GM, I'd give you inspiration, but I'm not, so I can't.
Yeah, you already have two. Yeah, and then I'm like,
All right, so I'm not proud of it, right? But as a man of science, I'm sure you can appreciate a calculated risk. And I'm sure you experienced some of the oddities that were happening on this train.
and I kind of explained what happened and what the reason why we did what we did.
and then he pauses as you're describing the strangeness. He says, "We too saw strangeness when light was flickering, wallpaper was disintegrating. Strangeness, it looked like we were in different land. These are things that are more of the mystical nature than science, yes? But so you're claiming, though, that these Ticketmaster and House Orion employees turned into demons and were fleshy and collecting bodies and killing, yes?"
Yeah, they had these chains going everywhere, and look at his suit. You can see where like one of them kind of cut his suit up a little bit. We kind of got lucky that we managed to like convince our way past him a little bit before we had opportunity to kind of sort the situation out.
Oh, that is a lovely modular guard dog you have there. Is that, yes, Series 3, but with modifications?
I see you're a man for talent, indeed. Right, I call him Rex. Stands for Repurposed Executing,
Xylophone.
Oh, yes, yes.
Xenophagic Morphic Calibrator.
I have always appreciated, yes.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Can I put in a quick aside here? Because
Sure.
I've been back there a while.
Sure.
But it's a sleeping area.
Yes, it is.
I would like a uniform and a shave, please.
Awesome.
Uniform and a shape.
Actually, if anything, I'll give you advantage on anything for disguise.
Okay.
That's excellent.
No, that's a brilliant idea.
A uniform and a shave.
I didn't even think that's something that is an option that even I didn't think about. Here you go.
I'm House Dennis. I can pull that off.
Oh, good.
I thought you said your House Orion. No,
Orion, sorry.
I'm like, you're changing houses now.
I am House
Like
Orion.
passports.
Master.
I am House Orion.
Anyways,
Master of disguise.
all right, but let us stay focused here. I would understand that yes, there's some strangers afoot. I do not think that Laura Lynn will be very happy that her people are killed, but I have also noticed the dead don't stay dead very long.
I mean, that's part of the reason why we were also going to, kind of pitch him. So,
He was like,
not that I want to be like disrespectful or anything, but I think we only got a limited window here. You can ask
correct.
Rudolph here, right? He was here for the whole thing, right? And we made calculated decisions. They're not things that we would normally do under normal circumstances, but given the
They were very
chaos,
creepy, sir.
Given the chaos of the circumstances, we made the best decisions that we could.
And Rudolph is also asking, like, what are the orders from Laurelin? What are we supposed to do? When are we going to be getting to the station?
Oh, when I peer through the hole, does it look like we're back on solid ground?
No, it's mist. It's not the crazy realms mist. It's just regular fog.
Regular fog, but it's not like, okay.
Yeah. Well, now that the threat has at least been neutralized, I don't think we need the soldiers, yes?
I think for the moment, no. But we should at least still have them stand down. There's no reason for them to be keeping guard.
Correct. Why don't you help me at least gather some acquisitions? You see, yes. He says to you, he's like, we have the preservation chambers here as well, and I think we will need it for Mr. Wilford. And since they will not let me take his head here, we could bring what we need to him, yes. I could definitely use your help.
Absolutely, I will assist.
Then let's go. He walks up to the thing, and with his code, he was able to override their block, and they immediately stand put. And he's just like, we should also try our best.
Is the other door open too?
Yes. So yeah, you the lockdown breaks free, and you're able to come out now.
Yeah. So I walk out full uniform, looking
Who's that?
spick and span.
Lab, is that you? That's quite an impressive transformation you just did there.
I'm gonna roll insight. I think we roll insight to see if we recognize Gleb through the dirt and grime. I don't.
I do.
So now, one thing though, that just to wrap up your scene, that because you kept telling them to be quiet, they're quiet, but they did remove the center thing successfully, and it looks like as though that this could be. In some, like, I've seen this on some weird cabooses, but they're able to like lower down like a smaller like little cart to go along like the tracks. So yeah, it looks like this is almost like a quote unquote escape pod. So they're getting
Is there track? Is there track to be seen?
It's no, but they're just going through the mode. Like they're this is what they think they're going to be able to do to survive. And one of them even says, "How are we going to signal Samar?" And they said, "He hasn't left my head." So that's what you hear.
We're gonna signal Samar. He hasn't left my head.
Oh, so somebody in the city who's still communicating telepathically with him.
No, he's one of the names on the sheet.
Oh no!
That fiendish waterfowl. I mean,
So, anyways, continuing back into the scene. So I just want to give you that tidbit before you leave. And yes, you guys can see Gleb is now rejoining you. You're working with Dr. Joseph Canneth, and he's loading up some content onto a little push trolley. And you guys see he's putting out, it looks like one big, like almost like trash can size jar that has this weird viscera kind of, or viscous green liquid that's see-through. And it looks like a really weird cylinder aquarium with a base. It's got like kind of grills along the side. It has like these weird kind of like mechanical tentacles that one of them even seems like as he's going through to just do a spot check, one of them has like a camera lens or an eyeball equivalent, like another one has a
Mechanical.
Yeah. The other one has a maneuverable hand that can
Excellent.
So he's getting stuff prepped, and he's just telling the soldiers to stand by. Then that unless it is either me or him, they do not come through. And they all nod, and they watch as they all look at your face, and you feel like you're being scanned.
I assume I'm very used to this, type of behavior. So
without, unless anyone else wants to add to this scene,
I want to check in with Gleb. I'm like,
So, what happened back here? What's going on in the back here?
So I'm just like, very calm, just kind of stoical. So I was like,
Shit is fucked.
That's a good idea with the disguise there.
Listen. If anybody asks, Genbarius, they arrive. Okay? Just if anybody asks. However, what's with the monsters being people and then being monsters?
Hey, we're just trying to figure that out. We had a very significant moral dilemma a few minutes ago, and that wasn't pretty. But I'll fill you in as we get closer. But I think I'm gonna steal your idea, and I'm gonna adjust my fedora, and I'm gonna be in uniform using the hat of disguise.
are you guys both ditching your lightning suits?
no, he cast.
I don't have to.
because he used the hat of disguise.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
and I would have just taken the time to change.
Sure,
but
that
I
makes
still
sense.
have the
All right.
suit on. But the thing I am going to pass on is like,
Looks like there's a couple people who were trying to escape back there. Said something about a guy named Sumar being in their head.
Zuma. Do I know a Zuma? All right. What's with the rest of these guys, the napping guy and everything?
Well, they were monsters, and then they were just guys taking a nap.
You see,
There is, however, escape rope back there if we ever hit ground.
interesting. So these guys right here might turn back into monsters then. Maybe we should get those other two and skedaddle and just leave them be for now.
So I'm gonna walk up to the two that are back there
Yeah, and
quietly.
they're looking a little nervous, and they're trying to not draw attention, but they're civilians in an restricted location.
I'm gonna show my inspector badge. I'll be like,
It's all right. You're not under arrest or anything. Obviously, this is a pretty dangerous place to be. We've made things safer up front for now. You should come with us. You're not in trouble or anything.
They're looking back and forth at each other. It's like, why should we come with you?
so I'm gonna give him the help action on this persuasion, but the way that I do it is I just lean over, big missing tooth grin.
So good.
All right, and they just want to know, why should we trust you? We just want out of here.
Maybe you've noticed there's a lot of strange things going on, a lot of weird stuff. We're trying to centralize and reevaluate, so make sure everybody's safe. All right, so you're better off with us for now. We'll figure out how to get everybody safe. That's the goal. Okay.
All right. And he nods and says and then looks like you could tell that between the twins, the male is definitely more stubborn, but then the sister steps in. It's like, can you get us into first class?
I think we're heading that way. At least.
And then before he says anything, she says, "We'll follow you."
all right.
When we go into this room and like start doing stuff with the Warforged, right? Yeah. After everything's like kind of taken care of,
sure.
I'll radio on the radio and be like,
"Hey, just as a FYI, we have the perimeter here secure, right? With the help of the Doctor and the Warforged, and we'll be, I believe, heading back to your location here in just a few moments, right? Over."
You hear that?
And that's what I hear. You noticeably don't hear mention of it.
The elf, yeah, I was listening for that.
Mm-hmm. So just to keep you in on the action. So that's what I do. And then I help in whatever assistance the Doctor needs, preparing whatever weird tentacle octopus brain housing device that this thing needs in order to house
I'll help
the brain.
with that too. And
I think you are objectively restricted from doing so by these Warforged.
Oh, really?
I think so.
I will help in whatever way I can.
You do notice that he says to the Warforged, he's like, I need you to modularize the living forge. Keep the core safe, but we may need to move it up to the first class cart. And you see the Warforged are a little disturbed by this request coming from the Doctor. So you watch them starting to at least break down like the frame of it, but keeping the heart of it, still, together.
It may also be helpful, Doctor, if you give me, as one of the only other two members of House Caneth, if you also give me access to the Creation Forge in a dire circumstance.
He was like, I grant privilege for him to use it. He's like, but you will need training on it. I hope you want some light reading.
I begin reading.
All right.
Do you not have the cantrip?
And then
I will get it.
Okay, so anyways, to try to get the group together, but I owe you at least some interview questions. So if there's, while they're moving their way back, and it'll be another 5 minutes, so just to announce to the group, you'll be at the 40-minute mark, of me keeping track back here. Do you have anyone else that you want to interview or ask questions to?
Well, after hearing that that Aslan didn't make it all the way back there with the good Doctor and the Warforge, I'm gonna roll like deception real quick.
Sure.
Or hold on, maybe instead sleight of hand. Let me look. Yeah, no, we'll go with deception. And in, let's see, what are my languages real quick? I'm gonna say it in a language hopefully nobody knows. Let me see. Yes. So I'm going to, in Infernal, which is the verbal component, and roll deception to like kind of like hide what I'm doing with my hands. If that roll is successful, my intent is to cast a few cantrips, like undetected.
Sure, I'll allow. As long as you're not having everyone stare at you, and everyone's able to at least try to talk amongst themselves, do their own investigation, you'll have plenty of opportunity.
You just walk to a corner like.
But
I like the idea of Infernal being more.
But ultimately, just to let you know, you and Laureline are the ones kind of calling the shots right now. So you've already sent some people away. Do you allow for the distractions for people to kind of meander a little bit just so that they can talk to their own people, do their own investigation, or do you keep them sit on your hands, stay in these chairs? Because it's two different scenarios.
Yeah. Most likely I'm going to, with the people who are left in the car, I'll have Baron sit against the door, like back against the door into the
So the prisoner near the door, okay.
Yep. And I'm gonna just put the Lord's weird head in his lap to hang on to while I'm working.
As soon as you go on, continue. But he's going to say something to you as soon as you let me know where you're moving miniatures.
Yeah. And then let's see who else is left. I want Benny to be on the same side, doesn't matter which side, same side as Laurelyn
Okay.
and Esmeralda. Meanwhile,
All right.
Sumar, Bartholomew, Mercy, and Angela all on the same side.
Okay, so they're at least able to talk amongst themselves.
Yeah, they can talk to whomever, like, on their own side nearby or across from them. Or to me, whatever.
After about 5 minutes, they all start requesting bathroom breaks at different points.
Okay, well, before I even get to that point, I want to try and cast these spells.
All right.
No, you can pee in your pants.
What spell you want to cast?
Well, I'm gonna roll deception.
All right.
Hopefully no one notices.
Wow, it's a natural 1, isn't it?
3.
That's pretty bad.
Spending the rest. I'm so done. My rolls have been garbage this whole game. Better-ish. So 18
Alright.
deception to hide what I'm doing as I'm casting these spells.
Sure.
First is I'm going to cast False Life on myself.
Okay.
So I'll cast,
False life.
yeah,
Life.
cast False
It's
Life on
false.
myself.
What real?
So
You can't
gain
prove
that
it.
many hit
You can
points.
prove that it's
Is that concentration or? I just got to.
Will.
Yeah, it's at will for an hour.
Usually, some things will say concentration by it, so like, because this would, you know.
There's a C by it.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so there's that one. And then, is that conditional woman?
After your next turn.
Okay, cool. So, the next one, I'm gonna cast Blade Ward on myself.
So for purposes, that's only gonna last for 6 seconds.
Oh, that's right, shit. My bad. Did not realize. Never used that spell before. In that case, I'm going to cast the Armor of Gathis.
How long does that last?
An hour. And since I'm casting it at its highest level, I gain 10 hit points.
How many spells? Like, because like, some of these are actually spells, and I think warlocks you only have 3 spells or 2.
You've used 2 spell slots.
Right,
now.
but I get false life for free. It's
Right, you do
at
get false
will.
life. No. It doesn't mean it doesn't.
What are you talking about?
It's a first level spell. At will does not mean it doesn't use spell slots.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Oh, that would.
Yes. At will means she gets to cast it whenever she wants.
I just want to keep. I'm just trying to keep track. I'm not trying to interrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it because of background, whatever things.
All right, that's fair.
No.
So your false life, you got armor of Agarthus.
No, I don't even know where I was going to next with that. Anyway, I gain temporary HP, and if anyone hits me, they get retaliation from the armor.
Yeah, yeah, definitely with that. Okay, well, let's continue. Between the 2 spells, you have to take the one that has the highest temporary hit points.
Yes.
So that's the one we're at. Okay, so I'm just making sure I keep track. You let me know once you figured out the notes for that, what your temporary hit points are at. But for now,
It'll be 10.
Don't stack.
Yeah.
oh yeah, that's fine. So what we're gonna do is the prisoner, Alexander, or the Baron, says to you as you plop this severed head that is still trying to calibrate and move its lips. He looks at you and says, like, I think I know what's happening by the bay. And he looks over at you and
Fill
says,
me in and I'll unshackle you.
and he goes like, the doctor was, as you might say, a little bit hasty with during the evacuation, the war. They made some desperate choices. And I'm seeing that how the magic outside, how it seems to react to itself. They did this to my entire regiment of he's like, we had skeletons, we had augmented undead breaching the walls. He goes like, all that negative energy from the negative plane all at once, breaking apart and reacting to each other. I think they broke a rift. This is like, we're talking, these are hundreds, and these were already very potent undead, all disrupted at the same time, reacting to each other. It's like, it's just a guess.
To create a rift, or what? I can only imagine.
I think we are in the negative world, or we're going to Mabar, something along those lines. It is just a suspicion. It could be on the way. It could have just simply dislodged us here. They were tampering with magic they should not have been messing with.
Oh.
This would not be the first time these realms have faced magic beyond the comprehension of the caster. The dragons once did it thousands of years ago, when the giants would even tamper with reality-changing magic to create the world that they wanted.
Good to know. I'm way in over my league with that, and I don't know if the others here.
He leans in and
doing...
he goes like, I know the doctor is keeping some papers hidden in his room, the one that you put the child in. And he nods to you.
Thanks. I'll bear that in mind.
Go steal some papers.
In the meantime,
Is there someone who you want to interview, or someone you want to talk to?
yeah. So, like, above table, what is Bartholomew? Because he's not human.
No, he is just a friendly ghost, a specter. Could be an illusion that could use powers, but he's basically just, think of it like an unseen servant that's seen.
Okay. And I think
really
you
bad
mentioned
joke.
before that he was
I seen it coming.
Lord Wilford's unseen
Correct.
seen servant. How long does he like persist since Wilford's dead?
He seems to still be in existence.
Okay. I'm going to ask Bartholomew if, since he is his master's servant, if he saw anything in this stuff. Because why would a ghost be impeded by darkness?
Well, he was like, I was not able to see anything because while I am not here, I also am under the effect of something that is a magical of darkness.
Okay. Are you able to possess people? Is that a thing you can do?
That sounds dreadful. I hope not. I can try though. I tend to be more of the helpful specter as opposed to the unhelpful one.
Okay.
At one point, my lord asked if I was able to age people like the other counterparts of ghosts, but I was not able to rapidly age somebody by terrifying their lifeline or something along those lines.
Okay. But you are able to seemingly cast some magic or some spells, right?
I am mostly restricted to prestidigitation, illusions for entertainment, many different languages, and the Tensor's floating disk.
Okay.
But I'm able to maintain 4 prestidigitations at the same time. I can both vacuum, mop, and move furniture at the same time.
Amazing. I wish I had one of you.
Well, I am now unemployed.
Amazing. Say no more. I need to have more than one of you go to my place in the Hells, and be my butler. Anyway, I need you to continue to do what you do best, but also let me know if Esmeralda or Sumar need anything specifically. Them. The rest of them, I'll get to them when I can.
I will keep note of what they request. And other than the fact that I'll just tell you right now, Sumar really likes spicy drinks. I've never seen anyone have that many jalapenos be put into a liquor drink.
Awesome.
It's pretty foul, to be honest.
So we'll point out really quick, we are at 9 o'clock.
Okay, then I'm looking to definitely. I'm gonna hit the fast forward button because I don't want to see this become a 3-parter.
Yeah.
So we're gonna reconnect the group. The doctor at one point says in your guys' travels, by the way, we were sent from the murder scene with an elven diplomat. I do not think much of him. He caused nothing but trouble and arguments during the negotiation process of trying to legitimize their kingdoms. He was asked to at least bodyguard me, but when I came to speak with you in cargo room, he's gone. So just to let you know, he's Aslan Nighthawk.
So what you're saying is we got to keep our eyes peeled and see if we see him as we travel.
Well, we did have a murder.
Yeah.
Can I have a look-see if I see any hidden peoples?
Sure, you guys could give me perception checks as you're traveling forward.
Can I do investigation?
Yeah.
16.
18 on the die. So 21.
26.
You guys all succeed because he's not trying to hide, and he definitely stands out because he is covered with like tribal jewelry, and you can see from his photo, if you want to show him the picture, he stands out with hair and war paint and just way too pretty as well.
Very Legolas.
He is at a table, and I apologize for this now, with all of this scattered in front of him. And he is talking to this red-headed woman who has very discerning kind of clothing as well. She also seems to be well-traveled, and they're both looking at this very deeply, and he seems to be almost like just like generally spooked. Like this is a person who she's seen even during the murder didn't seem to be unfazed. He's looking at this and as though he saw a ghost, even though you guys have been seeing ghosts everywhere.
Nice boner. So can you explain to me what's going on with this?
Goes, oh, is that where they go? And he just throws some.
Go and roll a 20-sided die because he's going to try to intercept that.
20. Nat 20.
Oh, nat 20. He's a little irritated, but the one thing that you guys don't need to make a roll, his reflexes, this Aslan was incredibly quick, but even though he caught his hand in his arm in mid-stride, that wasn't enough for you to just kind of still fling and interrupt this. And then she all of a sudden breaks out of the trance, and he's like, fucking fool. I know you're trying to have a laugh, but we're trying to figure out how to get off this train.
Hey, jump.
What?
Jump.
He goes like,
it's a long way down. We're kind of going through a hellscape, but like, you can just jump.
He was like,
it gets you up. You want it up. You gotta just jump.
Then your soul is forfeit, at least according to what she's saying. And she, at this point,
I mean, I was off the train. I was hanging from a rope.
She seems a little irritated him too, but now she's just starting to slowly collect things now that the spell has been broken.
Yeah. So what are you guys doing here? Why didn't you like go all the way to the car like you were told to?
Because I'm not her dog. And he goes like,
that's fair.
And because there's more important things at stake, like what's happening to us? Why are we shifting in and out of these realms? Why are the dead now seem to be trapped on this
So yeah. What have you learned? Give me the skinny.
And he goes like,
yeah, what are these bones here that you got?
He goes like, well, before he disrupted it, we are all in a prison. We have been separated. All of our souls are now in jeopardy. And he goes like, there seems to be a greater evil force. Some crime has happened that has linked all of. He's like, all of the bones were connected. It's just like, all of our fates are intertwined. And he says like,
yep.
Oh, sorry, I keep doing that. Yeah, I know. and he basically and he looks it's just like, because of one person's sins, we all suffer.
One person, you say?
Sounds like we need some investigators.
So it does.
Yeah.
One person's sins, you say? Whose would those be?
And he goes, it's like... And at this point, he looks and says, like, this isn't my expertise, but this is hers. And she is actually on the list, but not one of the ladies on here there. She was like, my name is Relin de Medini, and you know that this is the House of Investigation, but she's dressed like almost like a Carmen Sandiego world traveler, very raggedy kind of clothes as well. She seems to almost like be a collector. She seems to have like weird kind of like knickknacks, runes on her hair that's on like little beads. And she says like, I've traveled by and I traveled with those who would call themselves Roma, those who travel between worlds, and they speak of such prisons like this, some that are almost like traps within the negative plane, where if someone's sin, someone's evil is so great, they take everything with them. There's been talk of like entire castles, kingdoms disappearing and then reappearing in these prisons, and they are stuck in this. It is like a repeating hell, what is the word I'm looking for? Where you're not quite hell, not quite heaven, purgatory.
Yeah, purgatory, yeah.
We're on the way to our purgatory.
Well, that sounds fucking awful. I guess my question is, what the fuck do we do? How do we divine from these bones, like, who the sinner is? Do we punish them? Do we kill them? Like, what do we gotta do?
She says, like, the focus is on the soul, and that is why the spirits cannot leave. The spirits are stuck on this train. If people die, they'll come back, and they're repeated. They're stuck on this. The soul is the fuel. The soul is the focus. Just as like, as long as your soul is intact, you could try to find a means off of this. And she looks at us just like, if there's a way that you could hide one's soul, to be able to put it into something, she was like, I know that just from the conversations I've had with some of these travelers, that they've been able to put them in charms to, and then bring them back to life somewhere else. It's very almost morbid in a way, but very ancient. The other means is that the sinner themselves, they are the Lord, they are the master of this domain. If you could get either permission, trick them, or just simply have it so that they don't want you in their purgatory, you could get out.
Well, you seem a fair investigator yourself. Well, I'm not of House. What was it?
Domini. Yeah. It's Medini, but everything always adds a D for it.
House Medini. House de Medini. I'm a bit of an investigator myself from House Caneth, and Mo here. He's not a bad investigator.
Mo, pleasure from Sean.
Maybe the three of us together put a dent in figuring out who this terrible sinner is.
I don't have that first-class ticket.
You know, funny thing is, I bet we could find our way in.
She looks over and nods, and Nighthawk comes to join you guys as well, as though he never left.
Rudolph standing next to me. I'm like,
yeah, this here was Rudolph. He can get us anywhere we gotta go. The other ticket master, well, he had a little bit of a tripping problem. Sort of bumped his head a little bit.
It was, and you guys can see Rudolph is looking down the ground. It was awful.
Yeah. So anyway, we could probably get up to first class and go see what's what. Let's go.
And I'm just kind of start shuffling people.
Right. So we start shuffling people towards first class.
To move scenes along, because I know we don't want this to carry over.
Yeah.
The one thing that the scientist is going to try to do right away, and hopefully without people trying to stop him, he'll still do it right here if people need to see it. He is taking the head and he's applying it to the liquid. And you can see that like it's a bad episode of Futurama with Nixon's head. Yes. Yes. The recently deceased Wilfred Orion is now in this liquid, and through the speaker of this, that's in the bottom of this like machinery.
Yeah.
Is very upset. He's like, I worked really hard on that body. I did calisthenics and jogged every day, and someone had to murder me. He's just like, don't do that. That is really annoying.
I've seen
and you watch and
before, but
and you watch the little claw like,
Fucking Gleb, dude. Gleb is.
and he's like, I'm insisting that you find out who murdered me. As he's waving this little pincher claw.
All right, inspectors here. I'm sorry we were delayed a little bit in trying to figure this out. Thank you all for your patience, and thank you, Rochelle, for holding down the fort for us like while we got here, keeping things organized and stuff like that. It's very, very organized of you. And I'm sorry to bother you all about this, but does anyone just want to fucking confess? Because, I mean, that would save us so much goddamn time. Do you see what's going on out there? We got demons, we got mist, we got scary shit. Let's just move on with this whole thing, huh? Like, who did it?
While he says that, I'm, like, scanning like a hawk to be if anybody's, like, eyebrow twitches very slightly, right? Is there anything I can roll to, like, see if anybody, like...
You see a hand touch him on the shoulder as it puts it over there. It's just like... And you can see it's Nighthawk, who you guys spoke with recently, did the bones thing. Mm-hmm. He just points out to the other elven woman, the harpist. He says, there's only one known assassin here. And that would be a member of House Defanley. He was like, and she's standing back a little bit, and she's raising up her hands, like trying to, And he's like,
hey. Well,
now, you know, since you're part of the Dragonmark houses, this is part of the elven assassin family.
Yeah.
Well, we were asking for a confession, not an accusation.
I want to cast Detect Thoughts on her.
Okay.
Oh, well, Detect Thoughts just does the whole damn room.
That's true, yeah.
Right, so Detect Thought, and then you can...
It's the surface thoughts, but if you spend things, you can dig in deeper.
Right.
But then you also can... then they get a saving throw at that point.
I'll cast Detect Thoughts and see if anything peens while I'm doing that sort of, like, just admit it, just come out with it, like, let's move on speech.
All right. And she's like... Shit, I am not going to be able to finish my job here. And she's like, he's right there. Should I go for the sword? No. They're all watching you. Some of them are higher level than you. or stronger than you.
So from that, do I infer that she is very likely the murderer?
You know that she is hostile. You know that she has hostile intentions.
And
you don't know. You don't.
His ass is itchy.
You hear Caleb doing like complicated pattern recognition of like just trying to like triangulate who the most likely person is.
I just hear Gleb like, no one's looking. I can totally scratch it. I'll just back up this wall right here. And then slip the finger down in there.
It's so wet in the suit. Okay, so
Rochelle's surface thoughts are like, the second we find out who it is, I'm going on vacation after I lop their head off, and like I'm going to like call my weapon actually behind me.
I'm going to walk up to. Sorry, what was
your weapon is a great sword, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you can't hide that. Just to let you know, I'm just saying it's 6 foot long.
Just gonna call behind her back.
I'm 6 foot tall.
All right.
I start reading you that you're about to get your weapon out with the Detect Thoughts. I'm like, hold on a second. All right, let's look. Wait on a second. I walk up to the elf.
Sure.
I walk up to the elf lady. I'm like, how you doing? I'm just gonna make a little rounds, few questions. I'm sorry to bother you about this. So I mean, obviously you got accused. That's pretty rough. I'm sorry that happened. It's you look like a nice person. You look like you're probably responsible, stuff like that. Is there anything you can maybe tell me about the situation at hand here?
I didn't murder him. I did not murder Wilfred O'Dirine. I was watching the seance happening. I could tell you, honestly, I was sitting in this chair.
Insight check.
He's gonna do that. I'm gonna come up next to him.
Natural 20.
She was telling the truth.
All right.
I'm gonna come.
Or does he think that she's telling the truth? Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna come up next to him while he's talking to her, as a member of another drag-marked house, right? And I'll come up and be like,
As one business associate to another here, this does seem like relatively sloppy work, right? Not somebody of your caliber, but knowing what you know about your particular craft, does this bear the resemblance of any markings or anything that you might be able to distinguish? Not that I'm asking you to oust anybody, but if there's anything that you could help us with that could speed this process along a little bit.
I can tell you this by looking around, because yes, they divided us up. It had to be a cleaving weapon, and that is not my preferred style, as mine is poison. She looks over and says, like, his head was cleanly chopped off. Look for something like that.
Cleaving.
So I kind of look around the room and see.
Give me perception checks or investigation.
You got a 24 investigate.
What'd you get?
18.
18?
11. Perception.
give myself guidance on this.
You found out with your 11 that they are not serving top shelf liquor, but instead they have been swapping out the liquor between the bottles so that they've been overcharging.
Oh, yes. Okay. Well,
actually, I'm going to spend an inspiration too because we're at the end of this anyway.
I spent an inspiration point, which was very good because that's a nat 20 for a combined.
For a nat 20 and
for a combined
18.
total nat 20 of 30.
18 still.
Okay.
I roll a nat 1 on my inspiration.
Oh, jeez.
oh no.
Yeah, it's fine.
So what was the final?
18.
18?
Yeah.
All right. But you ignored the natural one because you spent a point of inspiration.
Right.
Okay. All right. So 18, high 20s, 24, I heard?
24.
Not high 20s, 30.
Nat 30.
Nat 20 for a total of 30.
You find something as you're moving about. You find a stashed cape that is coated with hair of some kind, and it's golden.
Callan, what do you make of that? Right of this golden hair here.
Does anybody in the room have golden hair?
Yes, that would be the elven assassin. But what
Also Benny.
And Benny, but you watch him come up, you grab the hair and start chewing on it a little bit, and like, that ain't human hair. It's thick. It's like a horse's mane. Like it's like really like coarse.
Like owlbear hair?
No, like it's like a horse's mane that goes along. Yes, this is from a horse that's golden.
Oh, aren't we missing a guy right now?
We
That
are,
lady's
but
brother.
then he came back.
Then he came back.
All right.
But now for you, you found the weapon. You see over near the buffet table, you're looking over and there's this big meat cleaver, a little bit bloody, and it's halfway through a fish. And you're like, all of these fish have already been prepared before they came onto the train. They've been degutted, they've been drained of blood, and that is a shitload of blood on a meat cleaver. And you wouldn't even use a meat cleaver like a big one for fish. You usually use like a filleting knife or something very skinny. So you definitely pull it out, like you know that this is the weapon. And so someone had to put it here, and then you find out from Benny, he said someone nudged by him when they pushed by him. And because so many great rolls were made, yes, there is someone who does see that would ride a horse with golden hair, and that would be Aslan Nighthawk, because he mentioned that he is like a horse cavalry. He is. Yeah, he is one that rides these majestic horses.
A majestical horse?
So who do you think it is?
Above table, do you guys tell Rochelle about the two possible escapees and their connection to Sumar?
Well, yeah, they're
They're actually by. And while you guys are talking,
Yeah, I'm like,
they're
who are
catching
they?
up with Sumar very quickly, and they're talking to him.
Who are they?
Oh, that was all you. I just figured that they were
I
like.
just would have been, probably.
But so I make the connection between this meat cleaver, this hair, and Aslan. Right? All right, so I'm going to walk over to Aslan right? I don't want to have this meekly.
Do you tell me first?
Right. I'm gonna walk over. I'm gonna be like,
Seems we found the murder weapon. Cleaver. It's an auspicious weapon.
It's very clever of you.
Right.
You guys did
Cleaver
find
choice.
that when she mentioned about the weapon, you were able to look at it. The harp has a very the actual base of the harp has a hidden kind of like almost like rapier, like a really long stiletto knife that's already dipped into poison, which is the base of the harp. So there is another weapon here. You were able to figure that out.
Okay.
Indeed.
of the people here, who look like they would be powerful enough to like use a two-handed weapon that would cut somebody's head off.
Of everything I asked before, because that's
Yeah,
what I asked.
that was actually one thing that she mentioned.
Oh,
And
okay, sorry.
Of the big people here, it would be either Sumar, it would be Nighthawk, or it would be Bunker, are the strongest people here.
Okay, cool. All right, so then I kind of lean over and I go,
Of the people here will probably have been Aslan. He is the only person here that I believe has the equestrian knowledge, and the only horse lord. I plan to approach him privately first.
All right, yeah, you lead the way. I'll have
One
my.
other thing to add on for you, there's only one mind you cannot read here.
Oh.
Yeah, you cannot make a dent into Sumar. There's something that is protecting him, or something that is obstructing you from reading his movements or his thoughts.
do you tell me that you have detect thoughts going on?
Yeah, I'm kind of doing a technique where I'm just doing a little tickle spy on people's brains, if you know what I mean.
Superior. That'll prove useful.
That one over there, can't get a read on. Don't know why.
Well, process of elimination. I don't think it's the person with the golden hair. This was clearly horsehair, as told to us by Gleb. So, onward.
And I approach Aslan and the
Nighthawk.
and I walk up to him and I'm like, kind of on the down low, I'm like,
So, found the murder weapon. It's in plain view of everybody, right? You seem to be the only one of the very few people here that could wield it, and as per some of the other evidence that we found, you're the person here who is capable of the equestrian knowledge necessary to have produced these horsehairs that we found around this murder scene. Which leads me to deduce that you are very likely the killer.
and as I say this,
Do I get any detect slash spag?
Yes, he did it.
All right.
Right now he's thinking like, I could probably stab him in the throat. I could move my way to the back.
A cast hold person.
All right. And for interest of time, we will say it worked. You guys have successfully caught your criminal. And now, just because, yes, we're on the tail end.
Time up.
Yeah, tying him up. You guys have found the murderer. The floating head is now a little bit happier. But yes, it is very apparent that you guys are trapped in this on the way going to the purgatory. Just to speak above table, I've created 3 possible ways for you guys to leave this train. And through the conversations, as you're speaking amongst people, one of them is through Samar and his people, but it may be something where you have to just simply trust me. As when he smiles, his teeth are no longer human, but they are all sharp and jagged like cat's teeth. And you can see that he has, very nervously, Esmeralda, the one who had the bottle, who is the warlock genie. She's, he basically singled her out, and she's following him. And so you either follow him to the back. You have faith with Mr. Kenneth, and yes, he has the means of removing your brains, removing your souls, and putting it into a warforge. So yes, that is one way that you guys could potentially escape this. The last solution is still just inches away from you. You guys have a little bit of, which is winning over the floating head a little bit. You have got his favor that you solved his crime, but now you need to have more leverage on him. and there is some pieces of leverage, and there's still some that's been mentioned. It's floating out there. So,
what is your opinion of friends? In terms of like, do you do the hostile thing or just?
I'm indifferent about it.
All right, so I'm gonna walk up to Wilford. I'm gonna cast friends. I'm gonna be like,
Hey, sorry to bother you. You look like you're a busy man. Glad we could bring up the stuff
Well,
to
I
help
won't say
you.
busy anymore. I'm now.
Well,
floating
you
in a
know,
job.
you're a important person around here. Clearly, you've got your thumb on the soul of this train, so to speak, and stuff like that.
Thumbs! And he gives the rat another finger.
I forgot about the rat. Amazing. And he's like,
Listen, we were very happy to bring up the stuff to help you out and things like that. Was there anything else that you need from us presently or anything like that?
You both have all proven to be incredibly useful, and I'd like to count on your retinue staying with me on our travels. I very much look forward to having your services in the future.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, we are excited to be a part of the team. There is many things that I can talk to you about that I'm sure you'll find very, very interesting.
I'm exceedingly interested in doing all sorts of modifications to the train. I've heard that you could get that this engine now runs on what is it, souls, right? And I'm extremely interested, right, in entering into some sort of business arrangement in order to do experimentation and looking into how to modify or do other sorts of experimentation and
so this
lucrative business agreement that House Kenneth can come into with House Orion in order to facilitate such arrangements, right? And I know that those things can be quite lucrative when we have those negotiations, and I'm sure Dr. Joseph here would be more than willing to help negotiate those things. And I start getting into highly technical speech about how those things could work and like getting very excited about those things and trying to bore the ever-living shit out of this man.
and when he takes a break, I start going into the intricate details of the rare instruments that I play.
yeah, see, this one here is a Zalcoon, all right? It's a it's
Okay. If anything, you guys definitely seem to have his favor as far as he likes you guys, or like he knows that you're brainy and that you're gonna definitely help out with the other doctor that he seems to have a lot of confidence in. You guys, I'll give you one other hint. You guys have the newspaper as leverage over him.
So,
Oh, right, he's a
First of
giant
all-
coward.
Rochelle is like, I don't know what you mean by we. I didn't care that you died in the first place. I came here for a few reasons, and those have since changed, and now I'm on this horrible train to nowhere. First of all, and I'm gonna casually walk over to Aslan. I said,
He's in prison now. Yeah.
yeah. So I'm going to ask Wilford, is this justice complete? Is this wrapped up for you?
I am content. You may
got
go
your
to
feeling?
you may go to the room if you want. Go check on the boy.
All right. Well, first thing, if Aslan is considered like prone or not
yeah.
able to move, I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast his head off, clean. Just don't want to deal with him anymore. That problem is solved. Check
Aslan?
off. Yeah, if he's the killer.
I don't know if you could Eldritch blast his head off in one fell swoop.
Well,
It's up to the DM.
I mean, it's up to the DM. Yeah, fair.
You cast one Eldritch Blast to begin to hurt him. You are now going to be restrained by Bunker, and as the brain says, we will execute him when we get to the station. We are not just going to do things because we're bored or we can.
okay, fine. And I'm going to.
Why don't you go to the room? We are done with your services. So now you're being escorted to the VIP plushy rooms.
I'm gonna check in and see how the kid's doing.
The kid is upright, and he smiles and says, "Thank you so much. I heard that you're the one that helped me."
It's my pleasure to help you. I don't exactly
You look
know
past
why.
him. His dead body is on the bed.
Oh no.
He's still standing right there. So yes, you're looking at a specter pretty much.
That sucks.
Souls can make deals.
And
I mean, sure.
he looks over at you and says, like, I think the doctor came in very quickly and was looking for something. And I think he was trying to find this.
Just rifle through this dead child's body.
Well, it's not on the child's body.
Get handed paper by a ghost. Seems probably like a good idea.
Oh, this is the thing that I say to the guy in the thing, right? As I say,
Now, my question for you, though, right? There's a lot of questions and things in high court, right? Are you willing to do these, risky, potentially dangerous experiments on a soul-driven engine, right? Because, and the reason I mention this is just I'm worried because there's some concern about your reputation and your willingness to do this, because there's some concern about whether or not you're a coward given things that have happened in the war. And
You can see that the brain is, or the floating head's a little bit uncomfortable and says, like, I'm aware of these accusations. They are terrible, but I will say that.
Well, we've witnessed your absolute courage in this situation. I mean, impeccable courage. Just absolutely staying on top of things, keeping a cool head. We could go tell everyone that that's what we saw.
No, I mean, yeah, telling everyone that that's what you saw, but please don't share that particular news here on this.
No, just how courageous you are. Just that's it.
Yes.
Yes,
absolutely. In fact, there's a newspaper in Sean. I could go directly there.
No.
And just talk about how courageous you are, you know?
I'm gonna walk the.
Not mentioning anything about the other stuff. Just a powerful story that makes you seem powerful. That's all. But all the details I would include.
We want him to like us or not like us.
It's a combination where you need to do something that they want, but also.
So I'm trying to persuade him to let me go. Like
persuade him.
I'm trying to persuade him to let us
off.
Correct.
off the train so that we can go tell the world about how courageous Wilfred is.
And this might also. This is the tipping point as well. You guys are doing great. What do you say?
So I'm gonna walk the dead child's spirit out the door with me, and I'm like.
You can see he's immediately looking terrified of seeing the dead prince.
Yeah.
And you guys get to see he's definitely a ghost as he's walking through chairs, and he looks very gauntish.
So, unfortunately, the kid didn't make it, as you can see. Wasn't my doing. Wasn't me.
That's actually when Mercy says, like, the child could have survived. He had a nurse here, but he was forced out of the first class train to make room for the VIP. There were many passengers that were forced into other cabins.
We could have fessed this up a lot sooner.
So that's the second thing. That's greed. You guys are getting close.
And I'm going to essentially summon my sword, point it straight at the doctor, and I said, "Explain this." And I'm just gonna share the information that the doctor is the one responsible for the bomb, and then some.
But then the doctor immediately, as everyone's looking at me, like, but Wilfred was there. He urged me. He convinced me that all was lost, that we were going to lose the capital, that we had to try the bomb.
Both of you are awful, and I'm glad one of you is sort of dead.
We must hide this evidence.
Do I see that thing?
You can, and you can look over.
I tell all of you what's on here, but you can read it yourself.
And with that,
This is pretty damning stuff right here.
yeah, so I'm gonna
there's bubbles appearing in the tank.
initiate.
And Nika says, like, enough of this, okay. He says, like, you have my favor, but you also have me. It's like, you have me at a loss of what to do next. Be gone. And you guys all of a sudden find yourselves on one of the very, like, you ever seen, like, the hand-pushed rails that are on the railroad tracks? There are terrified, I'm just saying terrified, but yeah, no, there's survivors just on the edge of this of the war-torn land of Cyre, all they can see is just rising smoke clouds, and out comes this little rail cart with you guys on it.
So
as he's pushing through.
May
And
I do something with Gleb?
but one
What's your
second.
bet?
There's even 2 bear cavalry, yes, knights on bears that are just sitting there.
Yeah.
Just kind of like, one of them's kind of like, chewing some, like chewing on a little straw leaf, and they're just watching you guys kind of come into view. You guys have escaped with one of the best options. And what did you want to say with Gleb?
So,
There's a thing I would like to do too before we.
yeah,
All right.
so they're doing all of this. Gleb has not been a part of these conversations, not been talking with
Sure.
them. So there's no reason for him to. So Gleb's gonna see what's going on and be like, yeah, no, and jump out a window. Use his rod of holding to let the train pass. As soon as he sees a clearing in the fog, he's just gonna misty step into whatever dimension that is.
You will be doing the second option. All right, that's fair. So, is there anything you guys want to do as wrap up as well?
Yeah, so my only thing is when he's like, yes, because I'm reading this thing, and I'm like, there is still much we are not to do understanding chain reactions and what is total was. Can we change, device change our world? Do you know how much this means to both Cyre and our house kid? I look forward to seeing the present instead. Right. And it's like, it was you. And then as he's like, no, this is fine, right? Caleb takes out his pistol and shoots the doctor in the head.
Okay, that's a good wrap up. It's gonna still they're all damned on this train either way.
So as we come out of the fog on the little thing, I'm just gonna be talking to you, and people that are posted up, survivors that are on the edge of the destruction zone are just gonna hear Mo being like,
Yeah, this one here is a glower. It's like a trumpet basically, but
that's I was
sure. And we now end with Gleb, who as soon as there's a clearing, you and a falling genie bottle are falling at the same time, and you guys find and then by the time you come into an existence where you misty step into an area, you look up and you're in this packed weird street. It looks like the ghetto of all places. Weird kind of a colored liquid here and there, and you're looking up as all the buildings are slightly arcing at different angles to the point where even there's buildings right above you coming downward. And you're looking up and you see people walking along the streets like there's nothing wrong with this. It's that packed of a strange city that just kind of everywhere you look are buildings and doors everywhere. And then there's races you have never seen before, strange beings. You see there is a Medusa working at a reptile shop. There is one person that has actually a gelatinous cube and putting things into the acid to cook it and then pulls it out and selling it. And then all of a sudden, yes, the genie bottle pops open and out comes Sumar, and then he changes into his form as a Rakasasha, this tiger with inversed hands. And he goes, fuck, I played my cards wrong. All right, guys, we're in Sigil. So yes, you are now you were in between realms. If this was Thor Ragnarok, you're now in between all the places, and you're in a city that's full of portals.
Gleb needed access to the rest of the universe, so this is.
All right. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed that. That is the wrap up. We did have to hit the fast forward button a little bit at the end. We tried to do both horror and a murder mystery in one, but this was a lot of fun, and I hope you enjoyed it with us as well. Thank you.
Good.
Absolutely. I love the idea of Gleb, or not Gleb, Mo and Callum, both pushing this thing as
I'm not doing that.
no, as your person's just F you guys, you do this thing, and it's
Man, this would be a lot faster if somebody would help.
I mean, we got it. Anyway, so the Zalcoon.
I bet I can make this thing go faster if I just, fancy us some rocket
Thank you guys for joining us on the Boat Table. We'll be back with Windfall next week, so if you're a fan of
Thank
that,
you so much.
We will be back to the regular scheduled campaign. I've just been crazy busy, and it was very nice of Eric to step in and give me a little breaky break. But yeah, we'll see you next week.
Someone.
Next time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.